周决就像试金石，让我奔腾向前，带给我剑指总冠军的希望，也带给我前路未知的恐慌。但你不上，怎么知道自己有多强？
因为他一直在等你这边的一个滋养结束。
哎，动到了，给了个百裂，但是双方状态差的可能稍微有点多，还是恭喜。
所有人都说大局已定，但我从不信命。驰骋千里的气概，临渊一跃的爆发。只要相信自己，就会打开无数种可能。
来啦，这个时候直接拔刀一刀砍下去，好像效果一般，
但是好多人有超魂啊！这一波楚征拼了半天，只拿了1个技能。
获胜时，我喜欢看到大家意想不到的目光，想做赛场上不一样的那个自成一派，再一次点燃同一个目标。
你实在是太强了，就算阿莎已经开了3个飞行员，但是好像没有什么回天乏术的感觉。
杀倒了！
用自己的方式一次次的突破自己，创造过令人惊叹的记录，也承受过彻夜难眠的失利。即使戴上冠军的头衔，荣光也只有短暂的那一天。我们敢去创造记录，也敢再去打破自己的记录。
射到了，留下来了，百步穿杨，再来一剑，左边还要再推，再来一剑，射到了，中了，还想再来蹦塔里的击败分数是谁的？又是这边的吗？不是，是这个的。
有扛下战败的勇气，就没有不可战胜的强敌。过程当然不会一帆风顺，但我们只管向前。我一直在等待登顶的时刻，所以再来一次又如何？
这个话他好像有奥义了，这个时候差一点就一丝嘛。这边的话再来个7连5名，这一波的话卡卡西可能要终结比赛了，这边全部晕住。这一波呀，基地现在击败分就剩基地了，那恭喜！
放弃往往是最简单的选择，每一战对我来说都是一种挑战。挫折只会被更强大的信念逆袭，逆流而上，愈战愈勇。
抓得很差，小伟这边又来了，怎么你抓？带动队友又怎么样？7连5名，刚才安宇的新时装能招架不住小伟，没开不是2度，甚至4度。小伟的7连5名要杀死比赛了吗？百裂斩再来，加上一个惊雷事件，现在奈何桥来了，不想真拔刀，所有人都是逼得在安宇外面，两边的1v1对战，但甩锅不甩锅，站到了最后一个。
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. My name is Dabby. I'm accompanied by my main man, Box Drop. This is our first time casting together.
Yo, don't let Rune hear you say you called me a main man. Gosh,
listen.
He's gonna cry, man.
Listen. I love Rune. Rune's the homie. Rune, we go back and forth. Cookies and cream. That's our thing right now. Okay? So now we got to create a thing here. We got to figure out something while we're going through all of this madness. But for everybody else that's at home, we got more trios for you today. It's going to be the same concept we did last time. We got 2 on our main map. You guys know the map itself. And then obviously game 3, we go right to Holoroth. And then we repeat that same process for the next 3 games. Obviously, we'll give you guys all the scoop from what's been going on. And man, when I tell you the last time we did the trios, it was absolutely insane, especially the very last game on Holoroth. Game 6 was absolutely insane. I mean, literally, we had about 3 to 4 teams that had about 8 eliminations before we even got to Circle 2. That's just how insane Trios was on that last game. Everybody was going for just straight nothing but blood. That was it. And I was treated to an absolute prospect of just exact WK Naraka energy that I wanted.
Brilliant. I've only ever seen the new map in solo, or I've only ever cast the new map on solo. So I'm very excited to see the trios bloodthirst come through, because that's why I started with trios. That was my very first time casting Naraka, was in trios, and my goodness, I was like, I couldn't keep up with anything. I mean, I still can't, to be fair. Who can keep up with trios? So on the new map especially, I did notice people are more crazy on that map than they are on the Morris Isles. So I'm honestly very excited for games 3 and game 5 for sure.
Well, you would be surprised with everything going on that there's still so much to do. We're not done yet. Obviously, today is going to be Trios B and C. Like we said, we have 6 games as always. You guys know the multiplier, right? The ranking points 5 to 3, 2 to 1, 1.6 for top 2, 1.5 for top 3 and 4. And then it just goes down and down from there. Obviously, those multiplier points are going to be so helpful for you and your team, but those eliminations are going to be absolutely just as important. So, as we go forth towards the next one, we still got the same. I mean, you guys know the rest. You guys know what we're here for. We have done this before. We didn't continue to talk to you over and over again about this, but now there's more at stake, right? Because like I said before, that last game, everybody put their heart and soul into that last one. So obviously, when we look at the standings, you know, top 24 to 17, we're seeing some names that we don't usually see at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. AAW is, you know, a team that I expect a little bit more from, and maybe even WEG. But this is where it all comes down. Like, you've got to have the consistency. If you look at these bottom teams, all of them, every single one of them, you know, it's just you can't be scoring this low. Like, all of these teams, like, if you watch them how they play, like, they have like maybe one good game, maybe 2 good games, and that's it. You know, and it's just not enough. Like, you have to be able to perform consistently of all the games. Like, we have 6 games in a day, man. You've got to be able to bring that up, and you can see as we move towards the middle part here of these boards, this is where it's all at. There are some teams here, well, specifically there's one team, KZ, who have played 2 days, so they're maybe a little bit inflated on this leaderboard. This is where it's at, man. This is the day. This is the last week before those bi-weekly finals, and next week. And if you're looking to make those ones, you're going to have a big showing. You cannot flounder at this point. It is honestly probably the most important week that you're going to have here in Trios leading up to the bi-weekly final.
Oh, absolutely. Even with everything going on here, there's still so much of this happening and still going on, though, that we still have to be able to pay attention to it as we look at the very top scores. I mean, look at this. Look how close this is between top number 1 and 3. 145.3. OUG dropped 88.8 points the last time that we was doing this. But then check this out. Fun Plus Phoenix was down in like top 10. I mean, like top 10 under that, right? They dropped a 91.5. They went absolutely insane to the point where they went up so high in the leaderboards. Now they're in top 5.
That's honestly beautiful. It's ridiculous. Like, this is the thing, right? I mean, I talk about consistency. A lot of those teams you see at the top there have kind of similar scores, and it's fine. It's fine if you just have like one big pop-off day, as you say. Like, dropping a 90 bomb is definitely enough to put you at the top of the scoreboard there. But there was, I think it was JDB. I'm not 100% sure. I may have missed the name.
Oh,
someone
wait a minute.
What is this?
Wait a minute. There's that league getting spanked. Hold on. Is that league getting spanked by Dung Queen? And well, wait a minute. Are we going to have to go to? We might need to see that for replay purposes, just for professional opinions. I'm just saying. Meanwhile, these two are having a hard time holding hands.
But not outside of the game.
I've seen it in game too, but I haven't seen it, IRL, especially in the pro league. That's a little different. Hold on, I wasn't ready for that. Everybody else is obviously getting ready to lock it in. There's still a lot of stuff happening here. There's still so much to be had, and I'm so excited for these next 6 games here. Like you said, we're going back to our same map as always, our favorite map. But then obviously we go to Holleroth in game 3 and game 6. So what is he holding?
I honestly didn't see what he was holding. I was trying to figure it out for myself.
Like a slip, and I was like, what is he holding? Why are they looking at each other very intense? I'm kidding. As we get ready to lock in for our first 6 games here, you said that you're new in terms of casting for trios. What are you expecting coming out of these trio games, especially with the new map? With the new map, what are you really anticipating, and what are you excited to see?
So when I was doing the solos, there's the chest, right, that can give you the red armor, but you have to do the little mini game, right, and turn the statues around. I can't remember specifically who it was, but we had a player in solos drop there, win the fight for the chest, and he didn't know how to do the puzzle. And then he got collapsed on by like 2 other players, and then they knew how to do it, and he got absolutely screwed out of it. So I'm expecting in trios, when there's 3 people on your team, that you would at least have one guy who knows how to do that puzzle. So I'm expecting to see that one go down.
It's going to be fun here, but also make sure to keep in mind that the Morris Cup Open qualifiers will be starting very, very soon. Or actually, no, the finals are actually coming up here. So we have semifinals on the 24th and the 25th. That is going to be 3 p.m. Pacific time. And then obviously the grand finals will be October 1st through the 2nd. We already went through our open qualifiers. So our games, our players are set for the semis. And obviously those grand finals are going to be just as juicy on the 1st and 2nd. I've done Morris Cup plenty of times. I'm so excited to be able to work with that one as well and do more. That's going to be very, very fun. Obviously, I will be casting for both, especially those grand finals. The grand finals are going to be out. I absolutely cannot wait. Those names, I can't wait to see who pops up, who makes it, and it's going to be a good time. Morris Cup is fun.
Why do we even have a graphic telling us about the Morris Cup? What we should have had was a graphic of your face saying yes. He will be casting the Morris Cup. He will be there, and then just some dates as well.
Yes.
That's what we care about. Let's be real.
Just look at it and just go, yes.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be my first time as well, looking at some different leagues in Naraka, different things going on, and I love the cup format. It's always a lot of fun. There's a lot of high stakes, so you get some wacky games.
Very, very high stakes. But also back to what you were talking about as well. You said about the one player that kind of just lands in that one space in terms of the circle. Believe it or not, in terms of trios, I have yet to really see an actual fight break out in that space. Usually there's this team that kind of lands there, or they'll land kind of nearby, go through some decent loot. If they do get into a fight, they get into a fight way before that actually happens, and then they'll end up going in the center and like no one's around. Like I've seen it where like there has been teams just absolutely fighting and dominating and decimating in one place, and then you come here and they're just wide open. Don't have to worry about anybody. Somebody nearby. They can just take their time. They go through the puzzle. I saw one, like literally when we did it the first time for Hollow Off, we watched them figure it out. That whole time they were trying to figure it out. No one contested them. They was just, they was free. They had all that space to do it. And I was like, wow, I really thought a lot more people would go there.
Yeah. It's considering the benefit you get. Like it was honestly like a somewhat of a similar thing in solos as well. Like there was, I think the first time just one person landed there, no one else went. I guess like people assume that it's going to be so hotly contested it's not worth it. But like I haven't seen a red armor yet, but at minimum I think I saw like legendary weapon, legendary armor, bam, straight off the bat. And when you're in solos, right, and you've only got the one person to kit out on your squad, that's it, you're done. You spend the rest of the game just hunting people down and bullying them with your armor and weapon advantage. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. Moxie was getting super tilted though, because people didn't know how to fix the whatever it was, the puzzle, and she was like, go underneath, do it.
Especially when you know it too, it does make it easier. Yeah. But there is a prediction qualification though when it comes to the names and everything else here, and there's still more to be had within this space. And obviously as we're getting ready to lock in with all of our players here, I mean, we've seen a lot of familiar faces, we've seen some friendly faces, EWG, Senzi, Zhao, Yeran, and everywhere else in between this. There's still a lot of these players here still trying to make some magic happen though. But I remember there was something we were talking about when it came to the regards of EWG here. EWG has an average points per game, and their average points has been actually really amazing. So when we did it the first time for their trio game, in game 3 their highest point average was 16.425. Their game before that, 1635. Their first game, 1147. They went down in game 4, but they started to climb their way back with a 5.5, 6.3, and a 9.2. So EWG definitely is coming in with some nice average points for their team here, and they still have more room to grow, especially within these next 6 games. They just have to figure out their own momentum and kind of really go through like what is the most important. And obviously those first 3 games, they really kind of went hardcore W key. They were able to find their nice moves and really was able to get in these decent areas that were super helpful for them. But then obviously halfway through, they just kind of struggled and were just having a hard time figuring it out. But let's hope that they'll be able to figure it out here in these next 6 games, as we still got more to do as we check in on GD as well. K, Kakashi, and Don Queen. Don Queen, actually one of the top players here, but Kakashi definitely is a certified W here. I've seen this man push, and I could tell that his teammates keep telling him to come back here. But I will say this though, in the first bi-weekly, the average points of the 16 place each game is 8.6. The qualification score for bi-weekly trios finals is 103. By week 2, it was 7.6, and the predicted score was a 91.2. So not too bad, honestly. Not too bad on each side of the numbers here. So clearly, people have been getting it right. These players are definitely focusing on making sure that they have their high placements and they have really high intentions on how they're playing and making sure that everything is going right as we look at Lucky Mentality. All a part of Alliance here with an average kill of 6.4, average damage of 26,000, and a 38% in the top 5 here. Obviously, you've been kind of like still getting used to it here, but there's any teams that's kind of sticks out to you currently?
I'm big on the Bowder train. I love them. I think they're brilliant. Like this is also a team that was, had high expectations coming into this. Like I heard the phrase super team being thrown around, and everyone was really hyped about the roster. And then honestly, from what I've seen of them, was a little bit disappointing. Really, like hadn't really performed in the way we were expected. But it seems as though they're kind of back on track. I would say, like they were, up towards the top of the leaderboard. So that's nice to see them kind of reach their potential. And obviously, I do have a soft spot for the European organizations here. Alliance being one of them, and the other one being Wolves. Honestly, it doesn't matter whether you're in solos, whether you're in trios. It doesn't matter if you're in the Morris Isle or you're on Kolarov. Wolves are just turbo aggressive as well. Like, unfortunately, we're not going to be watching them today, but these are the organizations that always catch my eye. Just people that just endlessly fight, and that's for me just what's just so fun. Like when you're casting, you just can't breathe. Like you just don't get an opportunity. You don't get an oxygen break. That's what makes this game so fun for me.
It's nothing but a vibe and an absolute good time here as we're looking at all of our hero picks that's about to get going here. And man, do I see so... Oh, we're seeing a Transformer cop today, boys. Yeah, we're seeing it. I'm seeing it everywhere. There's only two. I'm just gonna let you know. There's only three, at least three. It could be 4. I think 3 to 4. I think there's 4 that are doing the Transformer comp.
There's 4 that are not doing the Transformer comp. Everyone is doing a Transformer comp, if I'm not mistaken, apart from EWG, who you were highlighting earlier. ASEY, not YZG, sorry, they're doing, wait, they've changed it up. They are doing one, so AOW, yeah, it's 3. Genuinely, no, it's 4, I'm dumb. It's GD and AOW, yeah. So we got a lot of Transformer comps coming through early on today. Always a nice comp to watch, always fun to watch when you get into those final circles, but of course, if like everyone's running Transformer comps, then you're not going to get everyone in the final circle, so we might see some people get preyed upon early on.
Definitely won't be as we look at this map here, and obviously J-Team, Ventus, and a couple of the other main teams are going to be heading towards Victims Haven nearby near Sunwing, not near Sunwing, sorry, Wreckage Plains. Sunwing West is going to see some people like WBG. AOW is going to be somewhere close by, at least towards, it looks like it's going to be towards the center of Celestra. Nobody at Stillside Temple, which is also really interesting, and it looks like a lot of the smaller places are going to find a lot of good loot here, from Alchemist College, Victims Haven, Winefield, and I think there was a team that landed at Zest Winery, but I know for a fact Wreckage Plains is going to see at least 2 teams here as we're going to lock it in here for our first game of trios. Bi-weekly day 6, game 1 of our trios.
Love the beginning of these games here in Naraka where you've got those revivers up, everyone just going crazy. I already saw like 2 or 3, there's some more eliminations coming through. We're seeing YZG and WBG going at it, but I think it's just a Wubbagur going down here. They don't have much of a chance in that one, but it's cool, man. This is what it's all about, man. In the trios, when everyone's fighting, Mikassa's already popping his ulti, man. You already get his Joe up already. That's banging stuff right there on Alliance. I was talking about how I like to keep my eyes on these guys as the European representatives here in the Nbpl. Obviously, the players themselves are not European, but the organization certainly is. I think I jinxed them. I'm really sorry about that, Alliance guys. I'm really, really sorry. But at least you got your resurrections, okay? At least you got your resurrections. It's right. It's not all over just yet. Swapping over now to Ventus versus NAD. A bit of bullying here. He's not going to survive very long in this one, is he? No, he's a little bit screwed, and Dao Shui going to get that cheeky little resurrection. All's good in the hood here. We've got a lot of eliminations already. What's that? 6, 12, 13 elims in like the first 30 seconds. Oh, I love to see it.
Whole lot of absolute aggression coming in. And like I said, we talk about that WQ factor here, and already off the rip here, YZG, Vintage, JJ, and AOW is already feeling that amount of momentum here. It looks like EWG is thinking the same thing, and so is Ace here. Viper's going to try to see if he can catch somebody within the blinding, but it looks like it's going to be unfortunate not being able to find anybody as they go through the run around and the reset here as the Yorihime forces himself to come out. Alex is going to be the first one that gets hit by it. Sansi is going to try to see if maybe he can find another one. Unfortunate, but it looks like he's going to get very low here in a very dangerous situation. His champion does get eliminated, and so is their other teammates here. They're both going to push that same energy as Ventus decides to come in. Ventus decides to come through and make some magic happening here. So much time, and as we're both going to be pushing in. Oh my goodness, Pixel decides to pull out the first transformer of our game. Throws one, drags one, takes two, but it's not enough. He will get eliminated though, and they, a double parry comes in from Double X98 from Ventus. Is going to be able to shut that down and put them both on their backside. They're both going to be scrambling, trying to see if maybe they can keep the damage up, but it looks like it's not enough as Ventus will get eliminated. EWG will be able to run it and keep it going as J-Team is going to push in on another team as well. ZK almost ends up getting stuck in a place where you don't want to be, and that's right in front of the massive blade that is Dawn Queens, and Dawn Queen is going to be able to catch the feed for that one as the Monk ult comes out. Eagle from J-Team is going to be able to drag one, and it looks like it's going to be a nice slam, but no, ends up actually hitting him just enough. Question is, he grabs one, is he able to grab another? He's getting so close, but it's unfortunate though as Eagle will get eliminated, and GD is able to clutch it up for another dub.
That's what it's all about here in these trios, your skirmishing powers. You've got to be able to go for those fights in the early game. We're seeing so many of them already. Amazing stuff right there. Don Quing able to get a sick snipe, honestly, from that Yoto ulti to kick someone when he's down, running away, trying to lick his wounds. It's not going to happen. Swapping over there, AOW just for a brief second, but it's MPG versus 17JL, the transform. You're going to be seeing a lot of this today. Every single team, it seems like, has got one of these big old monks looking to turn into them a champ form and bring them down. It is MPG on the run in this one here. Just popping the monk form just to get away right now. I should be fine in this. So I would regroup. Lick your wounds a little bit here. Kind of low on those resources. Not too much going for them at this point, but if I know MPG and I know Dubai, they're going to look to turn this one around. So keep your eyes peeled here. 17J on the chase. Just throwing a little bit of ranged poke around here. Trying to get some chip damage. Trying to get a little bit of that armor knocked down. Sora, you cheeky little monkey. You see that just hanging out on the side of the building, waiting for them to walk past, and it kind of works, but not quite. As here we go. There's the transform into the Terracotta Warrior this time around. No monks to be seen because both of those monks have already popped their transformations, but it is the double Terracotta Warrior here instead. We are going to go for that play here. They're going to look for that fight. Going to try and make it happen at 17JL. Able to just keep it alive for now. Circle is closing in as well here. So there's a lot of pressure in the fight. You might have to move on from this one if you're not careful. And we'll see. MPG able to make it happen just a little bit. 17JL as well. Not too much happening. There is one down actually from MPG here. And I think that's going to be enough just to take that W and then walk away a little bit. I think, yeah, Soro's in a lot of trouble now as well, man. He's got nothing. He's up a creek without a paddle. He's out of there. 17JL. It looked like, honestly, MPG kind of took that. They were waiting. They were waiting in the wings trying to make that one happen. And unfortunately, don't come out on top. And now it's Dubai here. But he's getting chased by JJ hard. He needs to try and find a way to survive. More bad guys on his tail. Going in for that scavenging kill. I don't think this is a very fair fight, though, to be honest with you. 3v1, I'm not...
You think so?
No, I think this is a little bit rude, actually. I don't think Dubai stood much of a chance there. That is MPG eliminated from game number 1. 0 points to their name, and they're out of here.
So the one thing that is really tough in a lot of these situations that I think people don't obviously understand is even in a comp where it is 3 people, if one person gets split up, it's game over. Because that's what they actually look for. That's what they look for, is that one little bit of splitting where maybe somebody's just a little bit behind, a little bit short, they catch one, and then one is going to have to get forced to fight, and or one gets just too close and it's just unfortunate. Meanwhile, Old 6 might be the one that ends up getting caught up in the bad situation, but no, he's going to be able to find his way at least around it, as LXY is going to be able to go up top here, trying to see what he can do. I don't even think he has any grapples anymore, as GBL's Davao is going to be on the outskirts here with that cannon. Is going to try to see if maybe he can do some type of damage before they push in, as Gua is going to be able to use that insane bail at a beautiful time just for that defense, only to come back with a massive heavy slam on that sword. Only for Davao is going to be able to rotate this around here, as Ventus TJ is going to be able to pick up the elimination off of LXY here, and one gets caught. Q9's LWH gets caught on a wall and gets sauced and dossed like an absolute pizza, as Ventus is going to be able to cover this out. But oh no, GBL is going to be outside. They're nearby and they're sitting there waiting for Ventus. They're like, come out and play. They want Ventus. They want that energy, and it just looks like GBL looks like they won't fully commit to it.
Ventus already sitting pretty high there on the kill total. This is the worst thing to happen here. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Like, you've got your high placements for, you know, you got your placement multiplier, excuse me, if you finish high. You've also got your kill total as well. Like, if you've already started the game with a lot of kills, sometimes what you see is teams go a little bit passive because they want to try and finish high so they don't ruin the fact that they got a lot of kills. You know, they want to be able to get that multiplier. It's like they think, okay, we've got enough kills here. We've done good here. We're going to get some points now. If we can just turn that into something sexy, then we're happy. As we're going to see here, ASC versus EWG, trying to make it happen. That Vipening ulti dropping down, but it is the Wushen just going to TP with the Tai Chi Rift, saving his team. That is one of the things that I don't miss, actually, from watching trios compared to solo. Whenever you see Wushen, it happens. Is that actually hitting them?
No, it's about to, though. It's about to, though. That's what we talk about with the timing, though. Viper coming in with this long-awaited Viper ulti strike, only for people to be able to land and don't really have any time to retreat, so they just kind of wait for the time. And then there goes a second one, as GG is going to be able to get one. GD's from Kakashi is going to be able to catch one from an elimination, as Yeron and Senzi. EWG ends up getting eliminated. Unfortunate timing, though. Even with that, still going to be able to put that down, though.
That's big, though. That's 2 of the top 4 teams here. As far as kills go, they're out. YZG and EWG just gone. You know, and that's it. They're multiplying now. That's not going to be very high at all, and that's really going to hurt them in that point total towards the end here. As we're seeing now, a bit of a fight here. Godlay from JG Hard just going to get. I mean, I say it was a fight, but he was he was just like, yeah, my team's dead. They're done, so I'm gonna try and see what I can do. But there was nothing really happening there, was it? So that's JG Hard eliminated as well. We're really chipping away at the teams here as we reach that 20-ish minute mark here. About half the teams gone. A lot less of the map to fight over, and the Wushen ulti just coming through, going to reset that fight as well. Again, keeping his teammates alive. There's not NAT. They've got to be careful. They've got to be very, very careful. Like, it's just Dubai. It's literally just him. I mean, he's not long for this world at all. I don't think he can really make it happen. Excuse me, not Dubai. It's Dalshi. He's gonna have to run away from this one, but I don't think he's got no friends. It's literally just him. Like, I think he's in a bit of a pickle, and I think, did he go down there? I didn't actually see what happened, but no. He did kind of get away for a little second, but I'm not sure, man. He's on a sliver of HP. He's about to transform back out, and in his pleb form, I don't think he can make it happen. Even in his non-pleb form, I still think he was a little bit up against it. 2v1 doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you've got your ulti up or not. That Terracotta Warrior is not strong enough, and there it is. There it is. He's going down right here. Oh, he did have a teammate alive though. Excuse me, actually. I was mistaken there. And what on earth has he done for his customization? I'm not sure. He's got a blue body and a tail, but fair enough, man. Fair enough. Fair play to you. GBL now versus Alliance. Han versus Mentality in a pure 1v1. That is an absolute good heavens mentality. Just really going for that one, fighting over that.
I love the 1v1s. I love the 1v1s. The 1v1s.
You don't get them a lot in trios. You don't get them a lot at all.
Oh, you don't. You definitely enjoy them when you realize that as XCG is going to be up top here. Looks like XCG has their full team comp. So is ASE. ASE is going to be able to rotate this in, but I just want to show you guys. AOW, who's at the very bottom of our full leaderboard, has 12 eliminations so far in this game. 37.7 points. Could this be AOW's massive comeback we could be seeing? Are we starting to see the makings of AOW's massive trio comeback? Let's see what happens though, as GBL will be officially eliminated with Ult 6 being the last player alive. WBG is going to try to keep that same magic here as they get their first elimination here. As NAD also is going to be rotating out. It looks like he's not the... It looks like him and his other teammate doesn't know where he is though. Doesn't know where 40 is, but they will take him outside of the circle here. It's not looking good as 40's going to be on this outskirts here. Ends up getting carried by Jing. 40's going to try to dip out, but it's just unfortunate as 40 is just going to get absolutely pelted, melted, and dealted by WBG's full team roster.
And there's Malmam, who recently was resurrected by his recently now fallen, slain friend. I mean, NAD, man, they've just been up against it here. They're just trying to play, like, stealthy and try and maybe get some finishing points. Like, this is definitely not their map right here. They've struggled here in the first game, so just trying to scavenge and salvage anything they can out of this one. Now, GD versus XCG. Both of these teams trying to look for something on the scoreboard here. Not too much going for either one of them, as we are going to get that transform happening here, but there's a lot of trees around that makes it really hard to execute that monk form here, because they're tied behind the trees. You can't grab past the trees. Oh, he's managed to find one. Don Quing, though, he's just going to hold him still for the rest of his team to bully him. Just go for those 3 hits, as Don Quing is... Yeah. He's going to get grabbed middle ulti there. That's not nice to see for him. And he is going to go down. That's all done. So it's ASC here now looking for that third party, trying to pick up XCG. They could be the ones finding themselves in a bit of a pickle here. The hunter has become the hunted, and that is one of their members down. Now trying to just chill out here as that circle's moving forward here, as GD now going for that jump in with that timing on the Viper ulti, as champion is now the focus of GG's ire. Kakaxi here just going to be dipping away though, doesn't want to be taking this one too much. And a little bit of a pickle himself as ASC as well, also looking for that reset. ASC in a pretty good spot here. At least they're all alive. That's certainly something better than you can say for some of these other teams that might look to chase down GD here. Kakaxi definitely on the back foot, running for his life with his team, just trying to get into the circle a little bit here and away from those nasty ASC players.
A lot of that coming in, and it looks like XCG will be successfully getting Lexington out. It looks like they still got a decent way to go though from circle, but it looks like they will be able to make it in. As 17JL is going to be able to rotate this out here. GD and Ventus still into this with 6 eliminations. Ventus with 7 currently. See if they can keep that momentum going as well. 17JL still trying to keep the feed going here. There's still a lot. Look at this. This is a very interesting circle, right? Usually we see people kind of rotating in from really all sides, but this top right just seems to be kind of the favorited from a lot. And see, I mean, obviously there were a lot of people that were landing there, but there was way more people down low from what I remember. So knowing that everybody kind of had this really far rotation is so interesting. Like knowing where everyone is. I mean, there's still like a full side that I don't even think has even been looted, hasn't been ransacked, hasn't been found. Like that's just a whole different side that still has extra space. Meanwhile, AOW on the other side, just waiting for this chest to pop open, and it looks like they will be available and ready to go. Meanwhile, F3 comes in for Yoda Hime. Is going to be able to cover it. They're going to be able to open it and get a free Morris Blessing here. See if they get anything good out of their loot here as Mikasa and Ping Tao. AOW. Try to see if they can get anything going here as XCG is going to be nearby. Oh boy, it looks like GD smells it. They smell praying loot. They know somebody's nearby. And
wow.
HQ is going to be able to find all 3 players at the same time. Queen ends up getting the first one. Ends up getting the parry. Old's going to be able to push in. The Bell is going to be able to wait it out. Meanwhile, Don Queen is going to push out and force the Yoda Hime ult to come out. Both of them is going to be able to get the first smash. Question is, are they going to get the second? Yes, he does. Don Queen is going to be able to get the first elimination from this team. XCG trying to see if they can stay alive here. Don Queen dangerously low as GD. Kakaxi is going to be able to pop that Viper. And XCG Zhao Nun is going to be able to use the monk. But the timing comes in. It's such a beautiful time, though, just for them to be able to stun him and get some massive damage on him as he ends up getting grabbed here. Not looking good as he goes for the first one. He gets the second. XCG is going to be able to get the first elimination here from that team. He gets the first grab. Does he get the second? He's waiting it out. He goes for the throw. He knows Galaxy's going to be nearby here, waiting for the opportunity. He's going to be able to go for the first swipe. Can he get the next one? He's so dangerously low, but no, it's not enough. He's going to be able to debug, go for the bell, and he's going to try to fight it out for the very last one. Goes for the small shield swap, waits for it, ends up getting parried, and K is going to be able to shut him down. All of his dreams right in front of him, and he's going to be able to watch it blow in the wind.
GD coming out on top of that fight. That was a beautiful one down here in the ravine, and it looked really close up until the ending right there. Just one big monk versus the rest of GD. It's just not quite enough, as that is them. Dunzo, they are out of the lobby here, swapping over to AOW. As you mentioned, this is the team that was really low ranked. You can see it here on the left hand side of your screen, like really low ranked. I personally was surprised. You asked me for when we were going over the standings. I was like, oh, AW, that's a bit strange. And here they are, 12 kills to their name here in our first map. And they're looking to finish high as well, still in this one. It's definitely a team that I expected a little bit more from than their standing would indicate. And so far in this first game, they're certainly impressing here, as we've got Ventus and WBG. WBG, another team that has been struggling so far in trios, trying to make that bi-weekly final next week. Has to start with some good games here today, and why not? And your game number one, that's where you're going to make it happen in this fight versus Ventus. No, it's not going to happen. No one dedicating too much to this. Getting a bit of a low state here instead, just a little bit of poking from the ranged weapons. And speaking of, though, Alliance are now getting themselves in a bit of a pickle against ASE, who are looking to hunt this one down. Alliance trying to get out of the circle as well. Like, both these teams need to be careful as they move forward here. Alex in a bit of a pickle himself, actually, looking to have to just run away right there. His mentality's already gone for the shift, so Alliance are going to look to make the most of this one, as Jin's a little bit caught out of position. You can see, though, the rest of his team and they help him out on this one. WBG, however, are to the right-hand side of this fight. They're close if they want to go for this third party. It would be ASC versus Alliance versus WBG. It looks like WBG, though, are just going to hang out for a bit and try and get a little bit of poke from far away. Do not want to dedicate into this one, and instead, when they see that limping member, then they're going to jump in, and then they're going to try and make that play. It's both Alliance and ASC. Ooh, on the backside, but holy moly, mentality just goes down right there. My goodness, he gets caught absolutely with his pants down. He is going to go down. That is not good news for Alliance at this point in the game, as we're getting into that final circle stage. 10 minutes left. A little bit of Naraka left to play, but still, when you remember down, you're certainly up against it here, especially when you're playing versus such bloodthirsty opponents, as everyone always is here in the Nbpl on ASC. Certainly no exception to that rule, as they're caught actually between WBG and ASC. I don't think it's going to look good here for Alliance, as Lucky and Jakey trying to survive, trying to get mentality up as best they can, but there's just nothing happening. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place right here. Alliance is trying to survive, hiding up in trees, dashing around, trying to keep themselves up. If it's not ASC, then it's going to be WBG. One of these two teams is looking, and 17JL are now also in the vicinity. But I think Alliance made their... Oh, it's honest, everywhere they run into someone new. It's now AOW they found as well. They're not good, man. It's not looking good for them. It's not looking good at all. These guys are really struggling. Lucky's now ridiculously low. And if there is any kind of positive from this situation, it's that maybe all of the bad guys that you've attracted might maybe fight each other and leave you alone. Unlikely if these teams are looking for those kill scores, but maybe it's something that you can pray for, as Alliance are now playing that and just sitting on inside that house under the roof.
Absolutely, though, as GD was able to get that gold, though, from that Morris Blessing. Curious if there was also a anything gold in terms of an actual weapon for them. Not really known, but it looks like Don Queen and Gagaxi was able to trade out something here, as AOW is going to have 12 eliminations still to their name currently here. We have 7 teams left. In a very wide circle like this, usually we get a lot more teams here, but there has been a lot of teams that end up getting eliminated to the point where we only have 7 teams left. This is interesting. Usually within this amount of space, usually we definitely get you know, you get. I feel like we'd get maybe 10 or more. Maybe we get 11, maybe we get 12. Maybe even if we're lucky, we'll get 9. So to be able to see 7, that's a very low amount of teams here that are still alive. Now, mind you, some could be solo team stragglers. Some could be, you know, just like the one man that's still not nearby. But to see this is the point where it's almost, I mean, I think almost every team is fully alive except for Alliance. Alliance has one person that's down. So obviously, as you can tell, they're just slowly trying to move in, not getting caught in a very inconspicuous way. Meanwhile, 17JL, AOW, WBG, ASC, they all have their full team comp ready to go and rock for our first game here. This is very interesting. We might even see it to where the circle doesn't even fully close here, which also that'd be very rare here. 17JL DU is gonna be able to expose himself with that massive katana strike from that Soul Jade. That's very, very powerful here. You definitely don't want to get caught by that. Meanwhile, ZU on fire, getting hit and melted with nothing but just massive balls coming in from those cannons. Whole lot coming in, and you just definitely doesn't want to get caught in a bad situation here. And meanwhile, Alliance is going to be nearby this chest here, and it looks like it's already been looted here, but they are on this tree here in GD. No sense of where they could be.
6 minutes left. Everyone's sitting on top of their roofs, on top of their trees, just hiding out and throwing their ranged attacks out, trying to get a bit of poke before they go in. No one wants to dedicate because you know 100% for sure when the circle is this small, you're gonna get third party if you actually dedicate into a fight. Lucky's gonna fall. I think that's Alliance. Not sure if they're done though, but and they're very known. I can still see Aki's alive here. It's just one person alive though. As you mentioned, every other team is all of their members. They've got 3 people alive. It's just Alliance here. And, probably not long for this world, and we'll be down to 6 teams. This kind of weapon just always cracks me up. It's like Naraka is a game full of like finesse and martial arts and gymnastics, and then someone just runs
and
around
timing.
with this big ass chainsaw and just tries to chop people up like something out of an awful like Z-list horror movie. It's absolutely out of place, and I love it.
Listen, this is the one thing you definitely don't want to get caught in a wall. I was playing a game once with one of my friends, and they had that. Literally the last person alive. I just watched my friend just use that, run him into a corner of a massive rock, and he just wah, 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 wah. He was just taking it to the very end, and he died that way. And I was just like, that was so rude. You had to do that. That was so disrespectful. Please give him some kind of dignity at the end of the game. We just assaulted this man in every which way possible. Meanwhile, Bingtao being 300 IQ smart here, using the top of this space here, to try to see if maybe he can get anything from damage. And it looks like he does here. It's WX98 with the massive chainsaw, the massacre within itself, trying to see if he can get anything within that space, but there's so much nearby. 17JL, AOW, Ventus, GD Alliance, so many players trying to see if they can get anything here, and it looks like AOW is caught in a bad situation with nothing but cannons ricocheting inside of this space here. GD trying to see if he can find anybody here, as one is going to be able to get pushed in here. It's going to try to find one with Viper, and it looks like he's going to be unfortunately unsuccessful and really being able to find anything here. Meanwhile, ASC is going to use their Wushin and back out as far as possible. Doesn't want to get caught in a bad space here. ASE champion trying to fight this out here, forcing their Viper ult within this space as well. Not going to be able to really find anything, but the Wushin is going to be able to take them out just in time for them to maybe be able to go heal and run it back. Yet again, Gun Queen still trying to maneuver and make something happen. F3 is going to be able to protect him. Meanwhile, he's going to be able to go for the full HP. Alex nearby with that Yoda Hime ult, trying to see if maybe he can do something as well. Up top, getting pelted somewhere by those massive cannons. Could be beneficial if he does end up getting hit by some of them, but it looks like it's unsuccessful, as Jing is going to be nearby. 17JL up top of whatever sliver they have left of room up top of that massive tower here, as Sleepwalker looks like he has an absolute missile of that cannon, is trying to see if he can create as much damage as possible, as Pixel is trying to do the exact same.
3 minutes left though. This circle is getting very, very small. We still have 7 teams alive. There is not enough space for all of those players in this teeny weeny little circle as it goes down. WBG, they're looking a little bit poked here as well. It's really coming through though, isn't it? All those rockets, all that range. Someone's going to have to pull the trigger at some point. And the big thing to look out for is who has to pop their ulti early. Because they'll be vulnerable, man. You just wait out for that ulti to go through. And then once it's done, suddenly you have the advantage. And you might see some teams decide to go for that. Of course, still the fear of getting third party. That is really the biggest thing you have to be afraid of when you're playing Naraka. Is it's not your opponent, like the person you're looking to fight. It's the person you can't see. It's the person coming through on the other side. As we are going to get the transform here from Sleepwalker on WBG. He's popped it. He's got a great grab onto Ventus. TJ here, stuck in his hand. Gonna get shot by his teammates as well. The sandstorm comes through just to block some of those projectiles, make it a little bit harder to dedicate into this fight. Now we've got Ventus, WBG, ASC, all in the same fight. AOW's here as well. 17JL looking like it's all kicking off now. It's all kicking off. The Transformers are here. There's 4 big monks on my screen. Everyone's trying to grab someone, but they're running out of real estate. The high ground is where you want to be here. You want to be able to make those grabs happen without getting blocked by line of sight. And standing on top of the roof is where you want to be. And Aiki from Alliance is in premier spot right here. Prime real estate, but he's all by himself. He doesn't have a team. It's literally just him. We are whittling our way down here through the players in this final circle. Kakaxi gonna go for the big Viper ult. He's gonna get the stun, and Pixel is brought down. That's him. Dunzo, Sleepwalker from WBG as well is gonna fall. Alex from ASC is going down as well. We're left with just AOW, GD, Ventus, WBG, 17JL, and of course Aiki. Somehow Alliance is just holding on there, trying to finish high. I don't know how he's not died yet when the rest of his opposition are all sitting with full rosters. Somehow he's just able to just hide and make it happen for that high finish. The WBG here now down a member against 17JL. Ventus on the floor as well, trying to lick their wounds. Sleepwalker, he's back up on this one. Aiki, just look at him, just running around in the middle of this whole thing. He's all by himself. He doesn't want to dedicate to any of this. He just hopes that everyone else is too busy fighting other people that they won't notice that he's there. And so far, it's working out for him.
It looks like, even with the amount of magic happening here, there's still so much to be had here. As the first Monk ult's gonna be able to come in, DU is gonna be able to get the first grab and gets a double elimination. So much happening, but the Wushin is gonna be able to try to take him out, but there's a massive Viper that shuts down every last person within its sector. Unbelievable timing as the Monk ult comes out. Dawn Queen is gonna get eliminated, Pink Town as well. Who's gonna catch all of these eliminations? It's Sleepwalker by himself. WBG is going to be the last one alive and takes our first game of trios. The question is, are they the actual winner? Because there were so many people from the, yes it is, AOW is going to be our winners for our game number 1.
What a turnaround though for AOW. WBG as well. These are 2 teams. I think they were like 20th and 19th. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. I think they're both in the bottom 3 as far as standings go. Like, they've had a real nightmare so far here in the trios in Nbpl.
AOW has been an absolute struggle team so far. They really have been having the struggle of really trying to keep some form of consistency, but they've also just been having a hard time getting within that top 10. Even within the top 10, top 5, they've just been struggling. I mean, we've had a couple of early pop-off games from them, but not to where they make it all the way to the end game. And that's one of the things you really need to pay attention to. You gotta hit that end game as much as possible. And sometimes, from what people have been seeing, it's really, really hard, and it's not that easy. So to finally see a team like AOW really make it all the way to the end here, man, this is awesome.
It is, and it means we can't expect anything coming into our next games. Like, if expectations were to be believed, AOW would not to be the winners that you're seeing here on your screen. WBG would not be the last team standing either. And yet, here we are. We live in that beautiful world where both of those things are true. And so now it's like, what's going to happen then? Are we going to get the people that are already performing well? Are they going to, are they going to step up and actually continue to dominate? Or is it reverse day? Teams that weren't doing too well are going to look to take this one. Certainly from game number 1, it looks like it's the day of the underdog. And as a British person, I'm all here for an underdog story.
I'm also here for an underdog story, and I love when seeing those final teams. Like we said before, we talked about Fun Plus Phoenix here, who was in the 10th, probably even lower than that. Comes up, pops off with a massive 90+ point score, only to make it to top 4 within 1 day of trio games. So if they can do that, I wouldn't be surprised if we could see AOW at least reach top 3 if they keep that same type of momentum for these next 5 games. Now, we still have 5 more games left towards this, but man, AOW coming in, massive clutch, even with the amount of space that they had, even with the timing, and they still was able to keep their composure as much as possible. So I'm curious to see how the final standings go, at least for this game, because AOW, they needed it.
Oh yeah, they needed it for sure. I think they needed it more than anyone else, to be honest. And I have a lot of faith in this team, honestly. I really think they're a quality team, quality roster, and I love the way they play. I'm expecting to see, you know, obviously WBG finishing high up there. Shout out as well to Alliance. Like they lost someone really early, and then they lost someone else a little bit further on as well, and there was like 7 or 8 teams left, and Alliance was like the only one who didn't have 3 members alive, and he was like what, in like the last kind of 4 or 5 or something like that to actually go down. So they were able to kind of salvage a little bit out of that. But obviously, you know, without those kills, you're not going to be able to score too highly. That high finish multiplier is not going to mean too much. 10 times 0 is still a 0. So yeah, not the ideal start here for Alliance, but still, you know, I think it's great. We've got 6 games here today, and I want to see if our previously struggling teams can keep it up as our day progresses.
Yeah, let's hope that they can keep that same momentum even with everything going on as we look at the standings, at least for our trio game. And it looks like AOW with 16 eliminations, a 24.4 massive game coming in from them. They definitely needed those amount of points to accumulate for their final score of today, as GD also as well with 12 eliminations, 22.2 in second, and WBG with 9 eliminations, coming in third with a 19.4. Still a very interesting game here. We look at 17JL with 15 points, 13 points coming in from Ventus as well. So even with the amount of space happening on each side here, Alliance, even with 8 in 8 plays, 3 eliminations, 6.5, still decent for them. They still need to have something. So even with that, still so much to be had here, as there's only going to be more and more space coming into this. But look, I mean, AOW, like I said before, they absolutely needed it, and those 24.4 points is going to be a big start for them. Let's hope that they keep the same momentum for the next 5 games.
I believe that's more points than they had in total. I mean, they've done it in 1 game. They've literally just completely swapped it on its head. Absolutely beautiful stuff for them. They're going to be very, very chuffed about that one. YZG, on the other hand, I think will be a bit disappointed with this game because they had all those kills pretty early on. They still finished 7th overall with some points there. But, you know, if they were able to actually get a high place finish, that would have been so much better for them. They would have actually been able to turn those kills into some more points. And there is your MVP, Ping Tao. 33,000 damage, 10 kills. Blimey, 10 kills all by himself. That is utter madness right there on the Viper as well. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. Viper's more seemed like a utility, kind of locking those people down, making those big ultis and then wailing down with the rest of your team. But 10 kills by himself.
Can we focus on the fact that 13,000 damage came from just his cannon alone? Just the cannon alone, he accumulated 13,000 plus damage. He did more than his katana and his greatsword. Meanwhile, he also had a repair roll, dagger sap, flame breath, soft step, nether step, and advanced heal. This man had every single soul J that he needed to keep not only himself alive, but also the team, and also keep repairing over and over again. There's a reason why he had that 13K, was because he had that repair roll. That repair roll gives you so much of an opportunity for you to repair your stuff without actually having to sit there and go through every single time. You got to wait 2 or 3 seconds. He can just roll, repair, keep shooting, roll, repair, keep shooting. And that's why he gets 13,000 plus damage on just his cannon alone, with 6 assists and 10 eliminations total. I mean, look at this, 33,000 damage. This man has the red bar all the way up towards the edge.
Yeah, he's breaking the chart, man. He's breaking the chart. Absolute ridiculous things. Like we mentioned with the repair roll as well, like when you combine that plus your cannon, like a ranged weapon in general, like that's such high intensity. Like you're always a threat. You're always like there's that 0 downtime. That's like 0. You're constantly dishing out the beat. You're constantly putting a lot of pressure onto the other teams, and it always adds up, man. Like anything you can do. You may think those little pokes, chip damage coming through with those cannons towards towards the end of the game are kind of pointless and doesn't really do too much. But it's not true, man. Like, you're burning through resources if you're tagging people that much. Just look how many armor kits and like maybe even like health kits that Pingtown must have actually burnt from his opposition. And then once those, once the utility drop down, that's when you can pounce and that's when you can make it happen. And honestly, it can't go understated just how strong and how impactful the ranged weapons are, especially as that final circle collapses.
And it seems like the cannon is definitely probably the number one best pick in these situations, knowing even with everything going on here, there's still more to be had. There's still more that they're doing. They're still figuring it all out. And I mean, they made it look really, really good within these spaces. So now to be able to see where the first games go, now we're going to be able to lock this in. But you know what? Let's just talk to our homegirl. Let's just talk to our homegirl real quick because she's got somebody that y'all going to need to talk to. And we'll be right back with game number 2.
Hi everyone, welcome to post-game interview. This is Yeager, and we are very glad to invite Mikasa to our interview room today. So first of all, let him say hello to our audience. Hi Mikasa， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AOW 的 Mikasa。
好的，再次欢迎你。So congratulations that you guys get the higher score in the Trios game, Game 1. And I saw you guys, you have really excellent performance at the beginning of the game and have really high killing score. So I would like to know how to increase the ability to collect this information of your opponent at the beginning of the game. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分啊！我们也看到在这把比赛当中，其实在前期的时候，你们拿到了非常多的一个击败积分，而且有非常好的表现。特别想问一下，那你们前期的时候是怎么去收集到这些关于对手的信息的呢？我们平时应该如何去提高这方面的能力呢？
因为我们玩那个阵容妖红城嘛，就反正就看到双倍就上去跟他们打就行了，只要不少技能基本上都能随便吃他们，就盯着双倍杀。
So because our hero combo today is the Yudu and Viper and Wu-Chen, so for our hero combo together, we will focus on the double transformer. At the beginning of the game, we will focus on double transformer, and if we find them, and we will fight with them. So that's why we can have very high killing score at the beginning of the game. Okay, so I also saw you guys are really good at assistant opponent. So how you communicate in the game and can make your very excellent cooperation. 那我们也看到，其实在这把当中啊，你们的这个集火能力也是非常强的。其实，在后期的时候，有很多波都是因为集火可以拿到了很多人头。想问一下，当时队内是怎么样的交流，可以让你们的集火做得如此之好呢？
就是把那个既定目标执行力提高就行了，跟着一个人打，看谁先发出指挥，就是找到目标就行了。
Okay, so we will focus on our ambition and we will listen to our leader, and all of us in our team will just listen to our leader. If he wants us to fight with the opponent, so we will go on and fight with him. Okay, so I also saw that you today have a really excellent performance, that when the Mark is using his ultimate and you are still continue to make the damage and without avoid by grab by the Mark. So I would like to know how you can did that. 那我们今天也看到，其实你有一个非常精彩的操作，就是当一个大佛其实在用他大招的时候，你在持续的输出伤害，但是你没有被他抓到。想问一下，那一波你是怎么做到的？然后我们平时应该怎么会去避免被大佛抓到呢？
就他出手，看到出手直接短闪就行了。然后那一波他队友死了，我也就看他没瞄中我，就一直砍他嘛。
好的。So my skill for avoid by the damage from the Mark is like I will like just focus on his grab, and when he use his grab and aim at me, so I will use my dodge to avoid by damage by the Mark. So for that part, it's more like because his teammate is just died, so I can just continue to make the damage at that time. OK， 好的，谢谢 Mikasa 接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们 ！Thank you Mikasa for today's interview. And also we saw that we are going to have weekly final, and your guys the total score is still not so good. So I would like to know how's your plan for the rest of the game. 那我们也知道，其实马上就要迎来我们的周决了，但是目前看来你们战队的这个积分情况是不容乐观的。那接下来的几把你们自己有一个怎么样的打算吗？
就放松心态嘛。随便杀杀应该没事。
好的， So for our plan, we just want to relax ourselves and just fight with them. OK， 好的，再次感谢你们 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. As we're about to get ready to lock in for game number 2 of our trios today. AOW absolutely popped off with a massive game, knowing that they're at the very bottom of our total score leaderboard. They absolutely needed it, coming in with 24 plus points for their team. So AOW trying to finally wake up and make some magic happen. I mean, you know, hey, listen. It's about time. Welcome, okay? It's glad to have you guys. It's about time. Welcome. Now it's time for y'all to do it again. Do that same thing you just did and do it again, because I love an underdog story. So I'd like to see y'all within the top 10 or top 5 at least. So let's see if they can keep that same momentum, locking in for game number 2 here. Still going to Morris Isle, and by game 3, we will be to Holleroff. Holleroff, one of our newest maps that you can play right now on Naraka Blade Point. All you got to do is make sure to download the game. If you don't have the game, keep watching, because we might be throwing out some codes for you guys in chat for you guys to be able to play right now tonight if you guys want to. As we look at our top team for NAD Doshi 40. Question, what are your thoughts on that first game? How do you feel?
Oh mate, I'm chuffed. We got a crazy start. We had like 12 kills in 30 seconds. That's absolutely banging. I love it when the starts are crazy like that. We had AOW able to pull it through, which is always nice to see too, considering they've been struggling. And I think honestly, like we didn't see the max out of a lot of these teams. We had YZG getting a lot of kills, but getting knocked out early. I think J Team as well. Maybe, or JJ Hard, excuse me. Like, I think maybe we can see a little bit more out of them moving forward. And I'm just excited to see whether this team on your screen right now can keep it up, can keep it moving forward. Because I mean, it's great when you finish high in one game. That's beautiful stuff. But bro, we got 6 games, man. We got 6 games. As you said, you want to see what they did, and you want to see them do it again. And it's where it's at, man. You got to be consistent. You can't just be that one pump chump. No one likes that in Naraka. No one likes that in general, to be honest. But especially in Naraka, it's not good. And you want to just try and solidify yourself, get yourself into those bi-weekly finals. It's put up or shut up here for these teams. Oh, getting a bit of an eyebrow wiggle from the coach there. That's made me feel a certain way. You know what? I have full faith in these guys now. I think they're going to take game number 2 as well.
Oh, even with the amount of matches and absolute happiness happening here, there's still going to be more to be had here. So let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming in towards game number 2. And obviously, even with everything happening here, there's still more to be had. And I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see where they go with this. I'm excited to see what else they do, what else they create. And man, this has been looking good. As look at XCG with 3.5 average kills, 17,000 plus average damage, and 11% in the top 5. So XCG is definitely going to need to pop off and do something massive here. They're going to even want to have an opportunity as well here, even with more things happening here, even with our coach still going to be able to put this down and figure this out. Can I get that Nbpl mask? I need that. I need like a full, I need the Axe production. I need like the whole thing. Like, you know, as we look at XCG with their game average points, and obviously pretty low until game number 6, that final game where they popped off with that 16 points. For game 6, obviously still gonna need to keep up those other 5 as well. Struggling here with a lot of twos, even a 3 coming in on game 3, but that 16 is definitely the place where they need to start, and they have to keep continuing on past that.
Well, I do talk about consistency a lot, and at least they were consistent. I mean, maybe they were consistently getting 2 or 3 points, but it's not really what I meant when I meant consistency. But that 16 points really kind of did bury them out of it a little bit there, which is nice. At least one good game is always good. J-Team is seeing on your screen right here as well. Eagle, a player I've always got my eyes on from these guys. Certainly something that we have a decent amount of expectation from, considering their previous success as a team. But so far, haven't really been able to make it happen here in Season 2. Struggle just a little bit. You can see their statistics on the left-hand side there. You know, they're not really making waves right now, and this is a team that I expect a little bit more from. I hope that we can get a little bit more out of them. 17JL now on your screen. These guys did do pretty well in the last map. They came top 5, fairly decent stuff right here. A bit unassuming as a roster, as a team, but for me, I think this is a team that can certainly take the next step, because when I was looking at not only their finish in that first game, but the way they were playing, they were constantly on your screen. They were always fighting, always playing aggressive, and that's good stuff, man. It's good if you want to put your mark on the game and really just put a lot of pressure on your opponents, burn that utility by just bumping them down, and a team like that can be very explosive if you get those high kills early on into a map, and then you can go with a high finish like these guys were able to do previously. Then that's always a good thing. And just about that consistency, maybe finishing 4th, 5th isn't the highest in the lobby, but if you can do that consistently over the day, you'll certainly be much better off than the vast majority of other players. You can see though, trending downwards so far here as a squad, but hey, a high finish like the one last and keeping that up certainly will go we're very far to reversing that trend and get them back to where they were on that first week, on the first bye week here.
Even with the amount of madness happening here, I feel like they still look good within this space, as there's still more and more stuff to be had here within for Nbpl. Looks like we're gonna be locking in for game 2 here very, very soon as we look at Q9's LWH, LXY, and Gua, who surprisingly we had that really bad cap that they had. They were getting caught in that corner and they ended up getting eliminated a little bit too early into our first game here, but they have definitely come back with some massive damage and some massive eliminations, coming in with the average kills of 3.5, average damage of 18k, almost 19, and 11% in their top 5 here. So even with all of this, Q9 still another team that I would personally love to see really have kind of those pop-off moments and really be able to see a lot of that happen within the test of times. Let's see if maybe they can find that out, or maybe they can do it. Look at that smile, though.
Oh,
Look at that smile. Look at that smile. I love that. Look at that man's smile. That's a handsome man right there. Look at that.
Love that noodle hair he got going before it turns into the good old kind of, what would you call that? Like a chestnut brown, maybe? Not sure what you'd call that as a hair color. It looks good though, whatever it is.
It could be like a little bit of some, it looks like, gives me a little bit of some reddish vibes too, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Suits him either way. I'm kind of jealous actually. Maybe I need to get my hair done. Do you reckon the Nbpl makeup team can come over and nip down to London and just...
I wish. The only reason why I say probably not, because I've been asking for a while and I ain't got it. So, you know, if I'm not getting it, I don't know if you gonna either, because I'm gonna be mad if they get it to you and not to me.
Why don't you just come here and then you can get it done at the same time?
Out of that, see, we'd have to talk about that, because that's just, you a little far from me. That's all I'm gonna say as we look at our hero picks for the next couple of seconds here, as we're looking in for our percentage ratings. Now, obviously, they can't use the same comps all the time, so the later on down the line that we go, we're definitely going to start to see where these comps take place, and I think that's where a lot of the fun is really going to be had later on here once we start to pay attention to it.
Yeah, I'm seeing some. Not as many transformer comps as we have been seeing so far. So far there's been one game. In the first game there are a lot of transformer comps. There's not as many this time around. A few more of those Wuxia and Yoto comps, but still a lot of transformers. It will always be a thing in trios. It will always be meta. It's very, very powerful if you can get to those small circles. The final circles you saw in the first game had like 4 or 5 big monks just grabbing people and trying to squeeze their way to victory, and it was, you know, WBG and Sleepwalker was the last man standing in his big Titan form. So yeah, a lot of stuff coming through here. Still a lot of those transformers, but a slight amount of variation. As you say, you cannot pick the exact same comp every single game. You've got to mix it up a little bit, and strategically speaking, you know, you could play the same comp in game 1 and game 2. Those restrictions haven't quite landed just yet, but if you're looking you know, ahead here, there are 6 games to play. And maybe you do want to mix it up from game number 1, as we're getting the winner's POV from AOW Ping Tao here with that beautiful red great swords just chilling around here. Gonna look for some slightly better loot, as oh my goodness, GD have really brought the pain to EWG already. They're donezo, all of them, they're out of it. GD gonna get some early kills. WBG and JJ Hard as well. WBG, another team that wants to turn their fates around today. Not been doing too well overall, and JJ Hard as well. Not a great first game already with those 3 kills. Good start for them as we start here in that game number 2.
Entering number 2 here, there's still a whole lot to be had here as NAD is going to even go for the rotation up top here. It looks like XCG is going to be to their right, and NPG is going to be running this out, trying not to get caught in a bad situation here as we look at Down and IHQ and Lixing Hen. XCG is going to be out on this surrounding section here. It looks like Celestra is going to be absolutely filled here very, very soon. So pay attention to see where the other one's going to be. Meanwhile, MPG is going to be on the inside here. It looks like GBL is going to be immediately pushing in towards ASE. Champion is getting absolutely decimated by, it looks like a bow. And it looks like the bow was probably the holder of that bow here. So trying to see if they can get them on the inside. They're both going to be able to rotate this on the outside. ASE going to get chased down. They're going to use that ranged that ranged melee as much as possible, trying to see if they can get any type of damage before pushing in for that fight. One of them will be able to push in and keep that same aggression here, as Alex is going to be able to get the full shield going, as GBL is going to connect for the first ones of Old 6. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Baldwin was going to be able to go on this backside here, waiting it out with the right clicks. The absolute hammer coming down with the spear is going to be able to connect on the first one. Unfortunate for the next. They're going to be able to hold this off, and it looks like it's going to be a spear on spear battle. Waiting it out with these right clicks, holding on as best as possible. Old 6 in a very low, dangerous situation will get eliminated by some nunchucks, unfortunately, as the bow is going to be able to push in and keep that same momentum, but also gets pieced out too, as ASC is going to be able to carry it out and keep it alive for their team. Meanwhile, Hun is going to be able to push in and stop them actually from being able to pick up their team, as Han is going to be able to shut this down with that Terracotta Warrior. Is going to try to see if maybe you can do something, guys. Jin is going to be able to force out of this pocket with his as well. So now they're both going to be trying to fight this out here. We haven't seen a Terracotta fight actually in a minute, so this is actually fun. Meanwhile, GD caught in a bad timing, knowing that both of them are getting caught by these Terracottas, and have to be very careful, as K ends up getting caught in sauce, and ASC also is going to get double frozen from Justina here. It's going to be able to use that RT Wraith to try to just try to get away as fast as possible. Kakaxi by himself is going to be able to go for that heal, as ASC is going to push in and keep the same momentum. And it looks like we're going to see our first monk of this game. Actually, never mind, our second, as the Bow's going to be right next to him, and he absolutely starts fighting it out with them. And it looks like we might see the battle of both arms going to be able to reaching in. The Bow's going to be dangerously low already. One gets the grab. Alex is going to be able to hold it, throws the first one down, and Alex is going to be able to get the elimination off of Han.
GBL not looking too good here. They've already fallen down once, so that's going to be their second set of limbs as well. Still in it just for now, but not looking like it's good for these guys. Not a great start here. Map number 2. ASC, on the other hand, able to pick it up, get the scraps out of that fight. It's now we shocked our previous winners, AOW. Kuku here on the Terracotta Warrior, about to time out. Pinked out on his big monk form as well. Can they make this fight happen versus Alliance? Alliance is, oh, that's a good double. Oh my good heavens, what? Ping Tao, oh my goodness. Honestly, this is why this team was able to finish first in map number 1, because it's just the little things in these fights. It's just the way you play these skirmishes out. It's beautiful stuff right here. Holy crap, Ping Tao absolutely demolishes Alliance right there with his monk gameplay. Utterly disgusting. Mentality is gonna fall down as the last member as well. And holy moly, like, it's just so, that was honestly, I think that's one of the best monk plays I've seen. Like, absolutely disgusting stuff. Getting the double kill there as well, and able to eliminate Alliance. Obviously they've got their resurrections, they're not completely done, but still putting them in the dirt just a little bit. Definitely going to just be going to hurt these guys as a squad too. You know, they struggled in the game number 1. They were able to finish highly because you know, one of their members just held on forever and ever, but weren't able to pick up too many kills, and it's not looking like a good start for these guys. As now on your screen we're seeing YZG, a team that got some frags last map, but weren't able to do too much outside of that. WBG, who were the last team standing actually in map number 1, another team who coming into the day had struggled, definitely looking to reverse their fortunes a little bit if they want to make that bi-weekly final after this week, as that's some good longsword gameplay here. Biashao going for those horizontal strikes. WBG actually coming out on top of this one. I believe GBL going to be struggling a tad. Han is already down. It's just the Bao all by himself, and he is going to fall. Jing picking up that kill with the spear, resurrecting Sleepwalker. And WBG, would you believe it? Another team that's been struggling alongside AEW, both of them in the top 3 so far at the beginning of this game.
Top 3 so far, looking really good towards this one. Looks like we're going to be able to rock this out, and let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming in, as J-Team is going to be able to go for the rotations here. Q9 also going to be following in, as Eagle is going to be able to get pushed in here. So much happening. Looks like J-Team will be able to push in, and Q9 is going to be able to hold this, and is going to be able to get the stun. Not looking good, as Lee will get finished. And it looks like we will see another Monk ult happen right in front a little bit too early, as he's going to be able to bounce and hop away. Unknowingly, Lee actually ends up getting picked up, and surprisingly just ends up getting taken down yet again, as one actually ends up getting grabbed from it, and it looks like Wushin is going to be able to bounce them out of there and get him out as quick as possible. J-Team Lee has a chance of getting the pickup. Yes, he does, and J-Team has another opportunity to go for a nice reset and another chance at a fight.
Good stuff there by J-Team, another team that I was looking for a little bit more out of these guys coming into today. Had a pretty bad game 1 and have been struggling a bit overall in Season 2 of the Nbpl. But nicely done there for them in game number 2. As you can see though, GBL have been knocked out. They're donezo. It's back to the lobby for them, waiting for game number 3. And to be honest, game number 3 is going to throw a bit of a spanner, a bit of a curveball for us here, because that is going to be on Holoroth. Maybe that actually works in GBL's favor. Look for them to do some things in that next map, because they've got a lot of time to plan for it as they sit here for a good 20 minutes or so, just waiting to go into that game. As now we're seeing EWG and AOW get into a little bit of a scuffle here. Some range poke coming through from Sanzi. Gonna close the gap. All right, now after getting a bit of that poke off, we are getting the Terracotta Warrior coming through as well. Ping Tao, who was a Monk hero in the fight previously against Alliance, looking to do just the same, as it's Yiran, however, who is going to be the big strong monk in this one. He's actually got Ping Tao in his hands, I believe, as Dao Liu is now in trouble against Cuckoo. But you have to be careful because NAD are looking to join this one. XCG as well. You could be getting a lot of third parties in here, as JJ Hard is able to bring down EWG, or at least Yiran, but now it's MPG. You can see them. And so should JJ Hard. They should know this is happening here. Just going to want to back away from this one. You do not want to fight after you've just taken a fight. You don't have your abilities up. You don't necessarily have all the utility as well. You're in a bit of a weak spot, as now they found AOW, as I mentioned. You don't want to take a fight, and they found themselves in another one. It is going to be the Yoto ultimate coming through from Godley. That's a sick elimination onto Mikasa, though. AOW are just routed already. That was a sick play right there from Godley. Really stepping up here. JJ Hard making it happen in game number 2. AOW are previous winners from the first game with 5 kills to their name as well. Actually looking like they're in a lot of trouble right now, trying to survive this one. Ping Tao coming through with the transformation. Everyone's just going to run away from him, though. Wait for that to time out, because you don't want to fight a monk when he's in the evolved form. Scary stuff right there. Speaking of scary, though, Ping Tao's done. He's out. He's done, so GD going to pick him up.
JD is going to be able to go for the shutdown here, as there's so many teams that end up getting eliminated. We're at 15 teams still alive here, and we're just about to it looks like they're just starting the timer for circle 2 here, as it looks like we just finished up Joshi with their ulti coming in. NAD is going to be able to see if they can keep this going here with 40 alive still nearby, as it looks like they were fighting them just nearby here, and it looks like it wasn't much left. Looks like NAD will be able to go for the rotation. Keeping a close eye on NPG, as ASE is also going to be dangerously nearby too. Definitely have to watch out in terms of what's been going on here, but let's see if they can keep that same momentum going in. It looks like the spaces are only going to get better here. Sorrow, NPG nearby. Going to get caught and get hit by some bows in the back. He's going to have to be careful as he ends up getting pushed. And ASE is also going to be pushing out a lot of cannon damage here. Alex, again, trying to see if maybe he can get some massive damage coming in from that cannon. The ricocheting also is going to be very helpful. So is the repeating crossbow. As Jan is going to get pushed dangerously here, is going to be able to push that out and tries to retreat as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Alex still trying to keep that same momentum on in front of Sorrow. Doesn't even realize Dubai was just right in front of him and nearby. Doesn't even know where he's at because he is invisible. Even within this little space here, and now knowing where they're at, Dubai is going to get dangerously pushed here. Not looking good for NPG's Dubai. Looks like they will be able to go forth towards their rotation. Team is going to come in and absolutely try to see if they can protect them as much as possible. Alex ends up getting hit and getting sent off of that cliff. See if they can go around the bend as best as possible. Ben Chu trying to see if maybe he can get something with that bow. Nice defenses coming in on each side here. Nice little clanks here, but it looks like Dubai is going to be eliminated here from Alex. Alex keeping that same momentum, pushing him as hard as possible. Not really giving him any chance to try to retrieve here, as he does end up fetching that elimination. 17JL. Also as well nearby. MPG is going to be able to pop that massive bubble here, and now here comes the push. It's going to be able to keep the same momentum. It's Alex, ASE, and also NPG. Sorrow is going to be all the way around this rotating position. Sorrow, dangerously low, is going to try to retreat as much as possible. Meanwhile, they're focusing hardcore on ASE's Alex, as he ends up just absolutely getting dusted and finished. ZU also nearby is waiting for the opportunity. Hits a massive one on one of the players. He's going to be able to push in as well here, and it looks like the forced. Jin coming in with that Terracotta Warrior is going to be able to keep that same momentum. Is also AS, also doing very similar. And we have 2 Terracottas again, being able to flush it out and keep the same momentum as they're going to be able to push in. And let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into this. Wow, you just absolutely love to see it.
ASC as well, still on the back foot though. Jin looking like he might not be long for this world. The rest, the entirety of 17JL hot on his tails, and there it is. He is being hunted down. He will be eliminated and sent to the Shadow Realm, as now 17JL are left to pick up the spoils of war here from their successful fight. You can often see in these fights, like, oh my goodness, actually I'm going to pause that thought right there, because XCG now, this is what happens when you spend too much time and when you're looking at your past instead of looking with your head up. Oh my goodness, this is the third party and a fourth party coming through here as well. 17JL either way looking like they're in a bit of trouble here. XCG just going to pop the sandstorm, going to be able to survive that one and just up a little bit of terrain there so that they can't be seen, as ZU has actually fallen down, and NAD as well able to put some hurt down there in the long run too. That is awesome, powerful stuff. You've got to be very, very careful, and that fight maybe lasted a little bit long actually for 17JL, because they did come back and they tried to get that loot, but unfortunately for them, while they were looting up, they were able to get chased down by these other guys, and that's the problem, man. You've got to be quick. You've got to be very, very quick. Things move very fast here in the Nbpl, and as you can probably notice as well, people just running around the map at full speed 24/7. Always tough. Always tough. You've always got to be aware that there could be someone right on your heels, as there most likely is. NAD on the other hand here, just touching on what happened here, like, that is tragic stuff. They chased XCG into the circle. They took the fight. They wanted the fight. They thought they had it. They thought it was theirs to win.
Yup.
And they fluffed it up. They ruined it. And now they're done so. They're absolutely done so. They completely dropped the ball on that one.
Even with that momentum, though, it looks like we will be going back in towards RD as well, as Godly is going to be nearby. Oh, and he ends up getting absolutely grabbed by Ping Pao. He's going to be on the rotation. Goes for the throwdown, but no, ends up being saved, as Ping Pao is going to have to force himself to come out of that rotation. They will be able to push in on Ping Pao. It looks like LW is waiting this out. Ends up getting a parry, but immediately gets hit with a parry right behind him. Right towards his back, as Ping Tao's AOW is trying to hold on as much as possible here. Meanwhile, Lexing nearby with that Viper is going to be able to shut down LXY's ultimate, as they will be able to go for the right-click rotation. That dual blade is going to do some massive damage, and so is that heavy. Even with all of the spaces, though, that Wushin is going to be able to take them out, as JJH is going to be able to take it out and be in another space and another opportunity just to be able to stay alive here. This could have been really bad for them, as AOW's Cuckoo ends up getting eliminated. Mikasa trying to see if he can stay nearby here, trying to hold on as much as possible, see if maybe he can get a pickup here. He might get lucky, and as he pays attention, he's going to have to go really quickly to pick up Cuckoo, but it looks like he might not have the time, and he doesn't. Mikasa alone by himself. 6 eliminations to the name AOW, and the only one alive, Mikasa, still has an opportunity to clutch this up. The question is, can he do it?
It's going to be very difficult to do so, but we just came out of a game where we saw the one sole surviving member of a squad able to just hide his way until the final circle, and that was with Alliance and Aki, and he managed to finish top 5. And having 6 kills, like, I think that's just very important right now. If you are AOW and if you are Mikasa, you just want to be sneaking around the map here. You want to be hiding away. You do not want to draw the attention of the other teams. If you can, just play very, very passively. See if you can just let the other team sort themselves out, and then maybe get a relatively high finish here. Try and get that multiplier on those 6 kills that you were able to pick up, as MPG now are in a bit of a pickle, as Godley is chasing down with those Johto ultimates. I don't think they know that GD is there, however. GD just camping in a bush and just letting the rest of the lobby deal with each other. It is Sorrow from MPG who's going to find himself on the wrong side of town. He is going to go down here. Alliance are nearby, however, for JJ Hard. They have to be a little bit cautious. They could get caught out of position. 17J, all these names are so tough to say, man. 17JL are closing in on JJHRD. Alliance is in the area as well. We did see, remember, GD was knocking about but they were hiding. Maybe they can go for the flank there and catch people out of position. But it is AOW. You can see Mikasa on your screen to your right there. Looks like he might be caught out, and that's no bueno for him. He's all by himself. He's got no friends. He's got no fans, and he's going to be sitting all by himself, just trying to survive, trying to keep himself alive. He actually got a ping Tao up. I'm completely lying to you guys. I'm so sorry, guys. I am telling porcupines right in front of your face. It's not just Mikasa, it's ping Tao as well, although maybe not for much longer, as ping Tao has fallen down, and that is going to be him. Dunzo, he is out of there. Not good news for the previous winners of map number 1, and these guys have really struggled so far. Mikasa is still alive, but no, this is a team that was like bottom 3 in the standings coming into today. Really struggled. Had a great game number 1, which is beautiful stuff, but really wanting to just try and get that as high finish as possible for those 6 kills that they were able to acquire for themselves early on. As this game is reaching that 10-minute mark, and we should be seeing a bit of a lull here as the ranged weapons and the cannons start coming through, as teams are a little bit scared to dedicate into these plays, just in case they go for their third party and get knocked out far too early in their ability.
Even with the amount of space that is happening, though, GD also nearby, fighting it out with WBG. Looks like GD will be able to get this chest open as well. It looks like they will have the time, and it looks like they will be able to pop that. Kakaxi already with a gold shield as well. Let's see if they have the opportunity, as WBG is going to be surrounding them very close by. They really do have the confidence to push into this, but knowing what they might have, though, now there goes that hesitancy. Doesn't necessarily know what's in those spaces, so they definitely have to play this off and be very careful. Still more of it is being had on each side here, so let's see if they can take the time in to patch this up here, as the playmakers are still being made. And you love to see it, even with the amount of time and stuff that is happening all around these bins. J-Team's Eagle going to be around and nearby, trying to see if there's going to be anybody else as well. Obviously JJ right on this other side here. EWG also alone. Still in a very interesting space here. Looks like they're inside of a bush. They're not trying to get found out in any which way, shape, or form here, as LWH is going to go forward. That shield up top here, waiting for the time to strike here. Bane's Breath is also nearby. Kakaxi on this rotation, trying to pay attention. EWG dangerously nearby. They really could push on one of these players if they really took that time. EWG just sitting in a bush, just chilling nearby. If one of them ends up going through the rotation and they're not paying attention, that could be really bad for them, as GD is going to be able to go towards just nothing but spaces where all the Soul Jades are. See if maybe they can get something good out of it.
GD, you can see on your screen as well to the left there. They're doing pretty well so far in their overall standings. They had a good game number 1 as well, and in game number 2 also doing pretty well. You can see they're very kitted out as well, especially compared to the rest of the lobby. So in a good spot here to make something happen, try and finish high, and you would think if they can do it here, they'd be well on the right track to a high finish and getting into qualification for that bi-weekly final next week, as J-Team and GD are just kind of skirmishing around a teeny-weeny little bit here, using those ranged weapons. Of course, GD do have a legendary ranged weapon to their name, but those cannons are still doing a lot of pain, even if they are only blue. Still going to be hurting quite a lot. As you can see on your minimap at the top right of your screen, there's so many teams here. So many teams in the same area, all looking for the same things. You can see YZG, MPG, Q9, EDG, Ventus, J-Team. Surely something's going to happen here. Is MPG gone, done, taken out of the lobby? He's donezo. He's out of here. YZG here. Now in a good spot on the edge of this circle here, can look to move forward, as EWG have been in that bush for goodness knows how long, but no one's spotted them out just yet. When will they pounce? They're lying in wait. You have to feel like it could be soon, especially if other teams start to dedicate here. Q9 and YZG looking like they might adjust to do that. And then it's EWD's time to shine. Someone just dashed through that bush, so I think Q9 and LXY may have seen them. Yes, they know they've spotted them out. They've seen them in the bush, and EWG are having to come out of it, but this is bad for them. This is very bad. Xiao Lui is done. He's taken out. He's donezo, absolutely out of it. And Aki in that transform with J Team's Eagle at the top of the cliff. It being pushed down, that is diabolically bad for them, as the high ground is going to mean so much when you're in that transformation to get those free grabs. So it does look like J Team's Eagle not able to find too much there. Alliance's Aki just going to be healed up, just going to be chilling out a little bit here. And moving around, trying to grab that little squirrel in the tree. It's not going to happen. And as his circle moves in and gets smaller and smaller, these teams are going to have to fight over less and less ground. It's prime real estate, especially up here on that ballista, if you can find it, with JJ Hard and WBG both hiding as best they can underneath it. But Alliance is getting fought by J Team. They're in a lot of trouble here as well. And that ballista certainly is not going to help either of those teams. You do not want to be fighting. Getting third party by a ballista, that is bad news bears for you guys. Especially if you consider the fact that if you get kill stolen by a ballista, which is very easy to do, that's it. You don't get any credit for that kill whatsoever. It means absolutely nothing, even if you do all the work. As Xiao Hu here going to be in a little bit of trouble as well with that legendary greatsword. A lot of fighting coming through as we reach that 5-minute mark. And these teams starting to get a little bit antsy around that final circle.
Little bit antsy indeed here, as we will be able to go forth here and keep the same momentum and timing happening. But even with all of this time here, Eagle still all around with those massive cannons, trying to see if he can create the max amount of damage. Like we said, 13,000 damage happened from those cannons, so clearly people are going to be using those way more here. Meanwhile, Kua ends up getting sent all the way up from the top of that, all the way to the end here. ZU is going to be able to get that elimination onto Kua. Unfortunate coming into this space here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming in as down, and also is going to be able to rotate this right around this bin. See if they can figure this out here. XCG is going to be on the wide wind sprint, as JJ also as well in the middle of their fight. It looks like they're going to be able to go for their separation. Like we said, I talk about this a lot. I talk about crowd control and how important it is to really keep that same momentum alive here as we look at the top of the leaderboard here. And JJH with 9 eliminations so far, tying it up with ASE with the same amount, but sadly they have been eliminated out of this game. And so is AOW with 6 eliminations. AOW falling short again, way too early into this pack here, and this is the reason why they've been having a really hard time. So let's see if they can still try to keep that same momentum they had in that first game, as Ike from Alliance nearby is trying to see if he can get any type of grabs from any of these players as possible here, trying to see if there's any other openings to help them out as much as possible. So much happening all around this bin. Meanwhile, Pixel looks like he's going to try to go for a grab as well, trying to see if he can wait it out as best as possible here. And it looks like Alex Y is going to come through with a massive one. Ends up getting the grab though, but it looks like it's not enough, as he will be able to retreat and get away. Meanwhile, Zinyu nearby ends up getting the first grab. Zayu ends up fighting the first one. Can he find the second though? No, it doesn't look like it. He will be able to throw him down. Looks like he was unsuccessful in getting the next re-grab though. Unfortunate, trying to see if he can get anything as well. He ends up finding one right through the bin. He's going to be able to throw them outside here. Down and is going to come down and immediately drop and hit a massive time to Viper. Oh, beautiful timing. And the full team ends up getting eliminated by so many katanas. Oh my goodness, XCG coming through with such a beautiful play with that Viper stun. Coming through, dashing it down, stunning them, and then just absolutely decimating them where they didn't even have an opportunity to clutch it up. As we look at Pixel around this rotation, trying to see if he can get another grab. He does get one. Can he get a second? It's going to be very helpful. Gets the throwdown. Sadly, not enough to get the elimination here. The question is, who's going to get it? It looks like he will be able to throw it down, though, and it looks like Pixel is going to be able to get the re-grab and the finish off of CXZ. And Xiao also is going to be able to run it well, and also pushes him outside of circle here. Pixel deforms, ends up getting grabbed. Oh, no! Unfortunate timing coming in as he ends up getting thrown. Pixel's going to have to hurry up and retreat, but it's not enough as Pixel does get finished off towards this end. So unfortunate as one of the other teammates ends up getting sauced as well. Alliance trying to get away. Ike not getting caught in a bad situation, ends up getting away from him. The question is, can he still stay alive? And it looks like he might have, because I have not seen his name on the feed. And it looks like there is an opportunity for Ike to stay alive. He's so dangerously low. He has to play this as best as possible. He goes up on top of this tree, trying to see if maybe he can have some free time to heal. There's still so much happening all around these bins. Ike is trying as best he can not to get caught out from any of his teams. He really is just 1 point away. Meanwhile, Yeron is able to get the throwdown and the finish.
There's that sandstorm coming through as well to block out a little bit of the vision here. All that fighting's happening towards one side of the circle. We've got 1 minute left here. It's all kicking off right now. Only 6 teams remaining, and that's a big difference between 6th and 1st place if you're going to go for that multipliers. AS, he transforms out of the Terracotta Warriors, trying to keep himself alive. You can see J Team at the bottom there, looking like they have the best position in this circle, but how high up that tree is XCG? I mean, Xiaonan, he's not got his ult up just yet. He's waiting, he's buying time. He wants that to come back up. You saw the sick play he did against JJHRD out of that tree. He wants to try and make it happen again, but it's going to have to be a bit of patience to make that ultimate come through. It's Ventus, XYU able to get that elimination. TJ almost being brought up, but not quite, as J Team do not want to let that resurrection come through. Understandably so. If you've got your opponent down, you want to make the most of it, as Pixel now gets that transformation. Really, really important timing, and Eagle is going to follow suit with the exact same thing. It is 2 monks here in this final circle. So hard to play against it. You have to dodge those grabs. It means so much right here. And here he comes again for another godlike play. He gets a huge stun. Again, Xiaonan makes it happen. What a sick play, but is he going to pay the ultimate price? It is. He's falling down. He's done so. Nye HQ as well, getting grabbed. He's out of there. XCG, that was a nice try, but in the end, it's not going to happen. J Team looking like they're taking it. Boom, there it is. J Team. We expected more out of them, and here they go. They deliver game number 2.
I gotta give it up to XCG though. If it was me, XCG would definitely be the MVP, and specifically Zhao Nun with that insane Viper. We saw him do it 2 different times within this game, and they were both successful. Clearly, they've been able to create that amount of time and being able to put that down all the way towards the very bottom, and they did a massive job of that, being able to clutch this up here. But as we look at it, clearly, it doesn't look like they will be the ones that ends up winning. It looks like GD will end up being the winners of our game, as the Kakaxi, and Dawn Queen finally get that win that they've been wanting here for a couple of games here. So, looking back at it from the top, still, I gotta give it up to XCG, man. XCG, Zhao specifically, he put in so much time and effort with those Viper stuns coming through at a beautiful time here. I mean, they made it look so nice though. That Viper makes you realize, like, the Viper is so powerful, especially in situations when people just aren't paying attention. Man, they did it at such a beautiful time.
Legit, it was so sick. Like, honestly, that they just like clean wiped JJHRD towards the end of that final circle, and they were poised to just absolutely smash the lobby. Like, they were in first place. They had like 11 kills as well. They're looking really, really strong, and just like that, one crazy Viper ulti dropping down from the tree to get the instant stun. Really just wipes them out completely. It's absolutely perfect play from them. Almost able to do it again in the actual final circle, but not quite able to pick up the benefits from that one. But GD, this is a team, and they'd already come into today looking good. They'd already scored high. They're looking like, you know, they were on the right track, certainly, to qualify for those bi-weekly finals. And with a result like this, bearing in mind they also finished pretty high in game number 1. They were top 5, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they're off to a good start today, man. It's all looking good for GD.
I gotta give it up also as well to JJ. JJ really came through with a surprising twist of games here, and really did an amazing job of holding the fort as much as possible here, while still trying to feed off and get as much eliminations as possible. I feel like, you know, JJ was one of those teams that we haven't really heard too much of currently within this space here, but I mean, JJ really was trying to make some magic happen, and I think they did an amazing job of that with everything else that they've been doing. And just obviously J Team was able to clutch that up towards the end, but GD ended up becoming victorious and really being able to push this and make it look good. They really made it look good towards the final circle here. And I mean, they did what they could at the very end though. But XCG, Zhao, oh my goodness, don't give him a Viper.
Yeah.
Don't give him Viper, because he gonna stop everybody, because he's done that successfully every single time so far.
It was so gross, man, but also really nice to see. Like, if I was playing against that, I would be so tilted. Like, honestly, you're just standing there chilling, and suddenly, like, you don't have any time to react. Like, if you time it perfectly,
there's no time.
It's so sick.
No time. And that's the one thing too, you always have to keep your eyes on the prize. So it's one of those things where you have to keep that momentum going. And clearly he's really gotten the Viper ult timing down to a science where he can jump super late, and the moment he lands, like literally the Viper stun happens pretty much the moment his feet hit the ground. Like that's the amount of time that you had to take just going into practice and going into rank and just consistently landing. And either you're right on point, you're a little too late, you're a little off. Being able to do that has been very, very important for them. And that's exactly why XCG, 7 eliminations with a 12.5 game score. Clearly helpful, making it that's a top 4 placement, top 5 placement for them. YZG in 3rd with a 13.6 and a tied game score of 21 points coming in from J Team and GD. Unbelievable.
Bang on 21 points for those two. As mentioned for GD, you know, this is a team that's already been performing pretty well, so that's good stuff for them. Able to keep that momentum going, but J Team really needed these points. They have not been having a good showing of things so far. If they do want to make that bi-weekly final, then they do need to pick it up a little bit. And what better way to start it off? You know, game number 2. Finishing tied first, getting over 20 points. They're certainly going to be very happy with that one. We're looking around the mid-table here. AOW, however, our previous winners from game number 1, falling down to 9th place. But honestly, like, still getting 7 points is not too bad. Like, it's really, really not that bad. Like, if you're able to just at least consistently get something out of your games, even if they are disappointing games for you, then it's totally cool, man. Like, it's not great, but it's still fine. They'll still be okay with that one. NAD sitting on that fat goose egg, also not having a good showing of things in game number 1. Looking to want to pick that up as we move forwards here, and maybe the next map is going to be what it takes to shake it up and just go for that reset as we head onto Holorif soon. As we look at our MVP right here, it is Kakaxi. We saw him a lot, to be honest. The player POV, he was around all the time making things happen, and you can see there 6 kills, 17,000 damage, maybe looking a little bit low on the damage side of things, but you can see the way that he was playing, obviously looking for more utility, and a lot of damage coming through from the musket. You were impressed by the cannon damage from game number 1. This guy almost did 10k with a musket, and his next closest is not even 3,000 with the longsword. So yeah, doing a lot of chip damage, doing a lot of poke, and securing GD in their final push for that.
So much of it looking down here with the armor pierce, repair roll, dragon's roar, slow shot, starfall, and wave roll. So much happening. I mean, this is just absolutely insane though. Still, with everything going on here, you would be surprised with everything going on here. There's still more of it to be had. There's still more of it to be had here as the musket ends up getting almost 10,000 damage from just the musket alone. The musket, not a lot, which is surprising. And not a lot as in, we don't see the musket really getting an insane amount of damage too often. Usually it's the cannon. We definitely see the bow really make some magic happening, but to see the musket get that much damage, what was this man doing? I'm
shooting people, man.
That is
shooting people with the gun.
That is a lot of damage
it is,
coming into this. Like, that is crazy. From a musket? Excuse you? That is a little dangerous. I can only imagine how much damage he would have had if he had the bow, or if he would have had the cannon. That would have been absolutely massive coming in. Now, here's the fun part. We leave Morris Isle. Now it's time to go to the new map. We have Holoroth coming up next here for game number 3. And that, my friends, is going to be, like I said, I talked about it before, it's one of my favorites, because now everybody's gotten used to the old map. We all know about Morris Isle, you know, where the people land and how the vibes are. But now we have this brand new map. The familiarness is not fully there yet for everybody. And that's where the fun really starts to kick in, because now we're seeing how people are going to be playing this. Are people going to be scrambling? Is people still going to be able to keep that same momentum? Obviously, team synergy is still very, very important, but there's still different things here. Now, obviously, we won't be seeing too many transformer comps in this map. Surprisingly enough, the transformer comps aren't necessarily as powerful on this map from what Rune has talked about, and from obviously what we've seen. We have seen very instances where the transformers are very, very important, but that's still not enough to make it to where that is something you have to lock in. Now, as people are going to get ready to lock in for Holleroth, we have Jaeger with another interview, and we'll be right back for game number 3 at Holleroth.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Kay to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是基地的陈安业。
好的，再次欢迎你，恭喜你们刚才获得最高分。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game too. And I saw you today. You are using the hero combo, which is the Matari, Justina, Gu, and Timuch. So I would like to know how you, in your opinion, how to use the hero combo together to like do a damage in the game. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。今天我们也看到你们拿的这一套阵容啊，其实是一个嘉宾杀的一个阵容。然后想问一下，这套阵容在你的认知当中，它应该怎么样去打，可以去打出一个利益最大化，可以打出一个最高的伤害呢？
就看阵容来的吧，每个阵容都有不同的打法。反正我这个位置玩的迦南嘛，就在后面躲着，不被踢就行。
好的 So actually it will like depends on the different teams because like different teams use this hero combo together and they will have different ways to use it. And for us, because I'm using Matari, so it's more like I will let Justina and Timush, they are fighting in front of me and I will just stand behind and to do some damage with the ranged weapon. Okay, so we also saw that today KUs have very excellent performance by using bows. So I would like to know, do you have any skill can share with us by using the bow that can have very high damage? 那我们也看到长安夜今天其实拿弓箭是打出了非常高的一个伤害，也有非常好的一个表现。想问一下，在用弓箭方面，自己有没有什么技巧可以给观众朋友们分享一下呢？
就根据那个人物的那个抛物线来打的吧，有时候那种移动靶子，然后其他大部分打的都是那种定靶。
好的。So when they are running everywhere, so I will contact the falling distance at that time. So I will just aim at them and have very high damage by using bows. Okay, so today we also saw the Mystic Might in the game. So we would like to know how you comment on the Mystic Might and compare with other two Might. 那我们也看到，其实今天有玄武之力，其实在我们这把游戏当中嘛。那之前可能大家都觉得玄武之力说抢夺的必要没有这么大，但其实今天大家争夺的还是非常激烈。想问一问你是怎么看待这个玄武之力的呢？然后跟其他的两个也可以相比一下。
玄武之力的话，不开大招去抢的话，跟别人抢的话还是可以拿的。就是如果说抢的人多就没有必要，因为另外两个那个 buff 可能更强一点。
So in my opinion, if we don't need to use the ultimate to get the Mystic Might, so it will have more benefit. And in my opinion, I will think the Darker Storm and the Vormaling Bird Might is more stronger. 好的，谢谢可以接受我们今天的采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back to the Nbpl. We're just about to head into game number 3 on Holoroth, the exciting new map we have here in Naraka. We've had some cool first 2 maps of the day so far. I have been very entertained, at least. Have you been very entertained, Abby?
Oh, absolutely. Have you like, even with the amount of madness that we've been seeing so far within these first 2 games, this is where the real excitement takes place. Genuinely, this is where I'm really excited to see what happens next. Okay, because now we have this insane map coming in, and this is where the good stuff comes in. Honestly, this is where we really start to see where these powerful teams are going to place themselves. And then obviously, once we're done with this 3rd map, we take a break. And then we have 2 more back on our main map. So then people are going to go back to that familiarness again. And then boom, right back. And we end on game 6 on the new map. It's been fun, honestly. It's more so surprising. A lot of teams have been getting eliminated so much faster than what I'm used to on trios. So I don't necessarily know kind of what the vibe is, how the W key instances has been going, but there's been a lot more aggression that I'm not used to in trios, to the fact where people are just getting eliminated so fast. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Even I'm sitting here, I'm like, how do we have so many less teams? What has happened? We lost so many people. Hello? And I'm like sitting here like looking around like,
I'm loving the kill feed, man. You just take a look at the teams and like the number of elims they've got after like 1 minute, and we're already reaching that double digits and stuff. It's just like, it's crazy. People are really just going absolutely mental. And this, bear in mind as well, this is when you have the transformer comp meta still playing through right here, which is generally speaking a little more passive in the early game because you are playing for those final circles. However, here on Holoroth, I'm not quite sure what the trios meta is looking like specifically, but we saw a lot of Takeda in solos. Now I know that the solo and trios is you know, they have different metas and stuff like that. But my point being that was not a hero we saw at all on the Mora Styles, and it's really just like, I feel like players are going into Holoroth thinking it's more about skirmishes, it's more about fighting. It generally seems to be more of an aggressive map where we see teams take more of an aggressive approach. It could be because there's high rewards, high stakes if you are able to secure those loot areas, for example. But either way, like if we thought the first 2 games were bloody, we're most likely gonna see something even crazier here in game number 3. YZG on your screen right there, the team that have been playing pretty well in the first 2 games, getting a lot of kills, one of our more bloodthirsty teams here in the Nbpl, which is beautiful stuff. If we're moving on to a map we expect a little bit more aggression, and of course on your screen right here as well, WBG, this team, the last men standing in game number 2. Joint, no, that's I'm trying rubbish. That was game 1. What game was that when they were last? Was it game number 1? I can't remember. Either way, this is a team that are looking to turn things around as well, because not looking too good as we went into the day here, but still, you know, this is a team that wants to try and make that bi-weekly final, and they've got to have a big day today. Their previous showings have not been too good so far.
Even with that coming into this, it's going to be interesting to see where where a bunch of these teams are going to go here. Obviously, we've been seeing this where the placement, they've been playing this so well here, and they've really been just doing a really good job of holding their own as best as possible. So now, even with the rest of that coming in, now where do we go from here? How do we keep that same momentum? How do we keep that same aggression within this spaces? How do we go forth past that? I think that's where that exciting little bit comes from, and where it's going to be interesting to see where the next people go as we look at NPG, Gen, Away Team, Sorrow. Still, all within this rotation here. See if they can keep that same momentum coming into these games here. But I'm telling you, man, I'm really excited. I'm excited for this next map. I've always been excited when it comes to Holoroth because it's still fresh, and the way people rotate, the way people play, it's a little bit different, and I love that. I love that it's different. I love that the feed and the vibes and all the eliminations are a little bit different here. So let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming into it. I'm excited. I'm very, very excited.
I'm loving that mouse mat right there in the middle of the screen, like plus that keyboard combination.
I love the keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah. Here I am sitting with my black mouse mat with the black Corsair keyboard and just like it's just, come on, where's my color variety? Where's my beautiful luscious flowers on my setup? It's just non-existent. It's so boring. I need to sort that out, man. I need to sort it out. I suppose that's what separates me from the professional gamers. They just have cool looking keyboards. I'm sure that's what it is, and certainly not anything to do with a lack of skill or anything like that. ASC on your screen right here, another team that was doing pretty well so far today. Eliminated a little bit early in game number 2, so trying to mix the success that they've had in kills and aggression with perhaps a little bit more reliable finishing to not getting, maybe trying to dial back a little bit of the fights that they find themselves in, because it has led to them getting a lot of kills. That's great, but they've also been finding themselves not finishing as high as they most likely want to be. Inventus, a very reliable team we've seen today. Pixel especially, I think, has been really stellar. He's usually been the dedicated monk man. He's done that pretty well in that Tian height. But again, as you mentioned, and I'm not really expecting, like with the metas that changes from map to map, I'm not really expecting too many of these transformer comps. We'll see if Ventus can still perform on a composition with heroes that are a little bit different to what we've seen with them today, and if lacking that monk, I mean, that makes to run it, but if they do decide to go against it, if they can still have a similar amount of success.
Even with that as well, Ventus still a very powerful team. Let's see if they can keep more and more of that momentum and energy, to be honest with you, because it's also about an energy as well. I think if you focus more on that energy with your team, that team synergy is very important, I personally think, when it comes to all of this stuff. And I think as long as these teams really focus on that team synergy and trying to get out a lot of those teams, I think they're going to see a lot more insanity that we're necessarily used to. And I'm excited. I'm really excited. I think the future of this is going to be so much fun, especially with teams like GBL here with 3.8 average kills, 16,000 plus damage, and 20% in the top 5 here. So they need to be able to make their numbers up as well, as we see one of their top players as well. They still need to make some magic happen here. And Kyoku, also one of their coaches as well, going through all of the madness here. There's still more to be had here, and I'm excited. I'm really excited.
For sure, man. I do wonder, like, how the impact of having solos players in your trios affects like how they perform, because the schedules are crazy. Like, you're playing for like 7 hours, 8 hours a day, like whether you're doing solos or trios. And if you have to do both, like, that's absolutely nutty. Like, you must not get a lot of time off, and when when you're not actually on stage, you're probably working even harder, honestly, trying to like scrim and keep up with the meta and stuff like that, especially with a new map coming in that you have to practice extra on and all that kind of thing. It's really quite something. Like, and Jin being one of those players there for GBL. This is a team right here, though. JJ Hard on your screen. Another one of these squads that was really impressive, actually, in the last game. Like, we did see them be a victim of one of the most perfect Viper ultis that I think I've ever seen. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Really sexy. And unfortunately for them, that wiped them out of the lobby. They could have potentially had a pretty high finish there. But still, a good team here that we've been seeing a lot of things come from them as maybe looking into this next map here, just trying to pick up those kills where you can, and trying to get those points where you can. I think Holoroth is still an unsolved map, and I think it's something that you're certainly looking to try and just like, your opponents will not be as rehearsed and refined on the new map. Maybe you can use that to kind of squeeze out some extra points, which is all very important coming into this BIWEEKLY final next week.
Oh yeah, even with this as well, JJ still they've been able to make some magic happen here. So let's see if they can do it again. They did a massive amount of damage here and still staying within that top 5 for a last game here. So let's hope that maybe they can focus on that as well as they lock in for the next game here. And I'm excited. I think JJ is also another player that definitely is going to be able to figure that out here, as we're going to be able to lock in for our game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Holoroth time. I'm excited. It's going to be a good time here. Let's see if we can keep that same magic and momentum coming into this gameplay here as we're going to lock in and seeing all these teams getting ready to lock this in for our teams. I'm excited.
Oh yeah, this is the fun part as well. Not only like the new map fun just to watch people run around and do crazy things, but also the picks and the lock-ins tend to be a little bit different as well. We're expecting a bit different, at least. I want to see how these compositions kind of shake things up. Maybe we'll get like some Valda or something like that, a bit more Matari. We've seen maybe like, I think 1 or 2, maybe 3 Mataris so far. Not had too much of an impact, however. I want to see, you know, can we mix things up just a little bit? Maybe even get some Tarkas involved or something like that. I mean, maybe that's wishful thinking, but still, I definitely want. I'm definitely curious to see how the meta shifts coming into this next game. As a reminder, this is game number 3 on Holoroth. Means that game number 4 and 5, our next 2 games, will be back on Sanoma, and then back to game number 6 to Holoroth. Again, as you can see, there are a few Mataris here. We can see AOW and GBL both locking that one down.
The Takedas are finally coming in a little bit as well. Takeda also has been an interesting staple of some of these teams when it comes to Holoroth. It's been really, really interesting to see where some of the Takedas have been really been beneficial for this map specifically. And I don't know, man. I think Takeda has been a really, really good pick, and it's going to be exciting to see how he becomes a permanent role for some of these teams when it comes to specifically Holoroth. I think Holoroth has definitely been interesting in terms of changing up their gears, and so far we've been seeing it with some of these teams, you know?
I think it makes a lot of sense as well to lock in that Takeda. Like, he's better on this map for sure. We see a lot of solos as well. Like, people definitely just prefer your skirmishing ability in these fights when it comes to this map. You know, with the transformer comps not being as popular, I can see like 2 transformer comps here. Even one of them isn't running the Yui Shen as well. Or 3, excuse me. But you know, there's just too much stuff on the map. You know, there's too much like terrain and like buildings and stuff like that. It's just so hard to get that open circle to really make things happen and where those transformer comps really shine. And instead, I think, you know, with that Takeda, able to go for those fights and the skirmishes. But also, if you're looking at it from a strategical standpoint, just getting some picks that you know you're not going to run when you come back to the center map, when you come back to Morris Isle, means that you can just kind of take a bit of not get screwed over by having to pick too many of the same champion over here. And a really, really quick start here for MPG, bringing down Alex from ALE, and even YZG losing a member here as well. 2 teams that have been performing pretty well, going down or losing a member early on here as they are looking for that loot. MPG still able to make it happen here. That is going to be some big old bullying onto Jin as he's going to fall down too. ASC not looking too hot right here. It's WBG and NAD. You can't see it on your screen, but I can see it on the kill feed. They're going at it pretty hard. There it is. It's on the screen right here. Dalshi is now falling down here too. Malmalm is the last remaining standing member for NAD against WBG, but it is JJHRD coming through with that third party, able to just mop some things up here. A lot of fighting early already. We wanted to see more aggression. We're getting it, man. We're getting the aggression.
So much magic happening there. So much madness happening as God Lee is going to be able to go through with those massive amounts of daggers here from that Yorihime ulti. Still trying to catch one on this inside there. Ends up getting caught, and Lee is going to come down with a massive timed ult from the Viper. Is going to be able to get eliminated though. Goes for the pickup, and it looks like they will be able to dust off for the rest of them as well. JT keeping that same aggression though, as Chu is also trying to see if he can keep the game alive and for himself as much as possible. And obviously they still have the resurrection as well here. Lexing is going to be able to come through with that Viper. Isn't able to catch anybody. Unfortunate timing though, but he hits a massive one on somebody from the outside of the window here, and he ends up getting parried. Unfortunate timing, and the Reza comes in from the spear of Lee, as he will be able to keep the same aggression, and he does get the finish. Lee eliminating Lexing in these games, as J-Team is going to be able to rush over and pick up their teammate ZK and keep the game going. Meanwhile, 3, 6, 9. 12. I can't count. I literally froze counting to 3. I need to go back to school.
No, mate. Listen, you get a pass. It's late night for you in America. It's okay. You get that switch off brain pass. It's
I've
fine.
never froze for counting threes ever. Okay, I literally looked and I said, I literally said 12 in my head, and I was like, is that right? Oh God, don't make me look stupid in front of this broadcast right now.
See, what actually happened was you said 12, but I think it might cut out or something. So it sounded like you didn't say it and that you froze, but actually you were just saying it. And yeah, you certainly do know your 3 times table. But I think yeah, it's a process, man. It's a honestly, if there's any game that's gonna melt your brain into the sense where it can no longer perform logical functions, it's Naraka. There's so much action, there's so much craziness happening. Like it is completely brain frying, and it's beautiful. It's why we love to watch this game. But point being, there is a lot of kills already so far here on the Holoroth, as Alliance are now chasing down, looking to add to that kill total, trying to bring some more people down as YZG are the victim in their sights. YZG gonna turn this one around, and holy moly, that is a good start right there. It's lucky for the ulti on that Viper. Aki as well looking to do something similar with Yoto. YZG in a bit of a pickle in this one, or are they? They're turning it around very, very well. Look at all this damage coming through. The Terracotta transform. It is going to be Alliance routed in this one. Beautiful stuff. Considering it was Alliance who went for that play, they went for the chase. They're the ones who are going to go down. That is depressing stuff for them, as now GBL's Shin finds himself in a little bit of a fight against YZG. They're looking for the third party here. Can they pick up at least one kill? It looks like they'll be able to find one on CXZ. He should be falling down. There he is. He goes down for that extra kill. GBL is able to pick up that freebie on the third party.
Even with that amount of space, though, EWG still keeping that same momentum as they will be pushing on Kakaxi and Yeron, as they will be able to get the beautiful stun, though, and it doesn't look good for EWG. Yeron and them absolutely exposed in a bad space. Meanwhile, NiHQ is able to get away, though. Beautiful timing, though, as the Yeron is going to be able to pop his Transformer comp here. He's going to see if he can go for the grabs here as the Yonagime ult comes through at a beautiful time. He ends up getting the first grab. Going to get the second. Yes, he does. That's Dawn Queen, and K ends up getting grabbed. He will be able to go for the throwdown. It looks like he's going to lose out on both of them as a beautiful parry comes in right in front of him, as the Bane's Breath is going to be able to come in and get the elimination off of Sandy. And it looks like XCG will be able to catch this fight and win it possibly here, as, oh no, Dawn Queen ends up getting eliminated. No, actually, no. The Wuxin comes and takes them away at a beautiful time when they needed it the most. Oh, no!
Oh,
no. The Bane's Breath comes in and does a massive amount of damage, though, for K. And it tells them exactly where they need to be, as NiHQ is going to be able to push in and keep the same momentum in front of K. K by himself in a dangerous position, low and dangerously on HP, as he does get eliminated from XCG. Unfortunate. Oh, that would have been such an amazing clutch, but sadly, it just wasn't enough.
Oh, padding the stats though for XCG. This is the team that you highlighted at the end of last game with some sick team plays. 9 kills, man. There are 9 kills already. That's absolutely ridiculous. They can just find a way to finish high here. They're going to have a very, very high score. They'll be very sorted with that one coming into halfway point of the day today. XCG as a team looking to really solidify themselves and try and make those bi-weekly finals next week. As we're swapping over here now to 17JL and Q9. All that dashing around here with Justina just freezing everyone in place. It is going to be the reset from the Wuxin ulti. But are they going to keep chasing? I think they will, and they are going to catch up to them. ZU is going to fall down. It's the Viper ulti being popped, but he's so incredibly low. Can he die before the stun goes through? No! He is going to get the stun. Does that keep him alive for just enough time? No! Oh my god, a brilliant sexy double grab there by Guar. Gonna get a double kill. Holy moly. Oh my god, he's got another one. He's got another one. He's just holding him in place so the rest of his team can shoot him down and poke him. Has he got him again? I can't believe my eyes, but I think Guar's missed. No, he missed one, but that doesn't matter, man. What the hell, bro? Absolutely disgusting. We did mention the Transformer comp wouldn't be too impactful on this map, but bloody hell, like, that was absolutely insane. He's so carried that skirmish. Gets his team a bunch of kills, and Q9 now sitting pretty in third place with 6 kills.
Even with everything going on, though, still AS is going to be nearby here. He's going to be able to crush this down. Let's see if they can keep that seam. that same momentum as ASE is going to be able to go for the rotation. Let's see if they can still figure this out. Still more being able to be rotated in as ASE is going to be inside of this little section here, trying to see if they can fight it out, keeping the same momentum and pressure right in front of NPG here, trying to dush it out as best as possible, trying to see if maybe they can get some damage here, and as he's able to connect massive amounts of damage though, as Wavey's going to be able to shut it down with that insane parry, and he does end up getting eliminated. Jin pushing in, getting more and biting off more than he can chew, as ASE is going to be able to catch him, and he catches Sorrow in the back, and it's not looking good as Sorrow's going to pop that Yorihime ult. Massive damage though, as he ends up able to get the elimination though, but it's not enough though, as AS is going to be able to get the elimination though, as WBG and Alliance on the rotation as well.
ASC being our first team to fall here is kind of surprising for me. This was a team that was performing pretty well today, actually, and but not in this one, not in Holoroth. Maybe this is just not their map. They don't like it here. They got their postcard, but they're coming home. They want to go back to Morris Isle, and they will do in game number 4 and 5. Let's no one tell them they're getting number 6 though, where they come back to Holoroth. I'm not be too happy about that one. I've seen this free code come in sign on the right hand side for there it is. There it is. Speak of the devil, if you want to play some Naraka yourself, the game looks fun, or maybe you just want to get a key so your friend can play with you. Game's always way more fun playing with friends, and there are some keys on the right hand side for your screen. Be quick to redeem those and get into Naraka ASAP. As GD, I believe this was a replay. Yeah, that was a bit odd. That was what happened with them on the Bane's Breath, as they got resurrected and then double killed, which really did just completely screw over their team right there. Pad some stats quite nicely, but just like they've been resurrected and they're all good to go again, as we're now swapping to Alliance versus WBG. Alliance have had a tough showing of things so far. Their only good response here today has been a game that they were able to just hold on with one member and finish highly. But now again, they're in a bit of a pickle once more. They are going to be TPing away with the Wu Shen ulti, trying to get those resurrections, but a great chase from WBG. Able to keep up the pressure. Lucky is the last man alive here with that Viper ulti, trying to get the stun, trying to get the lockdown before he just tries to run away, but it's not going to happen. He's going to fall down. It is the elimination. WBG able to pick that one up. These guys, again, need to remind you, a good team have had a poor start to things here so far. Not looking too hot, trying to make that bi-weekly final, but game number 2, game number 3 really has been looking up for these guys, and that's certainly what they need if they do want to finish high for those qualifications. AOW now, previous winners in game number 1, finding themselves against GBL. A big scrap going through here. Dabao, however, has the legendary spear. He's going to be hurting a lot. That's why I'm pokey stick. You're going to hate to be on the receiving end of that one, as we are going here to fight the Mikasa on that Justina, just poking around here, trying to make some things happen, trying to get those catches. GBL on the backside of things here. Jin is exceptionally low. He's not long for this world, but he is still alive. Importantly, just for a little bit here, is AOW Mikasa himself finding himself in a bit of a pickle, as here comes that third party. XCG looking to ruin everything. And it doesn't matter if you're GBL, it doesn't matter if you're AOW. If you've done all the work here, it matters not. You're not going to get these kills. XCG coming through, playing janitor on the cleanup crew, are going to find themselves 2 kills. Jin falls down, Mikasa falls down, and the rest of their teams are just left running away and licking their wounds.
Hopefully still tender, and hopefully they have some alcohol to be able to wipe those wounds, because I don't think that's sanitary. Currently, as we're able to run this around here, GBL, Han, and Dabao, one less player alive here is Zin. Looks like he will be able to get resurrected and back. Meanwhile, J-Team looks like they will be going into this circle, though. They are going to be able to catch him, and gets a nice little hit from that bow shot. Unfortunate as JT Lee and Eagle are going to be able to fight this out here. Not looking good for Dabao, as Dabao will get eliminated though from J-Team. NPG fighting this out, but XCG with 13 eliminations so far. Feeling this out. We just saw XCG on the feed those down and trying to see if they can do it, as we saw the Viper come out, and it looks like they will be pushing forward, trying not to get caught up, and it looks like Lee is unsuccessful in catching anybody though with the ulti. Unfortunate though. With everything happening though, J Team's lead still gonna be able to figure this out though. More and more of it coming into this. Love to see the amount of timing happening though, as they're gonna be able to brush this in. Keep the same momentum as they will be able to push in, and they do get the elimination off of J Team's Eagle. Eagle tries to play this off as best as possible as QGG ends up getting the elimination off of Eagle. Inside of the circle, outside of the circle, should I say. We'll be able to push this in. It looks like J Team ZK by himself will have to leave his teammates behind and play solo for the rest of this game. Meanwhile, Ventus, Q9, nearby, waiting for Pixel. Try to see if maybe they can push in. They know that he's nearby here, but decides not to. Probably the best call for Ventus. Full team ready to go is GD nearby. AOW still trying to keep that momentum as they do have 14 eliminations leading this game so far. Let's see if they can keep this same momentum as Cuckoo is in a very dangerous situation. Low on HP, gray shield. It really takes 1 or 2 damage hits, especially 2 massive ones. And they're pretty much 1 HP here, so Cuckoo has to play this to the best of his ability. Meanwhile, he does end up getting parried mid-air. Beautiful timing, though, from that one, as he will get 1v3, and Cuckoo will get eliminated from AOW. Not looking good for them. They definitely don't need that, knowing that they have one person alive hiding in the bushes. Ping Tao by himself is going to have to help lead the team for the rest of the way. Unfortunate timing for AOW, though. They've been doing so well, and now is the time where they start to struggle. This is the type of thing that we've been seeing so far. Just them really trying to get some early aggression, is not able to get some eliminations, and sadly enough, they just can't finish it off.
It's getting tough, isn't it? Especially like AEW, I just really want to highlight is having that great first game, but really not able to do anything outside of that, and that really, really sucks. They had a terrible game 2, a terrible game 3 as well, as Guan now has just popped his transform. I mean, I guess this is one of the things that's really good about transform comps still, even on a map where, you know, teams elect to avoid those compositions. It's really good for controlling areas. It's why the final circle often sees a lot of those transformers when we're on the Morris Isle. But it's, you know, when there's a loot drop like this, it's again another situation where you can just control it with that transform. No one wants to contest you on those points because you're ridiculously strong in your big monk form. Very scary stuff, and that's just going to be a free drop for those guys. Get yourself kitted out. You'll be in a better spot as this final circle starts approaching. We're 13 minutes still left in the game. Still some time before any of that happens here. Just playing a little bit chill here, just not much happening. Everyone's just hanging out a little bit, some more literally than others. Cuckoo has been resurrected though. Pintel was able to pick him up, but 0 loot from Cuckoo. He I mean, look at that. He's on like 40% health, no armor, blue weapons. I mean, he's alive, but he's a dead man walking in that situation. He's got to find something. He's got to be able to get at least a little bit, a crumb, a scrap of loot, so that he can get himself back into this game. But it's looking quite tough here if you are AOW. Things not looking too well at all. We're swapping over to the other side of the map here. NAD finding themselves in the fight against YZG, EWG as well on the other side of this. We won't be seeing these teams fighting most likely, because if they do that, then you're going to get third-partied. Anyone engaged on this fight, and you're donezo if the other guys decide to come in and ruin your day. So a lot of passive play here, just chilling out, just relaxing, maxing. Outside of the school. Too much happening. It's been a while. I've forgotten the forgotten how that one goes, but it's something like that.
Even with that amount of space, though, let's see if we can keep that same momentum, as they will be able to thresh this out. Meanwhile, Q9, Ventus nearby, EWG also in the middle of their fight. Looks like it might be a nice little scramble to try to stay away. Meanwhile, Gua decides he has other plans. We'll be able to keep that same momentum here, but let's see if anybody else is also going to be able to keep that same energy as LWH. Using the grapple, trying to see if maybe anything happens in any which way. Question is, will they be able to do it? And it looks like it's going to be more happening, though, as that Justina ulti will be able to come in. The question is he going to be able to get a freeze off of anybody? Unfortunate, though, not able to. One ends up getting the throwdown, though. And it looks like he will be able to catch something, though, getting massive damages on Yeron, just trying to use it. And there goes the Frost. That's exactly what he wanted, as Yeron will be able to double demonk right now. Probably play this smart to the best of his ability, though. still more of it happening though. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum pushing into it. Still with all the rotations coming in and still with all the timing that needs to happen though, they still haven't been able to push in and do the best that they can here. Let's see if they can figure this out towards the rest of the way. As it looks like now, the grabs coming in from Gua, unfortunate though, will be forced to pop. Oh, ends up getting massive damage though. It looks like from a bunch of different things. Could have been a cannon and a bow at the same time. Gua's gonna be able to go for the rotation successfully though, as LWH is ending up in a bad situation, as AS is gonna be able to get the elimination off of LWH. Oh man, the aggression coming in. He did such an amazing job of it. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum coming into it. More and more spaces figuring this out, even with the amount of timing though. Let's see if they can keep that same patch of action going. 17JL really keeping the momentum coming. They do only have 2 eliminations, so they will need to do something. Meanwhile, NPG is on a different level with 10 eliminations, slowly following up XCG with their 14 eliminations. And check this out, WBG and Q9 tied with 6 eliminations apiece.
So much happening. We wanted aggression. I will say it's delivered on this map here. So many kills coming through, especially early on. Like it just set the pace for this entire game. It's been absolutely beautiful stuff to watch. Everyone's just going absolutely crazy, man. We've got 10 minutes left. Probably gonna see, I would say, we see a little bit of chillness, but you know what? Ignore me. Completely ignore me. 17JL are looking for YZG, seeing if they can bring some down. YZG as a reminder, you can see the top left there, in 8th place. A pretty good spot here to make the bi-weekly finals next week alongside GG and Ventus, who are today, and still in the map here. J-Team, you can see ASC as well, playing today, but unfortunately out in game number 3. Not alive still here on Holoroth. YZG's looking for a cheeky little reset here. They don't have particularly good armor to keep themselves alive. You're seeing a lot of blue armors here. Something that means that if you get caught out of position, you're going to be donezo, and if you take too many poke shots, if you get hit by any of those cannons, those ranged weapons, anything like that, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Your armor is not going to protect you a huge amount against that, but I saw on that side there some yellow armor. That will be a little bit better here. WBG as well, armor check-in. Getting their purple armors, all good to go at this point. 8 minutes left here. We've got a lot of different teams still alive. A lot of players still alive. 12 teams in total, 33 players. Q9 hiding away in a bush somewhere, not able to do anything in this one. Just trying to do that thing where you just, there he is, there's Gua, just trying to hide away, not draw the ire of any other players.
Doesn't want to get caught.
Pray he can finish high in this one and try and scramble a little bit of kills together. But it's not looking good for him, man. He's in a bit of a pickle. Actually, speaking of pickles here, GD looking to get themselves in a little bit of a fight, but you know what? I'm getting hyped for all over nothing. Of course, nothing's happened at this point in the game. Nothing ever happens at this point in the game. We're just chilling out. Oh, there it is. There's the chainsaw, my favorite weapon. It's running around, just making lots of noise, because why not?
Because why not? Even in this situation, though, there's still a lot to be had, though, in these very interesting Spectre situations, though. See if they can keep that same momentum coming in, though. Even with this one, though. Looks like QGG still trying to keep this game alive, though. Love to see it, though. QGG trying to get a top, though. Trying to play this off as best as possible. Meanwhile, still able to go through towards this rotation, though. Let's see if they can figure this out as well. Here is Pixel. Around.
Pixel is someone I always watch in his games. Ventus is a good team, and it's not just because of his One Punch Man outfit / Kill Bill. I don't know which one that. Nah, it's Kill Bill. Let's go with Kill Bill on that one. It's not because of his Kill Bill outfit. It's he's always doing well, man. He's the star player of that team. It's no surprise they've given him the legendary armor. It's really oh, that's what the hell, man? That was a sick shot, man. TJ just absolutely blasted Stanley in the face with that bow. Holy crap, that was ridiculous. Oh man, I mean, it all counts. It doesn't matter if you're doing the most damage, you just got to get that last hit, and that certainly was the last hit. That was absolutely disgusting. That was beautiful stuff. Very happy with that one. GD finding themselves in a fight against the 17JL, of course. It's a little bit of flirting with each other, but not a lot of actual dedications to the fight. We're at that point in the game when I don't think any team's going to actually dedicate to any fight here unless they really, really have to. And the fact of the matter is, you don't have to until this circle starts getting even smaller. And as it is right now, 5 minutes left, the circle is not quite small enough. And that, oh my god, Mau just gets juggled in the air by those ranged weapons. He is absolutely boinked and he is out. He is donezo. That is ridiculous right there. He didn't stand a chance. Now that is unfair and that is tragic to see. As we're seeing Mauram, he's come back alive though. He's back able to get that TP from the Wushen and get the resurrection. But now they're in a house against the cannons, and you do not want to be in a house against the cannons. If people throw through those rockets in the windows, you're in a lot of trouble. There's nowhere for you to run. There's nowhere for you to hide. No, Sorrow here popping his ulti.
Definitely don't want to. Oh no, the ulti's gonna be able to pull them away though. Beautiful timing though. Definitely don't want to get caught up, and they were about to as that Wushen. I'm telling you, Wushen is so important in this map here. Just really being able to get out of harm's way as best as possible. They've done a fantastic job of it so far, as Sorrow still going to be able to go through this rotation. EWG's Yaron trying to see if he can grab somebody. Even Pixel, same here as well. Also wants to do the exact same. Unfortunate timing though, as Pixel is going to be able to get the elimination off of Zyliu. Zyliu gets another grab off of Malman. Malman dies from outside of the circle. Pixel ends up getting grabbed as well. And he grabs a double. Yaron is able to get a massive throw before he ends up getting debunked. Oh man, beautiful timing coming in as Yaron wants to get that payback though. And Lixing comes at a beautiful time. Oh man, coming in the best timing ever as Lixing also doing very similar amounts of damage and timing though as Ventus also doing very similar. Lixing in a very dangerous situation, and just like that, the tables have been turned. He's able to heal. Godly's gonna try to see if he can get something though with his Yorahime ulti. Pushing in on WBG's Jing, also nearby as well. Imagine the amount of timing he has though, and it looks like Godly has that insane Jaden coming, Soul Jade coming in. Parry coming in from Senzi. Senzi getting massive damage on the Godly, as Godly is going to be absolutely transferred from that Wushin. That timing coming in is absolutely insane, and they did a fantastic job getting him out of harm's way.
My biggest question in all of this is just why? Why is this happening? We don't see teams fighting this early. Usually it waits until the very last minute before this action just completely kicks off, as it has done here. I'm not complaining though. I'm very happy about this. We're seeing 17JL. Ventus is in there. MPG is in there. EWG as well. All on this cliff edge. There's not a lot of room to maneuver here, to run around to safety and stuff. Like if you're trying to survive, you're not in a good spot at all. The plus side, of course, though, is you're isolated from the rest of the map, so it's just going to be you guys fighting down here. Still not a beautiful place to fight, especially depending on your weapons. This one right here from WX98, the longsword, getting those hits off the tumults as well with those sandstorm, the little dust, the zephyr wisps around him, able to just make it so hard to fight in a small areas. Waiting here from MPG is able to pop that ultimate, finally catch some people down. It's not really going to happen though, as Sorrow with his legendary spear, again trying to make the most of this situation. We've got 3 teams left, 7 players. It's all happening here. XCG, 18 kills to their names, looking to bring down a ridiculously high point total if they're able to close this one out. And they have taken down MPG, the second place team here with 14 kills. Ventus, the last ones alive to challenge XCG, but I don't think it's going to happen. This Takeda plays absolutely disgusting. MPG are totally out. They're gone. They're done. It's just WX98 versus the world, and the world is gonna win. XCG are your winners.
XCG absolutely needed that. They've been playing so well and decently throughout today that this was one of those that I'm telling you, Zaunen, Lixinghen, and Nai HQ definitely are feeling relieved knowing that game 3, they're able to clutch it up for a final, for a dub, back from Holleroth into the winner's circle. I know even with the amount of timing they had though, they still needed it, and they've been looking so good towards this one. XCG finally able to get the dub that they clearly deserved.
Man, that was beautiful stuff. Honestly, it was writing on the wall, wasn't it, from game number 2, and the way that they finished that game out. Some really good plays there. But the thing that I'm so like chuffed with these guys is like their team composition was very unique. It's not something we see too much in trios. Obviously, with the new map, we're seeing a lot of different heroes being picked up, so it might be something we see a little bit more of. But like I think they run like Takeda, Timolch and Matari, if I'm not mistaken. It was something along those lines. Like it was a very unique comp that we don't get to see a lot of. And I like it when players bring out something new and still able to dominate on it. And the fact that these guys got like 20 kills, I think genuinely they finished on 20. I think it was a big 2-0. I genuinely think that was the total there. With a first place finish, I don't know what exactly the score is going to be, but it's north of 30 for sure. Like they're going to have more than 30 finishing there, which is crazy. Like considering that map number 2 finished with first and second tied at 21, these guys picked up 30 plus. It's absolutely disgusting. Like it's beautiful, man. You love to see if you're an XCG fan.
Even with that one as well, though, there still was a lot of wide rotations there. And meanwhile, it was XCG really just trying to keep the game alive here. NPG still trying to keep the feed alive here as Ventus by himself towards the end, though. Ventus really did a good job of just trying to keep his team alive, WX98, and getting a second place finish, though, with their team obviously being the last one out as a solo, but still that placement is going to be very important for Ventus, obviously going into the feed. Now, it depends on also the kills and what they have, but unfortunately enough, they still was able to make something happen, though. So good job to WX98, really trying to keep this team alive for Team Ventus.
Yes, and that's the important thing, right? Once you get to those final circles, like the time gap between like the 7th place team dying and the 2nd place team dying is like 30 seconds, man. Like it all happens so fast. You know, every second that you can hang on means a huge amount in those situations. And yeah, like you say, WX98 was able to hold on for Ventus, get some extra points. Like all 3 of the teams that were in that final circle, we saw, I think it was MPG, XCG, and Ventus. They were all like,
oh my goodness,
what?
XCG with 22. We got a 20 bomb, ladies and gentlemen. 22 eliminations and a 40.2 game score. XCG, I know, has to be feeling good coming into this. And look at this, though. Those ranking points are coming in very helpful for Ventus in 4th place with a 17.4, 18.5 for 17JL, and MPG here with a 24 game score points, 14 kills. Wow.
Absolutely insane. Here's me hyping them up thinking, oh, they're going to get more than 30 points. That's crazy. 40 points. That's madness. That's almost more than the 1st and 2nd place team from the previous map had combined. That is absolutely ridiculous. That is the highest I've seen a game score. That is absolutely ridiculous. That will carry you through a few maps right here. XCG have already had some good finishes as well. Like these guys, absolutely poised to take today by storm. Like legit, even if they get a fat goose egg in the next game, like that would still be an average of 20 points, which is sometimes enough to finish first over 2 maps. Like that is genuinely crazy. XCG going to be exceptionally happy with that one, and we are going to see the Takeda as our MVP, 14,000 damage, 9 kills. Nothing really too much to write home about statistically, individually here for NiHQ.
What's crazy is you know that what's crazy is that we don't see Takeda as being MVPs.
Right.
We don't. So to see them being an MVP, absolutely insane and incredible. Whirlwind, Focus Slide, Dual Blade Sap, Inferno Slash, Shunwing Shot, and Melee Resist Soul Jade. I mean, man, Fox, he had it all, even with 9 eliminations.
Yeah, he was. I mean, there's a reason why he's the MVP, man. There's a reason why we're staring at his face. He was able to make it happen. Like, beautiful stuff, honestly. I was very, very impressed. And like, I like it when we get to see some new things. Takeda obviously being somewhat of a new thing in trios. Like, we don't see a huge amount of it. So it's nice that, you know, we mentioned it a little bit coming into Holoroth, that it might be one of the things, one of the changes in the meta as far as champions go, or like heroes go, and the player picks, and that was the case in this time round. And beautiful stuff. Like, not only did we get to see something new, but we got to see an MVP caliber performance out of it as well. Very nice
MVP caliber coming in from a player that we don't usually see. That Takeda, absolutely insane, and also impressive coming into this too. Don't see it too often, and now it's like, okay, now that we go back for the reset, now it's fun, right? So now we go back to our main map. Now we go back to Moros Isle. We're gonna take the boat back. We're taking the boat back. Hold on. Taking the boat back. Taking the boat back, we're going right back over to Morris Isle. Going back to the large serpent up in the sky.
It's a long way, man.
It's a long way. It's good. I'm gonna be here a while, okay? I'm gonna be here a while, but that's okay. Even with all of that, we're gonna go right back to the island, and then at the end of it, we go right back to Halaroth, where we end our day 4 trios again. Like I said, day 2, still a lot of momentum, still a lot of fun to be had. But now, with XCG coming in with a massive 20+ bomb, where do we go from here?
I mean, they're the team to watch for sure. Like they were a little bit sleeper in the first 2 games. Like they were doing well. They were catching our eyes, and they were making some stuff happen. It was great stuff. But bloody hell, that is just a new gear. Absolutely insane stuff. And bringing it into game number 4 and 5, like it's not like these guys are just holler off heroes, you know. Like they were great. They were great on the Morris Isles as well, and I can't wait to see more of them. And speaking of seeing some more, I think we're going to be able to talk to them here in our interview.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite 小南 to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 欢迎你，先和我们观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是叉子机的小南。
好的，再次欢迎你。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 3. And I saw you today use the hero combo, which is the Tarkada and Matari and the Timuj. So I would like to know how you guys consider this hero combo together to make the very high damage in the game. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。那今天我们其实看到你们的这个阵容啊，是武田和迦南还有特莫尔。其实这个阵容可能是比较少见，在比赛当中比较少见。想问一下，那你们队是怎么去考虑用这套阵容去打伤害的呢？
看个人熟练度吧，就是我们这个选手对武田那个熟练度比较高，所以说我们就按照这个武田去配一套阵容，就配个风男跟迦南，一个自保一个出场。
好的。So actually, for our opinion, we more like focus on the players if he is very familiar with the hero. Because in our team, our teammate is really good at using the Takada. So we use the Takada and to cooperate with him to make this hero combo together. And because Takada, it also can control and also can escape. So we think this hero combo together is very strong. Okay, so I also saw that you guys at the beginning of the game use a Moonburn's charm, and I would like to know, so who or which hero in your team will buying this Moonburn charm, and like you can be sure that you can use this Moonburn charm. 那在这把的开始的时候，其实我们也看到你们用了一个地煞符嘛，然后特别想问一下，像在你们团队当中，你们是会交给谁，或者说是交给哪一个英雄，让他去开这个符，能确保说这个符为我们队所用呢？
一般都给3号位吧，因为3号位进团的话是最后上，他自己能藏一个很好的一个地点，就把这个符盖出来，避免被别人切嘛。因为我们一号位和2号位一般都是先上溜人的嘛。
好的 ，Actually in the team we more like to give this Moonburn charm to give to our support position, because the support position is the last one to like join in the fighting. So because other two teammates will fight in the front, so if we give to the support position, it will be more safe. Okay, so I also saw that it's rare to see the Takada in the Trios game, so I would like to know how you comment on this hero in the Trios game. 那我们也很少，其实可以在比赛当中看到武田在3排当中出场，特别想问一下，你是怎么评价这个英雄在3排中的表现呢？
这个英雄怎么说呢？相对于来殷红叶跟妖道机来说的话，是一个2阵最好的英雄了，等于。因为这个英雄进攻性比较强，然后。这个英雄最差的因素差在什么呢？就是有点吃装备，有点吃钱，所以说前期要有个很好的发育。如果说你前期顺的话，这个武田会非常厉害。
Actually, in my opinion, I think like Takada is also as strong as the like Viper and Yudu. Like they are combo together, but it's also have a weakness. Is because he is really like using the money and equipment. So if we want to use the Takada, we have to earn a lot of money at the beginning of the game. 好的，谢谢小南接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears give healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears give healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning.
Game number 4 just around the corner, boys and girls. We're back onto the Morris Isles. We had a fun time, a fun little field trip over in Holoroth. Some people had more fun than others. XCG, I think, will be pretty happy with how much fun they had over there. 40 points. 40. Absolutely disgusting, insane. Oh my goodness, like that. Just pure domination from these guys. We're only halfway through the day. We've got 2 more games on Morris Isles, and then we're back to Holoroth. But still, setting yourself up with 40 points, like, it doesn't really matter what happens from here on out. Like, these guys are very, very happy, and look at these totals. These totals, right? Like, most of these totals are underneath 40 for a whole day, and they did it in one map. Absolutely disgusting.
One map. They did it absolutely in one map here. Really being able to show how much of a proper team they really can be as long as they put their mind and their soul to it. Even AOW is currently not at the very bottom of the leaderboard now, with that 54.8, 32 points currently, but that doesn't necessarily mean that is their final score if they keep the same momentum coming in to these next couple of games here. So much going down here, and maybe so much happening though as we're going to be able to push in towards these next games though. It's going to be very exciting. I'm excited to see where these next games go as we're going to look in for our top 16 through 9. And obviously we're going to be able to see what the changes really are within this very middle section here. And I think that's where we're really going to see how that goes. But XCG, man, XCG really trying to make some magic happening though with that 40 plus points. And obviously AOW in 22nd. So no longer in that very bottom here. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going for those next couple of games here, because we still have 3 more games left.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, like they started out with a real bang. It was great for them in that first game, and essentially doubled their points total from, you know, got what they achieved in day 1 in game 1 of day 3. But since then they've really been struggling. Game 2 and 3 were definitely not great for these guys, and they're certainly going to look to try and revert back to their game 1 form if they want to actually make a running of this and try and make it to those bi-weekly finals as we do move on here to 16 through 9. XCG, they got 36 points in day 2 and then 40 points in game 3. The fact they were already sitting on 16 points, honestly, through 2 games is pretty impressive, to be honest. Like, that's not bad. That's okay. You can get away with that. If you're averaging like 8 points a game, you play 6 points, like, you know, that's like 40, 50 points. It's okay. It's not too bad. You can get away with that one. But just adding that 40 onto it is just absolutely insane. Like, a 50-point day is really, really crazy. Seeing some other names here that we've been watching today. ASE, MPG as well, YZG. These are teams that had some pretty good showings like in their previous days, and so far I've really just been looking to shore that up and bring home a similarly successful day here in day number 3 of our the last week here bi-weekly. I cannot speak. I've lost it, but that's fine. I'm losing my marbles here, but we're about to see some teams that have certainly not quite lost theirs yet, as we're going to get into the best teams we have here in the Nbpl in the trios. Some familiar names you'll be seeing up there, and who are you expecting to see? Like, from today, we've had like J teams been doing fairly well, like quite consistent. Who else outside of those are you expecting, like, from our competitors today to see in the top spots?
I think YCG really has been trying to make something happen. I think XCG with that 56.3 points is definitely something that we kind of need to like pay attention to. And I think because of that, definitely makes it a little bit more interesting to kind of go, hey, all right, I'm definitely going to pay attention more towards that. Because if XCG is going to pop off with a game like that, and knowing that they're 92 points in so far, I feel like if they keep this up, we probably could see them within the top 8 of our field here, which we're probably about to see right now, in terms of where they could be if they keep the same momentum going though. But obviously getting to that top 5 is going to be very tough because they're in the like 140s, 150s. currently. So you really need to pop off with some insane games to really see yourself within that top 5. But I can guarantee you can at least make it to at least top 6 if you play really well in these next few games here, as we're looking at J Team with 118. 128 from Bauda. Obviously, Bauda isn't playing currently. And we still have OUG, Wolves, GG, and Fun Plus Phoenix within our top 4. So nobody has really been nearby to take this spot. But with a 46.8 points, GD could potentially do it.
Yeah, we see J Team, GD, and Ventus here specifically. Really, from today's matches, they are in the bottom of that table right there. They're doing really well. They're doing really well. They're gonna have to keep that up. The only team that have had a 100-point game plus is Bauda. That was in day number 1. And we'll see if anyone can eclipse that, because I don't know. That is a very high bar. That is very difficult to do. And you don't need to do it either. Like, it's not like it's 100 points or bust. You can certainly have a slightly more tame outing and still be able to finish decently in in the day-to-day, especially some of these teams who have already had some good showings with things. WBG though, as a team, looking to try and turn their fates around a little bit. Jing, 13 challenge, Sweetwalker, last men standing in game number 1 of today. You can see as well, like, the way their points have been going. Like 68 points in day 2s is decent. Like, it's okay. That's fine. You get away with that. You're happy about that. But you know, the 34 points that they were getting in the first day, certainly nothing to write home about. And so far, sitting only at 23. We are obviously only 3 games in, but still, anything can happen there. If they are able to just push it up a little bit more, they'll be pretty happy sitting pretty there. Able to squeeze in, if they can, into that one of those spots for the qualifier of those bi-weekly finals.
Absolutely.
From them.
Absolutely, though. Even with that, though, they've been, like I said, been doing a pretty good job of that type of momentum thus far, though, as we're still going to be able to pay attention to that. So let's hope that they keep that same momentum and timing coming in, as we're seeing K, Akachi, and Don Queen. Don Queen really playing this off as best as possible here and making it look good with their prospects. Let's see if they can keep figuring this out. As now we're coming back towards it, though. GD, another team that obviously, like we said before, if they really see their magic happening towards this, we can really see them within that top, if they really focus up, and I really want them to. I really want to see if they can get towards that space. They really just need to focus it up and just really keep it going.
I mean, this is the thing as well, right? Like, GD as a team have impressed me today, and they're sitting quite pretty in the overall standings. J Team as well, similarly to GD, in very similar spot overall, actually. All in all, like, today have been pretty solid. Overall, have been very solid as well. These are 2 guys, or 2 teams specifically, that you have to keep your eyes on as we approach the. We just finished the halfway point of today. Game number 1, game number 2, game number 3, all in the record books. Time to begin 4th game of the day here on the Morris Isle. Let's see if we go back to those transformer comms, which are very common. We've seen a lot more of those on this map specifically, but to be honest, we're not seeing too much of it right now. I can see 4 monks right now on my screen. Everything else is a little bit all over the shop. We've got a lot of Vipers, a lot of Yotos, obviously, Wuchen coming through on a lot of these team comps. But yeah, not as many transformer comps as we were seeing earlier on in the day in game number 1 and game number 2. And reverting back to some more kind of skirmish style compositions here instead.
Even with that skirmish style, they're still going to be able to patch this up. Let's see how well they can put this type of thing together. Though still more and more of it to be had. Let's see if they can figure this out within this next space here. As more and more of it's going to be picked. But look at their pick rates, though. Pick rates have still been pretty high. So obviously they still have been playing to the best of their ability with the characters they know and love. But they do have the time to balance this out, though. So let's see if they can within these next games, though, as we look at it. And man, even the spread is still a little different. Victims Haven, West Zest Winery, and Iceland Crater is going to be the main focus of this as Alliance, XCG, and a couple of the other big teams are going to be there. WEG, see Ventus AOW is going to be very towards the center of Celestra in the main Spectre. Nobody in Sunwing, nobody at Stillside Temple. I don't think there's a single soul near Shadow Jade Mine here. Wreckage Plains is going to see its fair share of people as well. Actually, I take that back. GD is going to be the only team that's going to be at Shadow Jade Mine here, so they're going to have a free space to be able to get what they want when they want. As Council Courtyard is going to see 2 teams, and 1 team is going to be right in the front page of Forgotten Village and Wreckage Plains. So full squads are going to be outside. It's going to be very close in terms of where people are going to be landing here. So this is where things get good.
Oh, we love to see it right here. Q9 already starting with the weapons, trying to chase down YZG, who are weaponless right now. Just got their fists and nothing else, and that's they're outgunned right here. I'm no expert, but oh my goodness, I don't think fists are quite as good as weapons. Although we do have someone on top of the ballista as well, looking to try and pick up some kills, trying to scavenge a little bit out of that one. We can see in the kill score as well, Alliance able to pick up some kills, AOW as well. AOW specifically a team that wants to try and turn things around. Game number 1 was very good for them, but 2 and 3 certainly not. Certainly something they want to forget, and quickly as they move on into game number 4, as it's now Q9 on the back end of things. Some great shots here from Dubai with that pistol, looking to pick up Q9. LXY in a bit of a pickle here as well. We're going to get a bit of a scrap fighting through here, but now it's Dubai's being turned around on. LWH and LXY looking to bring the pain onto him, but not going to happen. Going to be able to reset out of that one, as NiHQ, the MVP of game number 3, our previous game, with that great sword spinning around, trying to get some kills. Oh my goodness, Dubai's just being juggled up in the air. That uppercut, really powerful. Really going to put the hurt on him as well. MPG Shout Sorrow is falling down. XCG going to pick up their first kill of the map. Starting things off here in game number 4, very much how game number 3 went down. They're looking for even more here, as it's Q9. LXY could be in a lot of trouble here. He is, oh, it's a double parry. Oh my goodness. LWH is going to be taken down here as well. He's parried again. Oh my goodness, that's just not fair, is it? As YZG now join the fight, and W, you're going to have to help me out here because I've run out of breath. What's happening?
Oh man, welcome to it as everything else is going on. Ladies and gentlemen, Fox, welcome to Naraka Blade Point with all of the madness happening. NiHQ is going to get absolutely sent out. A nice parry coming in from Zaunin, but he ends up getting caught on the backside of QGG. Sorrow right in the very center of everything going on. Ends up getting that nice little freeze and is able to get a little bit of shield back, but it doesn't matter because he will get absolutely sliced and diced, as the full team is going to be able to back out with their Wushin and is going to be able to dip out super far. YZG still alive and will be able to fight this out for another team here. Meanwhile, NPG close by, ready to run it back with YZG, as they will be able to keep that momentum pushing in. Chen trying to see if they can do something. Sorrow's trying to see if they can shoot anything with that bow. CXC decides to pop that Viper. Nice little bit of scrambling happening, as they will be able to stun one of NPG's players, and they will be able to force it. CXC is able to hit a massive parry onto Sorrow, as Sorrow is able to do a nice little bit of recovery. Go for a shield, but sadly will get sliced and diced and get the payback from CXZ. Going to be able to shut this down though. YZG is able to eliminate 2 players of NPG, and it looks like they're still going to be able to scramble to find the next one. As already YZG is going to push in for the next team, as Ventus and AOW is already in the middle. Very dead center. Ladies and gentlemen, we are near Lake Yellowleaf currently within this map of Morris Isle, as the fight's going to be taken off, as Pingtao is going to be able to get the elimination from AOW. Ventus is going to be able to get eliminated from Pingtao, excuse me, as YZG is going to try to see if maybe they can get any boost shots, but realizes how dangerous they are and decides to back off. They don't want any prior image. They don't want any problems coming into this one.
Speaking of problems though, JT may have just found some against Alliance here. Normally we see Alliance the ones up against the odds. They get knocked out quite early, and this time around they're looking to try and change their fortunes. Chasing JT down. Eagle is the first target of this one, but it's a double purple armor here. That could be quite tough. And Lucky's going to pop his ulti with that Viper stun. Going to try and lock as many people down as possible, but that is Lee going down for J-Team. J-Team are just resetting behind a tree, but Lee's actually fallen all by himself, and that's a lot of trouble for these guys now, as Alliance is just trying to dodge away from Eagle's transform. Should be able to buy some time here, and if they... Oh, that's a good grab onto Lucky though mid-air. I'm not sure Alliance can buy time anymore here, as we're now going to get that third party of WBG. It's every team's nightmare, looking for that 3v3 fight, turning it into a 3v3v3, and now J-Team, who are turning it around onto Alliance, potentially able to actually do the heroic, miraculous turnaround after losing their teammate are now scattered and running for the hills. Both Alliance and J-Team want to get out of there, not feeling that third party from WBG. Sleepwalker here in that transform, just scaring everyone else away, and that's be that.
So much madness happening though as WBG, Sleepwalker, and the rest of the team have that Bane's Breath available though, being able to do what they want. As PinkPal is going to be able to force the Viper ulti. He's going to be able to push in here as 17JS is the bad timing though coming in as AS will be stopped from the massive stun, and there's so much going on, but the dual blades is going to get so much damage happening. Benchu is trying to do as much as he can with the defense, but ends up getting absolutely parried as PinkPal and AOW is going to shut down an entire team just within seconds after a massive Viper ult. It's able to stun everybody.
That's insane. AOW, like, honestly, they've been struggling so hard in game 2 and game 3. It's just like these little skirmishes, these little fights were just not working for them. Unlike in game 1, where it was all about these guys and their fights were so solid, and that's how they came out on top, and they were the best team in our first game today. And there it is, they're showing it again here in game number 4. Perhaps a return to form for these guys, which is sorely needed if they want to try and make BIWEEKLY finals coming in next week. Alliance now against WBG, trying to get some payback here, as it was WBG who came for that third party when it was Alliance versus J-Team, and instead it is Alliance saying, you know what, you want a third party us, that's fine, we're gonna run away, we're gonna chill, but don't think we're gonna forget about that. And there it is, taking them down.
Don't think we are noticing.
Personal, mate. Personal ones always feel the best.
Don't think we aren't paying attention here. I think there's a lot of people that's still going to be able to go through with this rotation. Those Alliance is going to be on this outside looking in. NPG up top, taking it very, very slow and still being able to watch and pay attention. Is YZG is right behind NPG on top of the trees. Are you serious? How are you going to be able to cut that so fast? That was such a... Whoa. Oh, my goodness. Meanwhile, AOW is going to be nearby here. Douchey with a very dangerous ulti is going to be able to come in with a massive dual blades. Douchey able to get the elimination off of Cuckoo. Isn't looking good for AOW here, trying to keep this alive. Meanwhile, it looks like Mikasa is going to be able to try to use their Yorihime ult. Beautiful timing. Malman's going to try to dodge it as best as possible, but it's going to have to go for the defense. Defense to where it ends up getting absolutely decimated. And it looks like AOW does fully get eliminated though, but they do have the opportunity though. They have to hurry up and get to a place so bad so that way they can resurrect. They are dangerously low, and the timer is about to stop for our start of game 2, so they're gonna have to figure this out really, really soon.
No time to waste either. Very, very tough situation here when you're in that circle. AW and NAD, both of them not wanting to stay too long here, not as long as they need to at least. And it is going to be just running away from that circle, just surviving, getting out of that one, all chill, no problem. I don't think this will be very chill though. ASC, WBG, and Q9 here, all on the space together. As it is going to be a great grab onto Jin from LWH. It's going to pop that Viper ulti. It's going to scoot underneath a rock to try and land that stun. Unsuccessful, however. Champion from ASC returning with its own ultimate. Just going to be replied with that Wushen reset. We'll see now. Q9 getting chased down as well. They're in a bit of a pickle here. YZG, they smell blood. They smell it in the water, and they're going to look for this one. But ASC is still knocking about as well. It's going to be the third party in this one, because that always favors you. You get that third party off, you're going to be in a good position. Everyone here involved, they know that though. They don't want to dedicate to this play. Q9, ASC, YZG, just going to be chilling out for a little bit here. Not going to be taking that play just in case you get caught out and you ruin things here in game number 4.
Even with this amount of rotation though, GD is going to be around the bin trying to see if they can get this Morris Blessing. They are able to. As it looks like comments on air. Phoenix Spark. Let's go, GD. Let's go. Phoenix _ Spark _ Curious with everything going on though. You love to see it coming in from the comments here from Twitch chat. Love to see it now as we're starting to see the feed coming in. This Pixel's going to be able to give 117 JL's. Ben Shu looks like he was trying to throw a cannon from far over there, but I don't think Ventus knew where that really came from. I mean, they knew they came from that similar direction, but I don't think they knew exactly where though.
Either way, it's something you got to be scared of. you know, there's like a whole bunch of people. Like, I mean, it's even more terrifying, right? If you know where it's coming from, it's easy to dodge. But if you don't know where it's coming from, then gosh, it could be anywhere. It's terrifying. I want to see that. Q9 Guar has actually walked in pretty deep in this one, which should indicate the rest of his team will follow, and that's what we're seeing right here. LXY with that spear play, actually going to take a huge chunk of damage in that one. Just going to reset around this roof here. This big old thatched roof is not going to provide a lot of protection, though. My goodness, he is getting absolutely battered. He is done, so he is down, and LWH is also going to follow YZG. Oh my goodness, that was some brutal skirmishing there. And that's exactly why these are one of our best teams here. One of the highest performing teams. One of the highest scoring teams, not just today, but overall as well. They've been doing really, really well in the NBPL's second season. Well, now it's just 1 versus 3. Not going to be too happy about that one. Is he going to tick down? He is! Oh my goodness, he's gone down. I believe that may have even been the poison stream. I'm not 100% sure on that one, though. He's going to fall down to the dot, and that's you hate to see it as a reset here from YZG of their own on that Wushin ulti. He's also going to fall down to it too. What the hell, too? In the space of 2 seconds, that is ridiculous. Oh my goodness, they're getting so much money out of that poison cloud.
So I think the whole time, I think that's probably the smartest thing you can do. If you're hit by poison and you're dangerously low here, if your team is nearby, you definitely want to try to separate yourself from the enemy teams as much as possible, knowing that their team is probably going to go through the separation as much as possible and try not to get caught in a bad situation. And I think in those situations, you would rather to just dip out and be as far away from everybody as possible and not get caught. So even though he did get eliminated, I feel like his teammates were nearby, so that way they can just go through the pickup, keep going, rather than just being so close to where their team could see that, hey, one of their teammates is dead, let's just push in and focus on the rest of them.
It's always about finding the weaknesses where you can, isn't it? Like that's just Naraka in a nutshell. Any sign of weakness, you want to pounce on that stuff. Use that to your advantage. Because it really doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter about like damage stats or anything like that. Like sure, there might be positive correlation between how much damage you do and how many kills you get, but not always, man. Not always. Just getting that last hit. If someone is 99% and you do that last 1%, you're still happy. Like it's all good. Like anyone is looking weak, if anyone's looking like you can pick them up, you 100% go for that every single time. We see that a lot here, and it's why the game slows down a lot as we get into that kind of like 7-6 minute mark, because everyone knows it doesn't matter, mate. It doesn't matter if you're going for the big fights and doing all the damage. When that circle gets small and there are still like 7-8 teams alive, you're 100% going to get third partied, and that's where you risk losing the kill, losing the score, and losing your life.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though when it comes to that type of stuff, because you really do have to pay attention to that as best as possible. And even these certain types of like momentums and scrambles, you do have to play it to the best of your ability. And sometimes, you can't get caught up in bad spaces, and sometimes it's just tough, man.
Definitely, this is the difficulty here, and some of our more bloodthirsty teams. Certainly, they're good at fighting, but not always good at avoiding those situations, as you say, getting into bad spots. That's why you see oftentimes teams have like high kill totals and just finish quite low, because they are not good at getting themselves out of trouble. Speaking of trouble, though, J-Team Lee has fallen instantly again. I feel like, Teddy's Bay, mate, you have just totally jinxed J-Team right here. J-Team popping now? What do you mean popping? They're popping in the sense that you pop one of those bloody Pringles when you eat them, and they're dead. They're done.
Bloody Pringles.
Absolutely, just down the gullet, down the hatch. It's not good for J-Team. Lee just dying instantly here. He's back alive, but I think he's just gonna die again. I generally think he's gone. He's gone. He's out of it. Lee has just not had a good game here. He is not finding what he wants at all. He's spending more time in the Shadow Realm than not, and that is not a recipe for success whatsoever. Alliance are the ones here trying to pick up these kills onto J-Team. It is going to be mentality killing Eagle. Lee's alive again. How is this guy always alive and always dying? I don't understand, but I think it might just be the same thing happening once more. I've seen this movie again. I've seen its sequel. I didn't like that. I saw the sequel once after, and I didn't like that one. And now I might be seeing the final to cap off the quadrilogy. And I'm not sure if this one's going to have anything different either. He survives for now, though. It's totally a word, by the way.
Quadrilogy. Definitely a new word here. Somebody clip it. for quadrilogy. I've never heard of that word, quadrilogy. That's definitely something I'm going to start using regularly, as we're seeing a lot of those quadrilogy. Oh no, as the base breath comes in with a massive amount of damage coming in on XTG's down. Is going to have to be very dangerously careful though, and a nice little split. And so does the rest of the team though, because we don't necessarily know who holds it, as Lee is going to get absolutely decimated by a nice parry, but it doesn't matter though, as Lee is a little bit too low though for that and ends up getting eliminated. The timing coming into this unfortunate though, as they will be absolutely sliced and diced in a short amount of time though. XCG playing this to the best of their ability though. Let's see if they can keep figuring this out though, but they'll definitely need to, even within these rotations though. As we look at some of the players though, and there's a lot of momentum happening though. You love to see where everything is and how things have been going though when it comes to it. Is JJ, another team that's been trying to make something happen here. Sadly, 0 eliminations coming in from this team, so they're going to need to get something on the feed in order to try to make something happen for their leaderboard. JJ not necessarily within that top 10, so they're going to need to create something here, as they are placed in 19th currently overall. So even with that AOW, think about obviously getting hit by multiple grapples though. It's gonna have to be very, very careful. Those dual blades trying to do as much magic as possible. He's gonna have to defend himself, but sadly JJ's just not gonna give him any type of momentum and opportunity though, as he will get hit. Massive amounts of damage coming in though, but also the defense coming in. Pingtao really trying to play this alive for as best as possible here, as that Yodohime ult comes out, and sadly they will get pulled and get out of there as AOW. Just realizing it's not worth it. Keep the team alive and play this smart. Meanwhile, JJ knows exactly where they are, and they will continue to push in and keep that same fire.
That's the difficulty though, when there's so many Wu Chens in the lobby. It's so hard to actually find those fights where you can dedicate and finish people off, because that Wu Chen ult is just so good at getting people out of danger and into safety. We've seen that time and time again here in game number 4 specifically, is fewer transformers and more Wu Chen compositions. There's a huge amount of fighting happening though on the screen right now. EWG fighting up against 17JL. AOW looking for the third party on this one as well. I feel like EWG in a bit of a pickle here. YZG are also involved in this action. There's so many teams here. Kills just going down, but it looks like not a huge amount of dedication outside of that. No one wants to be the team that goes all in just to get screwed out from behind by the other bad guys. We're seeing now GD as well. It's all happening here. We're slightly slowing down just a teeny weeny little bit, as J Team's Eagle has been taken out by Don Quing on GD. Just a little bit of fighting, as we were talking about that previous area, the fighting is YZG and 17JL. And that was it. We saw them. You didn't want to dedicate because it's so easy to fall down, and there it is. We saw YZG actually able to get kill of their own in this one. I don't think Resurrecting Eagle here is going to work. She's going to have to be careful, but he's going to try it. I'm not sure, though. It's going to be tough for ZK.
Even with that amount of madness happening, J-Team's Eagle still being able to keep this game alive with a massive Monk ult.
Wow.
Coming into this with everything going on, though. Even with Eagle just trying to rotate this around here. Excuse me. Ventus being able to lock this around here, as ASE is going to be also nearby as well. Unfortunate timing.
Just trying to run a bit of interference here on that Mora's Blessing.
Looks like it, but it looks like it's not enough though. Meanwhile, it looks like NAD just trying to see if they can get that Mora's Blessing. Looks like they were able to.
Be happy about that one. Certainly nothing to complain about. Especially as that Monk ulti just times out and you're able to be a little bit peaceful here on the Morris Isle. Lordy knows we don't have a lot of moments of respite here, and instead we are going to be able to pick up that that chest just for now, as we do move into like the circle that's getting really small. Getting any piece of loot is great. NAD able to pick up Mora's Blessing. You can see there Malmam has got legendary nunchucks, legendary armor as well. He's very happy with the situation he's in. That should set them up very nicely for the circle as it gets smaller and smaller here. GD having to pop the transform on Monk. Not able to get anything out of it though, unfortunately. Like, he's on the top of this hill, but just nothing there.
Oh no, he still could get massively damaged though if they're not playing this right. Meanwhile, the Lucian is going to be able to take out one of them out of the way. Besides, it's probably not possible, and it is a lot better though. Meanwhile, Douchey is trying to keep the feet alive here, as more and more of it is going on. Let's see if they can figure this out, as looks like a massive tornado comes in at a beautiful time. And it looks like Ventus's Pixel is going to be also nearby as well here. Ventus, oh no. Looks like Ventus was trying to use their ulti, but they were able to get the elimination before the ulti ended up getting popped though, so that's sadly a waste of an ulti, but it will be able to come back in a little bit quicker though, luckily, so maybe they do have that opportunity though, but that's so unfortunate though.
That really sucks for Don Quing. He would just got, I mean, he's not even by himself, but like, I mean, he was in that specific situation or isolated, but his team's alive. He just got caught with his pants down, put up against the corner there, and nowhere to go, nowhere to move, just gonna fall down for free. Yo, you're too fat, K-mate. You're too fat. That Terracotta Warriors is huge. Can't actually get through that the stairs. He couldn't get up those stairs at all.
Can you imagine if it actually couldn't?
I generally don't think he could. I think he was trying to get up there and he was blocked. Either that or he was running on the spot. I don't know, but it didn't look like he could. Either way, it's gonna be good for him running out and then resetting his ulti so that he can maneuver a little bit faster. There it is. There are the legendary nunchucks, and Zayu from Ventus in a lot of trouble. My goodness, he is just obliterated. NAD in a great spot here to take something in game number 4.
Unfortunate though, not being able to get that elimination, or at least getting a decent amount of damage though. Was able to try to get some damage, but sadly they just get absolutely obliterated though, so they wasn't able to continue the feed as well though. And it looks like they will be able to go through. There's so much happening on the stairs, though, as Alex up top with that Yoda Ime ulti, trying to see if they can get any type of damage, though, through the walls. Ends up getting a double damage off each side, though. And sadly, the question is, are they going to be able to keep that same momentum going, though, within this? A massive parry coming in. There's so many people trying to fight this out on the inside, though. The Reza comes in from that spear from Douchey right on the handle, and there's so much damage. The triple team coming in on one solo, and it looks like he will be able to get out of there, but sadly, Douchey ends up getting eliminated. He can't even touch it. Timing coming into the feed has just been absolutely insane coming in, as it looks like YZG and XCG out in front. The WBG's up top here. There's still so much madness happening. They can barely be able to do something, as QGG is going to be on the round rotation. Ends up getting eliminated. Unfortunate though, as he was trying to do something with the bow.
Yeah, Zhao unable to find that pick though onto YZG, able to get a nice little cheeky kill with that ranged weapon. Beautiful stuff right there, as YZG is just trying to claim the can. That's the word I'm looking for. Trying to claim the can of their fallen comrade. Not able to get it though, because now it's GBL here to try and look for the third party instead, versus YZG, XCG as well. Both of these teams up against it a little bit right now, as J-Team, YZG are also, both of these guys looking a little bit tough here, gonna face eliminations. Their teammates not looking too pretty. You can see as well the scoreboard at the top left of your screen. XCG in that top 3, and YZG as well. These guys are trying to put down all that pain, trying to make it happen. We've got a few teams that are alive on few kills, but to be honest, it seems like we've got some pretty well spread out slaughter for game number 4. A lot of these kills going to various members of different teams. J-Team here. Lee is dead one. I don't, honestly, like, he's died so much. I'm kind of getting tired of saying he's dead, but how does he keep being alive?
It's
J-Team
the
are
resurrection,
finally
man.
eliminated.
It's the resurrections. Those resurrections, when you have a very solid team here that really can keep that amount of resurrections going, you really can keep that team alive. Even if you are feeding other people kills, as long as you keep those kills alive. I mean, that's the reason why you can get those 20 bombs, is because they've been able to get some resurrection kills. Those resurrection kills can be just as vital sometimes when you're in the middle of these pro games, and sometimes it's also astounding how many people can be able to do that as much as possible, you know?
Absolutely nutty though, legit. Like, just how many reses they got through him specifically. You know, not on like just general teammates of J-Team, but Lee specifically was always falling down there. Eventually though, they are eliminated, as I mentioned. NAD, however, on the other side of things, this was a squad that I thought was going to do really well in this final circle, when they had the legendary kits all ready to go, the armor, the weapons, but it wasn't enough. They are eliminated here. 4 minutes left to go. The circle is getting very, very small, and the circle is moving away from the buildings, away from the structures, into the open area as the circle starts closing in, and that is the Transformer comp's wet dream right here. That's what he wants to have. JJ Godley looking a little bit like he's in trouble. Who can get that monk down first? That is the important question. It's WBG's Sleepwalker who is the last one standing for now. You can see NPG just hiding away underneath the roof at the bottom side of your screen there, letting everyone else pick people off, and then going to be joining the fight later on, not having to do all the work themselves. Pretty easy stuff there as the Swarmer comes through, that purple Swarmer from GBL. iBow just looking for that poke with the Viper ulti now in the engage, jumps into the house, going to have to hop out of it to try and find that stun. Is going to find a good stun right there on to NanHQ, who was our MVP of the game. Can he make it happen? No.
About getting caught in that corner though. It looks like Zhao Yu ends up getting eliminated, so does GBL's Han. In a tough situation here, ASC just trying to play to the advantage as best as possible. 9 players alive. There's still so much happening though, as Alliance is at top leaderboard with 10 eliminations, still alive, as YZG is at the very top, but sadly eliminated with 12 eliminations. Pingtao up top with that insane amount of grapples. So much happening inside of this one building though. There still could be so much magic happening though within these spaces though. Oh man, you love to see it come through within the feed. Still so many places that people can hide and handle it though as champions. Is going to be around the rotation. Pingtao is able to get a massive amount of stun. Oh, the jumping parry coming in from Pingtao. Makasi is going to be on the inside though, ends up getting a massive amount of damage and does get an elimination though. Very helpful coming into this though. NiHQ is going to be also on the rotation as well, ends up getting a massive damage in between. He ends up getting a double. Can he get a triple? Yes, he does. HQ, NiHQ getting 4. This guy's going insane. Does he get a 5? Yes, he does. NiHQ is going absolutely ham with 5 kills, feeding the feed with absolute damage and precision. Coming in, picking it up with so much going on. Unbelievable. As Gen so dangerously low here, not looking good as NiHQ is trying to keep this alive. MPG Zaro is able to get the elimination off of Nai. So much going on, unbelievable. I am absolutely astounded right now.
As you should be, man. That was ridiculous gameplay right there from Xiaonan. That was crazy stuff, and the whole of XCG now jumped as a team with 16 kills. They are first place in this final circle. Is getting really small here. We're seeing the action just really kick off as WBG and Sleepwalker. He's got that transformation. There it is. He's just popped it. He's going to have it right out in the open here. MPG, EWG, and WBG are the last teams standing. We did see WBG take away game number 1 as the last team alive. Maybe they're looking to repeat this one here again with that transform. Oh, it's a great stun though. It's a great freeze from Sorrow, but is it going to be enough? He's being picked up by the Titan and slammed into the ground. That is Sorrow. He's out of there. MPG are struggling there. Dunzo. It's WBG again with complete control of the circle. Yeran just out of there. He knows he's Dunzo. He knows he's Dunzo. It's WBG once more as your final survivors, but I think that's got to be XCG, right? As your total winners. It is! Again, game number 3, game number 4, back-to-back winners. Holy moly, great performances from these guys.
Absolutely insane though. There were so many moments, but I gotta give it up though. AOW Mikasa trying to keep that alive inside that small building, but NiHQ XCG just being just an MVP.
Insane, absolutely ridiculous. Like, oh, man, his play in that final circle as it started falling through here was disgusting. Like, he really just turned it on. He got like, I believe it genuinely was like 5 kills right at the end of the showing there. Absolutely ridiculous.
I'm gonna be honest, I lost my mind when NiHQ got that. I lost my mind. My voice, I'm hearing it on the feed. My voice got like 3 octaves higher. I haven't hit that high of an octave in a while. I haven't hit an excitement octave like that in a minute. That was so exciting.
That was utterly mental. I really hope he's our MVP as well, right? That would be insane if we had back-to-back team wins and back-to-back MVPs. Like crazy
Even with
stuff.
that one, the feed was absolutely in sleeve. A WBG with Sleepwalker, the timing that he had with that. I'm watching the replay currently of that, just that final ending circle. NiHQ was able to catch 2 in like the small, tiny corner, ends up getting a 3rd, gets 2 more from the back, and obviously with the circle tick was able to get 1 just because of that, and then was able to push in on another person and ended up getting that as suspecting feed. WBG Sleepwalker, like I said, that crowd control that we were talking about, the timing of that ulti comes in at such a beautiful time, and it graces the stage on that and then forces everybody else to just run away.
It's so tough. It's so tough with those comps as well in that final circle. Like, you're seeing it. WBG Transformer comp has got them in the final standing twice now. Twice. In game number 1 and game number 4. But it's not necessary. I think both times they won the MVP team either, because they haven't been able to get that many kills as the game's gone on. And it's sort of just like a weakness of the comps. Like, they're very good in the final circles, but up until that point, they haven't really been doing a huge amount. They haven't been setting the map on fire or anything like that, and as such, you know, with low kills, they aren't able to pick up the MVPs. XCG though just really turned it on, really turned it on towards, you know, with these last 2 games. Like, it is insane. They had some pretty good starts. You know, game number 1 and game number 2, they were okay. Like, it was kind of chill, it was whatever. But what the hell, man? They just absolutely obliterated these last 2 games. It's not a 40 bomb, mind you. It's not a 40 bomb, but 26 is still nothing to shake a stick at, especially when you're almost 10 points higher than the 2nd place team. WBG and EWG coming in 2nd and 3rd, both on 17 points respectively, 17.8 and 17.4. MPG in 4th and Alliance, so I was looking at thinking they were doing really hot stuff. They were pretty high up there, only able to squeeze in the 5th, but 15 points, absolutely nothing to sniff at again. AOW, a little bit of redemption for these guys, coming in with 12.7 points. You know, games 2, games 3 were absolutely tragic for these guys. MVPs from game number 1, able to, you know, get north of 10. That's fine. Maybe not what they wanted out of that one, but it's still something that they're getting back into the swing of things, and maybe they can use that momentum as we head into our 5th and 6th games to really try and shore up their performance and things shine.
Even in that space though, XCG still just, I mean, I gotta give it up. NiHQ absolutely doing some massive amount of damage, and obviously Yodahime still being able to do it. But clearly, are we surprised here by the MVP from what we just witnessed? NiHQ with 19,000, almost. He was so close to 20,000 damage. 8 eliminations, skills and ultimate, 7,200 of damage, and he had that Current of Boats, Abyssal Aura, Infernal Slash, 2 health Soul Jade and 1 melee resist Soul Jade. Obviously, this is his 2nd MVP. 6,300 with healing, 6 assists. I mean, man, the NiHQ had it all though, and he definitely showed it off by the very end, clearly, because that man went off.
That was insane. The fact that his skills and ults are the most damage that he dealt, absolutely ridiculous stuff. Back-to-back MVPs for this man. Crazy things. That's a very hard feat in trios specifically. Really insane, and well deserved for this guy and the rest of his team as well. In those 2 games that we've just seen in game 4, game 3 and game 4, I believe that's like a total of around 65 points from 2 games. That's like way more than most teams get in an entire day, and these guys have managed to achieve it in 2 games. Absolutely ridiculous things. All eyes on these guys coming into game 5 and game number 6. Little like underrated thing about this as well is like they got back-to-back MVPs on 2 different maps.
They did,
on
on
trick ponies.
2 different maps, so that's definitely something that we have not seen yet. So to see an explosive game coming in from XCG on 1 different map, which is Holoroth, and then right back to our usual map that we're used to here. Now we're able to see how well they can balance both teams here and balance both maps, because that's the one thing I've been excited for, is who is going to be balancing these maps as best as possible. That's where the fun really kind of takes its toll, and that's where more things start to really elevate for a lot of these teams, because we're going to be seeing this map more often, not only with solos but also in trios. So eventually it's going to get to the point where I would like to see at least nothing but Holoroth maps, where people really do have to focus on those comp plays and have to focus on what's going to be important in terms of where you land and how you start your game. And like I said, the terrain is different on Holoroth, right? So to come back to this one, everybody's used to it, everybody knows what's going on. So to go from a map that everybody's not used to this map is absolutely impressive. XCG, GG's, guys.
Yeah, for sure. These guys are really, really good here, and I'm excited to see Game 6 specifically at the rematch on Holoroth, because not only did they win the map on Holoroth, like that was one of the most dominating games that I've seen. I want to see if they can reproduce that. They've obviously shown us today that they're feeling it today. It's happening, right? So yeah, like it's just so fun to watch the new map. It just seems like it's so bloodthirsty over there, and I'm looking forward to going back there. We still have one more game on the Morris Isle, though, and there are some teams that really wanted to kind of turn their fortunes around. I'm looking specifically more against, AOW. They were able to get like 12 points or so, I think it was, in this one, which is way better than what they've been doing recently. But can they really pull it out of the dumpster, which they've honestly been squatting in for the previous days and the last 2 games? I'm not sure it's a tall task, but we're seeing a lot of consistent performances from our better teams here, and that's what it's all about in Naraka.
Even with all of that as well here, it looks like Jaeger is hitting us up here saying, yo, we got another interview here, so we're going to take it over to Jaeger, and we'll be right back for game number 5 on Morris Isle.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite AirXH Li Xinheng to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，欢迎你先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 XCG 的李新恒。
再次欢迎新恒来到我们的赛后采访。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 4. And I would like to know that we saw that you are using the Yudu and Viper and Wuchen today, and we have very much same hero combo today in the game. And I would like to know when you met the same hero combo, so how you can do to win the fight with them. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。那我们也看到，其实在这把比赛当中啊，和你们选择相同阵容的队伍是非常多的。那我想知道你们有什么样的技巧可以赢下，就是和相同阵容比赛的时候是可以赢下他们的呢？
就是尽量多运营嘛，然后选择比较好的点，然后最后就是到达那个梅花桩嘛，然后就利用奥义收一波人头。
So actually for us, we would like to use the operate at the beginning. So at the beginning of the game, we will avoid fighting with the same hero combo, and we would like to operate to the final circle and use our ultimate to killing my opponent. Okay, so I also would like to know that how you guys operate at the beginning of the game. So at the final circle of the game, you have really good equipment. 那我们也看到，其实，在决赛圈，你们的装备已经是非常好了。特别想知道前中期的时候，你们队伍是怎么做的这个运营，可以让你们的装备如此之好呢？
就是落地利用返魂期间去，就是造成一波击杀嘛，然后死了之后就选择高资，然后去返魂。
Actually, at the beginning of the game, we will fight with other opponent. At the beginning and before we have to back to the soul adder. So after the soul adder, we will collect the information. So that's why we can fight with them and get really good equipment at that time. Okay, so today we know you are using the hero Wuchen. So I would like to know as a support position, so how you can do the support and can help your other teammate to have very good performance in the game. 那我们也知道，其实今天打的是Wuchen这个英雄，特别想问一下，你是怎么去做的这个辅助位，然后可以让你的队友可以拿到非常高的一个伤害呢？
就是利用远程嘛，然后帮队友补伤害，然后多帮队友收集信息，然后用 F 技能就是帮他们回复嘛，然后阻挡远程。
So actually, I will use more ranged weapon to do some damage. I will also collect the information for my teammate and also avoid them by damage from the other opponent. So that can make them survive longer and can make our team have more damage. OK, 好的，谢谢李星恒接受我们今天的采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
to capitalize on Spider. So low, a single bow shot could do it. Can Baudal Swampfly land it? It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it. A spot. What?
And the flame absolutely melting everybody around him. The great sub comes through. The freeze that comes out from Slayer is massive, but Kano's able to survive through it. The great sub comes out from Phantom.
Picking one up on the very first set of Morris Blessings.
Ongwei coming in with the Takeda ultimate to be able to open up into the full meter jump of the nunchucks.
Bump down damage. Zhu Zhang turns around with the dagger, catches Xin out, and completely strips the armor off of him. Xin now on the back foot can be forced to pop. Zhu Zhang gets the full reset though. Xin with no armor is still in a bad way. Catches Zhu Zhang out of the zone, but it doesn't matter. Zhu Zhang still has all of that health, and that zone tick is just gonna wear Xin down. Then trying to find a pot, he's gonna get frozen out, and that's gonna be it. JDG Zhu Zhang is gonna secure game number 1 with 7 eliminations. By that flame breath, now it's Zhang Yu on the back foot. The flame breath coming out from everybody, but it's AOW's Mike who's able to lock it down and pick up their 4th elimination of the game. 3 players left alive. The Mike trying to hold on with the Justina ult here, but we're going to see Kaibao return the favor with a Yoda ult of their own. The freeze potentially coming through. There it is, the full meter dump onto Kaibao. Kaibao with no F3, no way to respond. AOW's Mike locks it in for 6 eliminations.
Bring in the last one.
Beautiful scenes there in Shanghai as we're closing in towards the end of our day here in the Nbpl. It's game number 5 coming up shortly on the Morris Isle, our penultimate game of the day. We just saw XCG take their 2nd MVP of the day, back to back no less. Game number 3 was theirs, game number 4 was theirs, and we saw some sexy plays in that final circle. I was a big fan of XCG. I'm converted now. I'm converted after those last 2 games. Do you think we can see that coming through here consistently for game number 5, game number 6? Or is there anyone else to get your eyes on?
Listen, if they can keep that same momentum coming into game number 5, then absolutely. I think it's going to be very fun to see if they can actually pull that off. There's so much momentum that XCG is having here, and clearly they're following it up with another game of that. So if they can do that again, oh boy, that's going to be a little dangerous. I'm going to be honest with you, because that's kind of one of those things where you go, yo, now there's more to this team than just, oh, they're kind of, you know, whatever, they get a little bit of this, they get a little bit of that. No, XCG, this is a different XCG from what I remember. This is definitely a different type of team, right? XCG is playing this, they act a little different. And I'm very surprised, and I'm happy to see that, though. I'm ready to see that, though. I want to see them keep that same momentum going here, because XCG has something to prove. And they have a lot to prove, and as of right now, they are making it happen, and clearly they're proving to everybody that, hey, we have the momentum, we've got the time, we know what we're doing. Don't push us back. Don't pull us back like that. We still got to be able, we still here. We still a dangerous team. Better pay attention.
I think everyone's paying attention now. Holy moly, like, it's hard not to. It's ridiculous. Like, I've been like super impressed with the way that they performed here, and it's yeah, moving on to game number 5. I want to see if they can keep it up, because for me, what's been probably the most, yeah, I'd say the most impressive part about the way they've done it is just the the variation in styles. I mentioned before we head into break. You know, it was Holoroth, and then it was more styles. It's 2 different maps, but not only that, like there were 2 complete different team comps as well. Like it was the Takeda team comp from game number 3, and something completely different here for game number 4. Like I believe it was the Yoto Wushen. Actually, Viper. Maybe I'm making it up. Either way, it was a different team comp from the 3rd game, and you know, it's great that they're able to perform in these different situations and these different characters. Certainly a sign of a very good team here in the NBPL.
Definitely one of those teams, though, as we look at J-Team, Lee, XZin, and ZK. ZK also another contending team that they've been doing a pretty good job of. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming into this, as we're going to be able to go through towards this rotation, though. And obviously, J-Team feeling it out, though. They need to be able to pick up some stuff for sure currently, but they've been doing the best that they can with what they got. And honestly, at the end of the day, that's all you really can ask for when it comes to their teams, though. So now, even with this, though, let's see where the rest of these comps go, right? The comps only can change the more that you're able to make stuff happen. So now, with all of this going on, we have 2 more games left. We got back to Morsile. We're going back to Morsile, and then once we go back to Morsile, then we have another one coming up on top of that. So if we're playing this right and we play this the best as well, how are we going to be able to do this? And before that, though, I just want to be able to pop in and talk to another one of our players as well about what's next here. Even with XZin, still gonna be able to keep up with that feed, you know? How do we go from there? What do we do? How do we do? Where do we go? Like, you know, we have this main one. I'm excited. And let's check in on XZin when he talks about his Yushan favors and problem-solving approach.
就是因为我之前单排嘛，之前一直是打单排的，然后打单排我刀也算比较硬的，然后正好呢，我们队伍扎克嘛，他的脑袋和别离的脑袋都是非常好用的，然后在我打单排比赛的时候，也是恰巧就是我可以疯狂的打人，而且我可以疯狂的就是跟你博弈，我疯狂的胜利，但是总是会因为运营问题嘛，然后导致自己拿的分不够高。 所以我就是想去打3排，去磨练一下自己，然后磨练一下。今天上场发现，哎，感觉打得还不错。然后加上我自身刀比较硬嘛，所以就是效果比较好。
To achieve the excellent result, and clearly so far it has been working out in their favor currently. For Xiaonan, and let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming into it. We're talking to XZin with this one, and obviously XCG definitely the main contending. Oh, look at that! Nothing but hearts. You love to see that. I love that. We need that as a poster somewhere.
So sweet. I love how much fun these players have before the games, even like with other like team members as well. Like they're all just mates at the end of the day. It's really cool to see. And must help with the nerves as well in a competition like this, especially if you're out here for long periods of time. Like, it get really tiring. It's certainly a lot of effort to be sitting there and competing for 6 hours straight, probably even longer than that, to be honest. But just knowing you're in a kind of loose environment, nice and chilled out, like it's certainly what you want to have. It certainly helps these things out. X9 on your screen now. Not someone we've seen a huge amount of, honestly, overall as a team. Looking to really bring it home in the last 2 games if they are going to try and make those bi-weekly finals, but it's going to be quite difficult for them. They're certainly going to have a bit of a turnaround here if that is going to be the case. But speaking of teams that do not necessarily need to have that big turnaround, 17JL. These guys have been in the final circle, have been having quite a aggressive day today. I don't know what they had in their cornflakes, but it was something that revved them up for sure. Maybe it was spicy, maybe it was chili flakes in their cornflakes or something like that. I don't know, but these guys have been going.
Are you bringing up a cornflakes reference?
Well, I don't know how many chili flakes cornflakes you've had, but it's certainly something that inspires aggressive gameplay, as everyone knows. And there they are with that. That's probably a picture of it right there. You can see it. I mean, it's a bit small, the picture, so you can't actually see what they're eating, but I'm sure it is cornflakes, brandished with chili flakes. You're going to see some more of that aggression here in game number 5, no doubt.
obviously, with that one, though. Still going to be able to go through the rotations, though. Still much more to be had, though. Still going to be able to figure that out, though, as we are going to be able to rock this in for our game number 5 here. But I'm excited. I think now with this has been kind of set, I think a lot of the teams are kind of looking more towards XCG. I feel like XCG is going to get a little bit more targeted this next game.
For sure, they should be, because they're on a huge roll. Like these are the guys that everyone right here should be looking up to. I know in like the servers, apparently they play with nameplates off and stuff like that, so you don't necessarily know who you're going up against. It's hard to headhunt people, but you would think like if there was a strategy to that, if there was a way for you to know and for you to want to try and like eliminate people early, absolutely those are the guys that you want to try and take down. Like these guys, I think not only have they been consistent from game to game, but they've been pretty consistent within the game. Like they're good in these early skirmishes, but also exceptional as we get into those final circles as well. They're just a huge terror, a massive threat. Playing very smart, making sure they're not the ones who get picked out either. Alliance on your screen here as well. These guys have had kind of ups and downs, I would say, today in the Nbpl. They started off a little bit slow. The last game, however, was fairly decent for them. You know, they're going to try and want to recreate that as these last 2 games of the day. They're able to pick up, I believe it was like 10 kills in that last game, which is pretty good, honestly. 10 kills and a relatively high finish will certainly net you some points. And for these guys looking to really improve their standings here, if they do want to make the finals in next week, we need to have more of that. Maybe take it to the next level as well. We do see a lot of Alliance, like in the POV, like as we're watching these games happen. If they can just kind of maybe squeeze a few more fights in their favor, these guys could certainly be a team to watch. Could be quite dangerous as it stands right now, however. A little bit limp, a little bit lame, unlike a GD who you're seeing now. These guys are crazy good. One of the better performers today. Very, very consistent coming into the day as one of our better teams.
Very
as
consistent.
Well. Very, very good squad here. I expect a lot from these guys as we move forward for sure.
Very, very consistent coming in. I think, like I said, they've done a very good job of really keeping that momentum throughout these games here and really doing more to just keep that momentum happening. They've done a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into it, because now it's only going to get better from here. And now it's even more easier though, as NPG, Gen, Waiting, and Sorrow. Also another team here who has really done a pretty good job of fighting and pushing these aggressive teams and really making some of it happen, you know?
Yeah, for sure, especially in that last game. NPG really brought it up. Did some pretty good stuff in that final circle towards that at the end. One of the top 3 teams able to finish out last game. I think as soon as I brought up the sexy mouse mat that we got there, it was all up for these guys. I think they realized we have the mouse mat diff. We've got that advantage. Now we just need to play into that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, and look at that. It's always so beautiful, man. These city shots are always so pretty of here in Shanghai. It must be such a delight to play here in the Ice Cube. As we're taking a look now at the overall standings of the regular season by week 2. We bottom place here, Q9, not looking too hot right now, not having the best showing of things. Being a little bit tricky for these guys. AOW, however, you can see in 21st place. Have had a good day today, all in all. WBG as well, up there in 17th. These are 2 teams that really came in struggling. They were not highly rated whatsoever. But they have had some decent days today, and if they can keep it up with 2 games left to go, maybe they can find themselves pushing into the top half of the ratings of the leaderboard there, and that will be enough to push you into those bi-weekly finals, which is exactly what these teams are trying to achieve here. JJ Hard as well, a team that's honestly been a bit disappointing overall, had a good start to things and just not really been able to make it happen. A lot of these teams as well trying to make that final push into these standings here. We've only got 2 games left. There's not a lot of time to really turn it around. You're looking at the bottom of the table here, and you have to think most of these teams are probably just cemented there, not going to make it happen. Instead, we look at the middle of the pack here. Ventus have slid down just a little bit. YZG as well. These teams that have eclipsed 100 points, you would think, are in a decent spot to actually make those finals. EWG as well, another team that have been fairly decent today. Alliance, I did highlight earlier, alongside ASE actually. These are guys that easily could fall out of these positions here. You've got to have that solid end to the day. If not, to find yourself slipping down and not making those qualifiers. That would not be good at all. Certainly don't want that to happen. As we're coming into the top teams here of our standing. Some teams have been surprising, and obviously, no doubt, we're going to see the likes of XCG among them with their ridiculous Day 3 results here today.
Even with the amount of timing, though, I'm very surprised. We usually don't see the feed a little bit too often in terms of the full standings of everything, and with all the players, though. And obviously, GD is up top, number 6 with 52.3 points, currently at a 123. If GD plays one really good game here, we can see them in at least top 5 easily. At least top 5. They keep the same momentum. We can even see them in number 1 if we really see this. And obviously, we still have 2 games left as we look, and we're right back to where we started here. Game number 5. We're gonna lock in for our hero picks, and obviously, at first game was absolutely insane, though. But game number 4 is where it really started to play out. Obviously, XCG is really being the MVP of just the entire day so far. As we've seen them getting 2 dubs back-to-back here. I mean, look at this. I mean, AOW got the first one, GD, and then XCG with 2 back-to-back dubs here. So clearly, they're looking for... We haven't seen a 3-peat yet. Can we see a 3?
Oof, I mean, that is a high task. If anyone can do it, XCG look like they're poised to do so. I mean, they've been very, very solid today. And they've been very... what's the word? Malleable with the way they've done it. Like, they've been able to change their strategies, their picks. They've just been so difficult to play against, and they've got the exact same team comp that they had in the previous game. It's one of those comps that's very popular right now, very, very strong. Those Transformers have certainly fallen out of favor here as we're having to mix up our comps and our picks. Only 2 teams now, WBG and 17JL, with those Transformers. The majority here going for that Yoto, Viper, Wu, Shen combo, which is very, very strong in its own right. GD really mixing it up here. Tamolch plus Atari and Justina as well. There are 3 Justinas in this game, which is above average for what you'll normally see. But it seems like a lot of those comps, we started the day with a lot of those Transformer comps, and now it's the kind of like the AoE and the reset comp, the Wuchen, the Viper, and the Yoto. All eyes on XCG though. Our reigning winners from game number 4 and game number 3. Seeing if they can go for that 3P. I'd love to see it. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Even with all this too, J-Team Ventus GD is also going to be landing in a very interesting, peculiar space, though, along this left side of Victim's Haven, right near Wreckage Plains, though. Oh my goodness, a full team is going to be cascading all around Cape Shore, Zest Winery, all between that left side there. And it looks like Celestra and Wreckage Plains are going to be the very in-between of all of these teams, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see probably a massive, aggressive fight from the very start here, and I'm very excited to keep this momentum going. It looks like we will be able to push this in here. See if we can keep that momentum going, though. I'd love to see it. Even as Kakaxi is going to be able to get the first Reza from this and amazingly get the elimination off of Champion. K gets the first blood. GD feeling it out, though. Finally able to keep the same aggression, though, as they're going to be able to try to time this. Meanwhile, the right click comes in at a beautiful time. Ends up getting a massive slash from that spear. Kakaxi dangerously low. Is going to even try to go for the shield, but surprisingly doesn't have any. And was able to still be able to finish this off from Janeth. The ulti comes out. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can time it right just to try to get the freeze. And it looks like he finally does. No, he doesn't. As it looks like Alex is going to be able to get the elimination off of K. The question is, can he do it with another player, though? No, there's so many people still nearby, though. Dangerously with that shield, though. He only has the gray. He's going to try to play it as best he can. He does get the elimination. Does he get the elimination off Dunkley? No! He is able to get eliminated as GD able to clutch that up. Beautiful start to their games.
Man, he tried so hard there, but in the end, it was just not quite enough. GD able to come out on top. We were hyping these guys up before the game, and that's why beautiful stuff. AOW now switching over to these guys, looking to repeat their performance from game number 1 and game at number 4. Really trying to turn things around if they want to finish the middle of the pack here and qualify for those bi-weekly finals, going up against GBL and EWG. GBL have been struggling today, but EWG, on the other hand, absolutely dominating one of our better teams here, as there is going to be some kills going over to them. Sansi able to pick those ones up. We're now swapping over to Daibao versus Cuckoo. That's going to be a kill for him as well. But it's not enough, man. Like, it's cool. You got your kill. That's all great. But DiBell, mate, you're not long for this well. Doing the Shadow Realm as well. EWG is going to pick up that kill. Put that one in their back pocket. Very happy about that stuff. They're pretty kitted out as well, to be honest. EWG, a great start to the game. Sitting pretty there. You can see the top of the scoreboard. 4 kills. GD coming in a close second with 3 alongside WBG. As JJ Hard now against J-Team. Potentially looking for these skirmishes. Potentially not. As you can see, 17 JLAS with his transformation. Caught in a rock and a hard place. YZG, WBG, both all around him here. I'm not sure he's going to have too many places to run away from, but I also don't know if WBG wants to dedicate to this because they could just get caught out by YZG. It's going to be AS running for his life in the Terracotta Warrior form. Should not be able to get away from this one, though. A whole squad is on his back. I don't think he's going to be surviving for too long. As you can see here, J-Team has lost Lee, something we're quite familiar with. Lee dying from J-Team, as is finally AS falling down.
Meanwhile, looks like NAD was in the middle of their fight, and a whoosh and was able to successfully take out their enemy fighting team. As NAD will try to use their grappler to see if maybe they can try to find this other team, as Alliance is going to be the ones that's going from the rotation. Feel like they were the ones that successfully was able to get out of there and play it to the best of their knowledge. And it looks like Alliance looks like they're free. It doesn't look like they know where they are. As look at the casters for today. Fox, you look so nice.
Mate, that's just makeup, cameras, lighting. That was
you look so nice. What do you mean? Mine's is just an iPhone camera.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm saying, man. Yours is all natural. Yours is you. Mate, mine's just the special effects. Don't worry about it. I'm all CGI, bro.
No, it isn't. No, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. Meanwhile, even with everything going on, though, still going to be able to push this in, though. Does a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they can keep that momentum coming into this. More and more all around the bin. It's like a beautiful space to be able to make something happen as the Yoda Himeo does come out at a beautiful time, though. Alliance is lucky, still trying to find something as well with this space, though. Beautiful snipes happening, though, as, oh man, Ike is going to be able to get a massive damage coming in from their Yoda Hime ulti, but it looks like the Wushin will be able to dip them out of there in nothing but stellar time.
We're seeing a lot of that this game. There's so many Wushin comps here. That reset from the teleport keeps you alive very, very easily. That's the thing. That's why a lot of people value this. You know, you've got so much AoE with that Viper, that Yoto. Then Wushin comes through. You can block projectiles, but you can also reset the fight if things go wrong. That's so important if you get caught with your pants down. As NAD might look like that's them in this situation potentially. Daoshi is ridiculously low right here. There it comes. The Wushin's going to get the wind wall through, and actually they're turning it around onto Alliance. Mentality now is the one being picked on. He's on one hit. He is going to fall down. That's him donezo. Can the rest of Alliance avenge him, however? Is going to be the Yoto ultimate coming down, though, from Aki. Can he make it happen? It's in a 2v1 right here. That's a good hit. Another good hit as well coming through. He might be able to pick this one up. He is going to get a kill. Can he turn it around, though, onto 40? He might just be able to do it. He's all healed up. He might have the advantage here, but it's a good knock-up. He's going to be in a bit of trouble. He has lost his shield. He's going to get the reset from the FV. Going to go for the re-up on the armor. My goodness, if he does win this one, it is going to be a sick turnaround. He does have the gear for it. He has the purple nunchucks and the purple armor. But 40 IWN is actually making this one really, really hard for him. He's just got his dagger. But he's bringing it home really hard. He's going to have it here. Genuinely, Wu Chen's going to make this one happen. Or is he, though? I may have spoken too soon. I may have jinxed you. I'm so sorry about that one, but I believe that might be my fault. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
No, you hitting that cast. Did you just get him with that cast?
I hit him with the caster curse. I hit him with the caster curse. I did it.
It looks like Alliance's Ike is going to be able to get the elimination off of 40. Did you just cast a curse? Is that what happened?
I think I did. But he's still 2v1 to Aki. That was sick from him. That was great. Really well played there. Sick stuff, bro.
Still was able to come through with that 2v1, though. The timing coming in with all of that happening, though. Still was able to make some magic happening, though. You love it to see it. Even with the spaces coming through, though, still able to look it down. Meanwhile, make sure to follow us on Twitch here at the Naraka Blade Point right now. If you see the follow button, make sure to hit it right now. Go follow and follow. and follow. And make sure to follow us at Naraka Esports on Twitch and also on Twitter for all news related to Naraka Esports, the schedule, and everything else, so that way you guys know what is going on. And make sure to join the official Discord. Join us at Naraka Blade Point Official for all of your Naraka Blade Point needs. And if you want to link up with anybody, there's a lot of people in the Discord. There's constantly people always playing, and there's constantly people looking for groups. So if you have a hard time trying to find people, you always will be able to find somebody within the Discord. So make sure to check that out. Click the link and go get some love as we go back and forth between WP Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker trying to see if maybe he can maneuver it as best as possible, but he does end up getting eliminated. The timing of it is absolutely massive, and there's so much going on, though. Wushin just trying to see if they can keep the shields alive with their team. It looks like a Terracotta Warrior comes out of nowhere. It looks like it's in the name of WPG Jing. And Jing is going to be able to try to find something of massive damage off of each person. Meanwhile, AOW's Akatsuki is going to try to see if he maybe make something of damage, though, as the Terracotta Warrior is going to deplete here, and Jing is going to be able to find the fight as he does get absolutely shut down by a massive parry. He's going to be able to find from all different angles, and man, Jing, if he wanted the fight, he found it, and it wasn't the way that he wanted it to, because all three of them pushed like a bunch of sharks trying to find a missing person in the water.
Missing person? Oh my goodness, that's horrifying. You've been watching too many Jaws films, my friend. Sharks are actually rather pleasant, but it's fine. They're certainly not in Naraka. I know exactly what you mean. Honestly, the sharks come through here. When you find someone, when you find that weak member, you go for it, and that's exactly what happened right there. WBG, not finding too many good fights in that one. Had a good start to the map though, and they're not. Oh, they are actually completely eliminated here, so not good for these guys. They wanted to turn around with that heroic comeback here for finishing high up and get that qualification. It's not going to happen off the back of this game. They are done, so they are eliminated. Let's now swap over to JJHRD. Just going to be scooting around the map a little bit, picking up some free loot. Uncontested. No one else here on the map to fight them, to scare them, which is very good for these guys. They're looking a little light on resources. So that'll be very beautiful. The ASC have found themselves on Morris Blessing. Also uncontested. Be very happy about that one. Let's see what they can get from it. Nothing too sexy, but maybe a little bit. A few things here and there. That would be good stuff for them. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised at our lack of fighting right here. I was expecting a bit more bloodthirstiness. We've got into a bit of a lull way before we usually do, as there was a bit of a fight here by XCG breaking out, but it's just going to get that reset with the Wushen ulti. Nothing too much happening here, nothing to write home about. Instead, we're just going to be dancing and skating around the map for the last time here today on the Morris Isle, as it is game number 5. As a reminder, game number 6, our last game of the day, the one after this, will be played on Holoroth. Last time we saw that happen a few games ago, it was XCG who came out on top as our champions with an absolute scorcher. 40 points at the end of it. Ridiculous stuff. Very, very dominant. And that Takeda coming up huge in the MVP. Ventus, another team that we're keeping our eyes on here. Finishing high consistently, always doing some good stuff, getting that buff. Trying to look for some people to find, maybe some loot to pick up as well as they go towards one of this high loot zones. Just make sure you're all kitted out and all ready for these fights as they go on here. But so far, not really too much happening. We can see Champion chasing down Mikasa in the circle here. Mikasa just trying to survive as best he can. He's going to get the heal out instead. Just going to be walking away. Don't want to stay too far in this zone here. You could find yourself in a lot of trouble, as Mikasa might actually be walking into danger here. Champion might be able to find him.
Absolutely insane, though, coming into this, as there's still more and more really kind of coming into this. Mikasa just outside of circles trying to just stay alive from this. Is gonna have to go for some form of rotation, though. I'm curious where exactly they're going. Looks like they will be able to go forth with the rotation, and clearly has enough heals so that way he can at least get out of circle here. But I'm curious just like where exactly he was going. Like, hey, come back. What are you doing? Hello? As it looks like there's so much more madness coming in as NiHQ, our absolute clutcher. We call him the playmaker within this space here, as NiHQ is going to be able to try to go from the rotation, though. Massive damage coming in, trying to see if he can get anything, and it looks like he ends up getting stopped halfway through that. Massive damage, trying to see if he can wait it out for a parry, seeing if maybe the defense is just strong enough, though. NiHQ getting hit, but he also is able to get the same damage back. Nice little trades coming in. As He's going to try to see if they can do something here as J-Team. Does look like they was able to get elimination off of somebody, though. EWG, full team, about to get pushed in by J-Team. Keeping that same momentum, though, DK dangerously with just the gray shield. Hasn't even found a blue yet. And the Viper ult comes out. It's going to try to see if they can surprise one, and it looks like EWG is going to be able to hold X in as best as possible. Ends up getting it, and oh no, the Wushin actually takes him away and snatches his dreams from getting that one as well. Even with that one, Xiaolu is going to be able to rotate this and get right into the midst of the action as a double Yoda Hime ult comes out. X in's J-Team, and another one comes out, and it looks like the Wushin's going to be able to snatch him away again.
Wushen into Wushen, both of these teams benefiting from that reset as EWG able to get out of that one, but I think they found themselves in a lot of trouble still. Sansi here getting pelted down by that crossbow, by that repeater, trying to keep himself alive, but it's Q9 or LXY with a beautiful execution onto Sansi, bringing him down as ASE. I mean, this whole area that you're seeing right now has just been ridiculous. There's been so much fighting here, absolutely insane. ASE, most recent members to pick that one up. And what do you guys think about the Nbpl? You hear our opinions all the time because we're the ones chatting rubbish here in your ears, but we want to hear what you think. Go hit us up Twitter at Naraka Esports, in the Twitch chat. Use the hashtag Nbpl. Just give us your thoughts. Just talk to us, man. You might even see your comments pop up at the bottom of this. Talk about your hot takes. Speaking of hot things, or very much not hot, very cool, very icy, very cold. Galaxy here on that Justina with the Ice Racer smashing forward here, trying to lock as many people up as he can. It's going to be that fight. GD breaking out against, ASE, I believe it is. Yes, ASE Alex is going to pop the Yoto ultimate. Now's the time to be a little bit cautious though if you are GD. Can they finish off this fight? They're just going to go for that reset, just going to run away as ASE are hot on K's heels.
Looks even with that one, though, is going to be able to push this one in and still keep that same momentum, though. It looks like it's still going to be able to go in. And meanwhile, the Draco Storm, which provides health restoration and damage reduces for allies, and extra armor restoration for the owner, creates a storm field around the owner for 120 seconds, striking lightning damage upon all enemies within it. Definitely one of those dangerous ones that I think it's a massive advantage to have, though, when you have that Draco Storm. It's almost like having Zeus as a best friend. That you can just call in and just be like, hey, I need some help. And then Zeus just goes, don't worry about you, I got it. And just crashes down. All the way down towards you. Very, very helpful within those spaces, though. Seems to be another.
Sorry, this is going to be a really important question here. Just picking up on what you're saying. Would you rather Zeus was your best friend or your dad?
Say it again?
Would you rather Zeus was your best friend or your dad?
Oh, I would say best friend. I would say best friend. The only reason why I say best friend is because I feel like with a best friend, it's not really necessarily like, oh, you have to. It's more just like, oh, it's just a thing and a vibe and everything else, and so it just makes things a little bit easier. Meanwhile, even with this coming into it, there's still more and more to be had, as it looks like BIWEEKLY2 is going to be able to get the elimination and get the kill feed. It looks like they're still going to be able to rotate this around, though. Nice cannon shots coming in from another team, though. The shield coming in very, very helpful, though. As BIWEEKLY2 is going to be able to see kills, see that same momentum pushing in, though. GBL is backing out as best as possible. ALW does not want to get, GBL does not want to get in this fight, but ALW is definitely forcing them to, like, oh no, you wanted this energy. Now you got it, ladies and gentlemen, as Mikasa is going to be coming down. Oh no, GBL, Han's not looking good here, as Han does get eliminated, though. It looks like GBL will be getting picked up, and so does AOW, so it looks like they were able to get a trade, and it looks like that back out was helpful for both teams.
AOW now able to pick up the loot here and that Mora's Blessing. These guys looking to turn their fates around. Man, I've said it a million times, but they were so good in game number 1, and that last game was glimmers of what we saw in the first one. And since they've been kind of poor in the other games, like this is a good moment. Just you know, can he ride that momentum? Can he make it happen? 17JL as well, another team that's been kind of struggling a little bit today, and in general actually in the season 2 here of trios in the Nbpl, able to pick up that kill onto Ventus, get one under their belt just a little bit. You can see on the left hand side of your screen, Q9, WBG, 2 of our teams that are playing here today that have been eliminated. A lot of people trying to really turn their face around. GBL with 5 kills to their name. AOW as well, you know. We got some high kills total for teams down below here in the bottom half of our standings. You know, and if it's time to make a miracle run, I mean, it's kind of late into the day to do so. We are in game number 5, but hey, no time like the present. You can get a good one off here, and you can make a heroic play on Holoruff in our next game, game number 6, which we've already seen happen once with XCG getting that 40 pointer. I mean, why not, man? Why not? Why not try and get that qualification? It's tough, but you can try and do it.
Why not? Even with the massive amount of timing, just being able to make something happen here. Let's see if they can figure this out towards the next bin here, as more and more of it is going to help make things easier, though, as we will be able to push this in and make this magic type of thing happen. As now it's all about just having fun. Even with all of the spaces here, we're still going to be able to work towards the next feeds here. As 17JLZU looks like he's dangerously low on the shields. He's going to have to force himself to go back from the shields. ASE trying to get some cannon shots here, as JJ's Godly is sadly eliminated, though. Looks like they're just holding on, trying to see if maybe one of the other teammates comes by and tries to get something from the feed here. That 3 comes out. The Flamebringer is out, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot of that fear is coming in. Let's see if they're gonna be able to make that in and just cook it.
Oh man, I'm so hungry. Why'd you say that?
Listen. I always said it before, and I'll say it again. Can I get a number 3 with a Sprite? I say that all the time. I want a number 3 with a Sprite. When that Flamebringer comes in, it's a number 3 is a barbecue, by the way. It's a barbecue.
Okay.
So I pick up a number 3 with a Sprite. Beautiful. I love it. I say it all the time whenever Flamebringer comes in. As we look in towards Alliance and YZG nearby. Looks like they're fighting NAD on this other side here. Doshi in a very low situation here with no shields. Gonna have to be careful, though, as it looks like the Wushin is gonna be able to take them out of there in best timing. I'm telling you, the Wushin is so important in some of these games, though, that I feel like now it's just like it's very important to have a Wushin on your team. That aggression is just so helpful in many different ways here. As Pinked out. Gonna be able to do some looting, though, from Dawn Queen, as Kakashi actually ends up getting hit so hard by so many. Look at that. I just saw like at least 3 different arrows on the back of Kakashi.
He was getting chased down, wasn't he? He was not happy with his position there. GD looking to, as you can see, our highest rated team in the overall standings that is still alive here, that is playing today. They've been really, really good. They've been very consistent. Our MVPs in game number 2 and just running away, scurrying away to live to fight another day. Very important stuff here in Naraka. Can't be falling down just like that too early. It's not good stuff. XCG, however, as you may have seen, they have been eliminated. They are not going to go for that 3-peat, unfortunately. It's not going to happen today, which is a shame, because that would have been pretty high for the way these guys have been playing as well. They're very, very good in those final circles. Alex from ASC looking to get that Yoto ultimate, just try and survive a little bit longer. Gets killed mid-ulti by Lucky with his ranged weapon. Is going to be brought down there. No good stuff, as 17JL are just going to be running away for a little bit here. Might walk into GBL, however. AOW also on the chase. This should be a 3-team stack right now, with AOW just throwing down the ranged weapons, trying to get that poke out and seeing if they can get something, get a little cheeky kill, maybe steal something from NAD or from GBL. These guys are looking for those fights. We are at that point in the game, though, 7 minutes on the clock. A lot of people start playing a little bit passive here. If you do engage on those fights, if you do dedicate, you're going to be third party. No one likes to see that, unless you are the third party themselves. So just no dedication, a lot of ranged weapons, a lot of testing the waters, a lot of poking. And AOW versus MPG, you can see it here. A bit of fighting coming through here, as Waiting is going to find himself in a lot of trouble. Mikasa as well. Even if you go for these fights, even if you dedicate for them, it's so difficult because you're firing off ranged weapons. You're getting pelted from miles away. They are going to have to get that Wu Chen TP away, and he falls down to a ranged weapon himself. It is 17JL, exactly like I was saying. This is the problem with dedicating to the fight. It's so easy just for it to get turned against you. Learning that lesson the hard way is now ASC are finding themselves in a fight with AOW, NAD as well here. 3 teams just going at it. You have to think NAD with the advantage in this one, as Champion is getting brought heavily low, and he may be felled right here If he can't get that TP out, he gets a nice little block, but he is going to go down. That's him done. So YZG now have joined the fight. Everyone on the map is right here, just looking for those plays. That is the Wushen TP with the can for the reset, for the revive. Get back to a little bit of chill time here, as this game is looking towards its twilight moments here. 6 minutes.
Looks like even with that amount of momentum, though, it looks like Alliance is lucky. Will get lucky. And it looks like Ike is going to be the one that takes that kill and elimination. 17JL with 11 eliminations thus far. 6 coming in from Alliance. 5 coming in from NAD and GBL. Obviously, if we're looking at it currently from right now, though, 17JL is in 15th place here. So I'm curious where the other ones are here as we're getting close to locking it in. 8 teams left for our game 5. Still have one more game after this as we're going to be traveling down to Holoroth after this one as the F3 comes in and that Flames Breath is going to be coming in on a beautiful time. It's going to be able to push in and keep that same aggression right in front of him. As it looks like now AS still trying to patch this in. AS just trying to see if they can capture the feed here. Am I seeing dual Flamebringers on the same team? On the same team? Oh no, 17JL, AS, and Benchu both have Flamebringers. To see a double team like 17JL get one, this is going to be impressive. Meanwhile, oh, Lucky gets a beautiful elimination with a beaten crossbow from Xin, who was just popping his Yotahime ult. Gonna steal that elimination and just absolutely send him down to the depths of the earth and say, see you later. I'll catch you on the next one.
He's done. What a shot there for Lucky. That's not the first time he's done that either. Absolutely beautiful stuff for him there. Just be able to snipe that right from midair. Excellent things. NAD now and GBL are looking for their fights. GBL Xin is in a lot of trouble. We've only got 6 teams remaining. GBL are going to be eliminated. That's them done. MPG, NAD, YZG, Alliance, and 17JL are your last remaining 5 teams here. 4 minutes as this circle keeps on closing. 13 eliminations from 17JL and only 1 from MPG, separating our first and last place here. Getting that high finish from 17JL is so important right now to get that multiplier. You have so many kills to benefit from that, as YZG is going to find themselves in a bit of pickle. Xiaohu is taken down. He is done, so his team is still around, just knocking about though, as is NAG. 17JL in the perfect spot here with that transform. A-key from Alliance is felled. He's brought down as well. What a perfect spot to be in right here, around that final circle. Everyone just protecting this high ground here. Beautiful stuff. There's still a little bit of terrain though, and a little bit of structures to hide behind, and that is going to work in their favor against that big old monk. He's pretty low actually. He's going to be in a bit of trouble too, as Lucky comes through with his Viper ulti, just shuffling towards YZG and the rest of the lobby here, trying to catch someone a little bit out of position, but it is just Lucky by himself, so he's also going to be playing a little bit passive here to try and just finish high and make the plays happen. Speaking of, Daoshi from NAD pops the Yoto ultimate, trying to bring low 17JL. JL have gone for the transformation here. AS in the Terracotta Warrior do not have access to that monk, but still one of their transforms, it is enough to keep NAD at bay for now. Will it be enough to keep them alive in the long run here in this final circle? Throwing out those flamethrowers, trying to keep themselves up, trying to flirt away into the outside of the circle. Is going to find Lucky, or is he? I don't know. Lucky is running for his life as his last member alive from his team. Can he keep it up, as NAD are chasing in here, and I think AS, he is going to fall down. He's not in a good spot here as NAD solidify themselves here in that second place with their 8th elimination.
Looks like even more so with everything going on here, and NAD is going to be able to double team Benchu. Benchu is trying to do his best he can though with the defenses, playing it to the best of his ability though, but Benchu sadly cannot do it though, as NAD will be able to take control and play this to the best of their ability, as Alliance is lucky. Looks like it's by himself, and he is. Right now, it looks like it's going to be NAD that will be winning this one. Both Alliance NPG and YZG is nothing but solos, though, as the Viper comes in, shuts it down, and gets Lucky and Sorrow. Or Sorrow gets the elimination from Lucky. Malon's able to get the other one off of Sorrow here. YZ, CXZ trying to keep this game alive for himself, but it doesn't matter. A full squad of NAD is absolutely dangerous, and that's exactly the comp that we saw to see a final dub from NAD for our game number 5.
Really well played there in the final circle. Found themselves with 6 players alive. 3v1, v1, v1. It is 17JL who are going to come out on top. They picked up so many eliminations. They're still able to finish pretty highly. That multiplier helping them out a lot there as well. This is a team that is finding themselves, you know, they're on the bottom of the standings here. They're not doing too hot, but there is still life left in them if they do want to try and qualify. Absolutely, these guys could play spoiler. They're not one of those teams that are completely down and out. Sure, they might be at the bottom side of things, but not so much that there's no hope left. And that getting that win here in game number 5, definitely going to go a huge way to try and accelerate yourself a little bit, propel yourself forward in those standings. 1 game left to go. If they can repeat that and keep it up, they might stand a shot at qualifying.
Looks like it'll be even easier as well, with more and more anticipation. I'm just excited because, like I said, the game 6 last time we did this was phenomenal. It was insane. It was dangerous. It was scary. And it was just nothing but W Kings. So I'm curious to see. I get the feeling XCG is going to pop off again in this next game. I could be wrong.
So?
I'm not afraid of it to be wrong. If I were to call this, XCG goes off again.
Okay, they had a down game in this one, but I mean, considering what they did in game number 3 the last time we were on Holoroth, I mean, I think it's a fair thing to gamble on for sure. Like, holy moly, like they weren't just the winners; they were like
dominating.
Yeah,
dominating decimal denominons. Like that's just how powerful. It's triple D's.
I like that a lot.
Powerful plopping punches. Like, you know, just being able to watch the feed and just see the amount of eliminations we were seeing back to back to back, especially from Nye. Like I said, Nye was the MVP of that game. And obviously, this team is a little bit different. 17JL, ASU, really able to keep that roster going, able to keep the team alive. The full team was alive. Everybody else was a bunch of solos. So it was a lot easier to let 17JL just get those feed kills going. And sadly, there was no real place for them to escape to. They kind of just had to just go for the fight, hope for the best and see what happens. And sadly, they was able to feed those kills to them as well here as we look at AOW with 13.7 points, NAD with a 22.6, and at the top, 17JL with 23 points of a game score, 15 kills overall for our game 5.
Yeah, really good finish for these guys. 15 kills is so high. Like, even if you're not the last man standing, when you get that many kills, you're certainly there's a good chance you're going to finish quite high. I'm rather surprised by the bottom of game number 5 here. Like, we see Ventus, we see XCG and GD. 3 of our best teams, honestly, actually, today. All in the bottom 6 there. Some off games for these guys, but it's cool. That's why, you know, if you have those consistent performances, you're allowed to have off games. It's all right. You know, you built yourself a bit of a cushion here, so it's totally fine if you have one that doesn't quite go your way. And the next game, anyway, you're going back to Holoroth, right? So Morrisal is done. If you just had enough of playing this map for today, that's cool. You don't have to play it anymore. You just get to finish off on the new map, which will be a lot of fun, especially if you're XCG. You know, finishing 13th in that one with 3 points is slightly lower than the 40 points that they got the last time we were on Holoroth. So definitely someone to keep your eyes on as a team. A bit of topsy-turvy finishing here today in game number 5 as our final game on the Morris Isle. AOW is someone though that I really want to put a bit of highlight on. I want to focus these guys. You know, game number 1 was great for these. Game number 2 and 3, terrible. Game number 4, return to form. Game number 5, again, they finished 3rd. So these guys might actually be able to claw their way out of the bottom of the standings here and try to make it happen and finish strong. Here's your MVP from 17JL. It is GU. Most damage coming from a cannon, from a ranged weapon. That is something that we've seen quite a lot today, and you see quite a lot in general. In the trios, just going for that poke as those final circles collapse. But almost 14k damage, 7 kills there as well. And nothing really too sexy in those Soul Jades, so definitely be able to pull through just from his pure skill alone.
Even with that, he has a bounce shell, long sword stab. The 2 range resist Soul Jades, 1 health and 1 melee resist Soul Jade. Even with that though, 6,200 damage, 7 eliminations, 7 assists, pretty decent numbers though, and a 13k damage coming in from 17JL. Still being able to rack this away though, and very powerful though, obviously with the bell, and of course his ultimate. His ultimate really coming in to play here and really making something happen though, but he does get the 3 kills before their rebirth, so those earlier eliminations coming in very helpful for them, but coming in with 15 eliminations is still massive from 17JL though, as you know, we go through all different types of things and spaces though, so now it's like, okay, there's more to it than that than from what we see, and the vibes have just been pretty good. So yeah, 17JL just really filling that out here, and let's see, hopefully they can keep that same momentum coming into this next game here. But I really do feel like this top 3 feed is going to be a little different. I think it's going to be XCG, AOW, and I'm going to throw a ball out here though. I think ASE has really been doing a decent job when it comes to just trying to maintain at least something. And so far, they have been struggling a little bit, just a little bit, just enough where it's like they still can do something. If they have that one pop off game, it really can be the deciding factor. But I think Ace, I could see them ASE being in top 3 if they really have like kind of that insane pop off game.
I think that's actually a good shout. I think this team has been like good throughout the day. They've not like finished like mega high or anything, but if there is like a dark horse that you want to predict, I'm down for that. I'm down for the ASC. I mean, even predicting AOW actually I think is a bit of a dark horse, because they've just been exceptionally inconsistent today. Like they're either, you know, first or last essentially, but with their last performances, hopefully, you know, that's more aligned with what you're expecting. XCG though, that's it, man. Like the problem with getting 40 points, okay, 40 points is great, it's beautiful, and I'm sure they're quite happy with it, but it sets the bar so high when you go into the next game, right? Like ridiculously high. Anything but winning is just going to be a bit of a disappointment for these guys. But it's so unrealistic. 40 points, like holy crap. Like they even got like a 20 bomb as well. It's always got to keep your eyes on these guys, 100%. Like this is definitely the team to watch coming into our last game of the day on Hollow.
That's very fair. Even with that and everything else, 17JL is going to be our winner. And we're probably going to be talking to somebody from 17JL, as Jaeger has got another interview. Take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Ben Chu from the team 17JL and let him say hello to our audience. Hi 本初，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是17国2的本初。
好的，再次欢迎你。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 5. And there's a question from our audience because we saw that a lot of Wu Chen today in the game, and they would like to know Wu Chen have to have the F1 V3 or F3. So which one you will choose?
吴晨，
对不起，就是吴晨。其实我们看到有很多的吴晨今天在比赛当中嘛。那吴晨应该带的是 F1 V3 呢，还是应该带 F3 呢？
带 F3 V1。
So for the Wu Chen, I suggest to use the F3 V1. And why we choose V1 in the game? 那为什么我们用的是 V1 吴晨呢？
可以快速脱离战场，然后队友死了可以提高容错。
好的。
也可以拉倒。
So for the V1 Wu Chen, we can like transport our teammate and it can forgive the mistakes in the team. Okay, so I also saw that you guys have the Draco Storm today, and I would like to know how to use it and can make the biggest benefit. 那我们也看到今天这把你们拿到了一个青龙之力，而且打出了一个非常好的效果。我想问一下，拿到青龙之力以后，你们是怎么可以让自己的利益最大化的呢？
就是记住追击点可以去追击接追任务，如果记不住只能到处找人了，看哪里有人。
好的 After we get the Darker Storm, so we will get to find where is the opponent. So we will also remember the position if they have the bodygun position. So if we don't, so we just walk away and find where is the opponent is. Okay, so I also saw that today you guys choose the hero combo, which is the change of the double transformer. So I would like to know, you guys choose the Temuj instead of the Kurumi. So how you can like keep your status without the Kurumi? 那我也想知道，为什么就是今天你们选的是一个像双变阵容的变形嘛？然后为什么你们用特木尔去替换了这个胡桃？然后替换了胡桃以后，你们要怎么去保证自己团队的一个状态呢？
就是保持自己状态没血就打血，然后能多控空投就控空投。
So for the status, it's more like if we have to focus on our healthy, and if we are not healthy, so we will have to healing by ourselves. And for the Temuj, why we choose it because it's have more benefits on like rob the moral policing. It will have a lot of benefits on this. 好的，谢谢本初接受我们今天的采访。Thank you 本初 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. As we're about to get ready for our 6th and final game of Naraka, and we're taking it all the way back to the new map. We're going back to Halaroth for our last trio game of the day. We have seen a back-to-back absolute decimation coming in from XCG, claiming game 3 and 4 back from Halaroth, and then getting that another dub back onto Morris Isle. We've even seen some of the other teams catch out a dub, even dubs that we haven't even seen from teams that we don't see too often here. So to see the different feeds coming in here, now we're going through and we're seeing the trios actually start to make some magic happen here. I mean, looking at the feed right now, 81 points split between AOW and WBG. AOW was at the very bottom of the leaderboard when we first started today, and now they're in 20th place. Now, obviously, I feel like they could have actually done a lot more. Their first game, they popped off with a massive amount of points here, and sadly, they just was not able to claim another one since then. Really wanted to see them really make that momentum happen here, and sadly, they just was not able to do it. But GBL, another team that we've seen absolutely pop off in so many different situations, but sadly, only 55 points.
Yeah, they've been struggling. Them and Q9 certainly not had a good showing of things today, unfortunately for them. We see them get eliminated really early as well. It's kind of just like they're the punching bags for the other teams that want to finish highly. XCG, Inventus, you're seeing here at the top side of your screens, had like uncharacteristically poor game in game number 5. Certainly looking to change that one around. Coming into our last game on Halaroth, if you weren't here before, XCG got 40 points, man. 40 points on the Halaroth game. That is ridiculous. Like these guys have 85 points total, and they played 5 solid games. Well, they played 4 solid games and 1 not so solid game. And you know what? I still can't believe 40, that's like half the entire score, man. It's absolutely ridiculous stuff. So yeah, definitely someone you want to keep your eyes on coming into this last game on this map specifically. YZG, GDD, and J Team as well. 3 teams, excuse me, that have been very good today, and as you can see, they were good in other days as well, which is why they're towards the top of the standing. J Team kind of being carried though from their previous days' performances. Not really bringing home the bacon today, but it's cool, man. This is why you have one good day to carry your other days. I mean, still 34 points is not terrible. Like, it's not awful. It's not something you want to finish with if you are one of the better teams towards the top of the standings. But you know, still one more game left to go. You would expect J Team are trying to solidify their place at the top side of these standings here and get a nice game to end the day off.
Absolutely a nice way to end it off here as they're slowly closing in here on these points. GD with a 128 and YZG closing it in with 59.2 so far with a 132. If they play this, I think YZG also has another opportunity here to get a massive dub. They got some dubs the last time we were playing, so to really see them come by with this though is going to be very, very interesting, and I honestly really love to see how that would go, and I think it'd be fun to see where that next phase goes here. But now that we've gotten here, we're down to the final game. I think this final game is really going to be able to do a really massive deciding factor here, and I think that's where the fun really starts to come through. We see a lot of stuff come through. We see the back and forth. We see the massiveness of each side and everything else that's been coming into this. So now, where do we go from here? Right? So now we have all these teams. We've got a lot of this anticipation. XCG is definitely the target team to watch, clearly.
Yes.
They got their 2 dubs. They got their back-to-back. So now XCG is trying to go for a 3-piece. If we see a 3, I'm going to lose my mind, first of all. Secondly, if we see another 20 bomb, I'm also going to lose my mind. But also, if we see the very same thing that what we saw last time, let me tell you something. When we hopped into this map in game 6, it was W Key Central. There was at least 7 teams fighting each other in a heap of just nothing but just, it was so, listen, I'm one of those casters where I can keep up in high intense situations. That was one of those few moments where even for me, I kept up, but I was surprised that I kept up because of how much action and how much magic and how much, there was so much going on that it was so easy to get lost.
It was insane, and it all started with this hero select, wasn't it? Because we saw like 10 Takedas come through. And I think whenever you see a Takeda, you're kind of expecting a bit more bloodthirsty gameplay, and less Transformers as well. So less Transformers is, again, it's a comp that tends to play more towards late and getting into those final circles, and outside of that, it plays around their cooldowns and then plays quite passive when cooldowns aren't available to them. And so to that degree, it naturally leads itself to a bit more passive playstyle. That's probably not what we're going to see here on Holoroth for our last game of the day. I expect a lot of different things happening here, and I'm all here for it, man. I'm all excited to see it. Like, we saw some Atari as well. She was very popular. Wu Chen's still very popular. We haven't seen a lot of Valda, I have to say, which does surprise me a tiny bit. Like, I know Valda's a niche pick. I know we don't see her a lot regardless. But even if you just see her, like, you know, you tend to see her maybe like once or twice. You know, you get her coming through a little bit, and I think this actual, like, Holoroth is a good map for her as well. Like, I think the way that she can play with her bubbles and go for those, like, have those skirmishes that almost, I don't want to say feel the role of like a Tumult, but in a similar way that Tumult provides you usefulness for his team in more standard comps. I think Valda can do that on Holoroth as well, but I'm not expecting to see it necessarily. Either way, it should be a break from those Transformer compositions here, and get some more big old skirmishing going, some big fights happening as well. And we saw, I believe it was the Holoroth game where the final circle, like, I believe whoever won with like 2 minutes left to, or not whoever won, obviously it was XCG, we all know that they completely smashed it. But there was like 2 minutes left before the end of the map, which is like so much time. Like, normally we see teams wait until that 0-second mark before they really start fighting. Well, you know, somewhere near that, it's exaggerative, but still, it was just really forcing those fights on that map, and that's something I'm really excited to see coming into this one again.
Even with that one, though, it's still interesting to see how the rest of this type of momentum goes, though, as another team like JJ is still trying to catch that feed, though. They've been struggling a little bit with certain things here, so let's hope that maybe they can have the opportunity here to get also some like a really big kill eliminations here, as they're gonna get a nice little pound from the cameraman. You love to see it, though, as Sanzi is gonna get the arms of the man himself. You love to see it, though. Love to see that type of momentum coming in from these. And ladies and gentlemen, game 6 coming in. Really excited, though, the 6th and final game here. Let's see if we can keep the same momentum and the madness happening, though. We're gonna lock in for this final game, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited and ready. This is where the fun starts, and we're gonna have just such an amazing time with this one. Let's see how this goes.
Gonna be a lot of fun. XCG, you see they're winners of game number 3 and 4. And last time we were on Holoroth, they absolutely smashed it. It may seem like we're just overplaying that, but legit, it was disgusting. Absolutely insane. Taking a quick look at the heroes locked in here. Only got 2 Takedas, which just surprised me a little bit. We saw a lot of Takedas in the first time around, our first visit to Holoroth. Not so many this time around. Instead, it is that Yoto Viper Wei-Shin comp that is still so popular, as it is so effective as well. A few more Justinas, though. Quite a few of those actually coming through here, with, I believe, only 1 full Transformer comp. We've kind of got mixed matches, though. You know, we've got AOW with the full Transformer stuff coming through, Q9 with like a semi-Transformer, as well as 17JL. So really curious things here, some nice team comps. I'm excited with Justina tends to have a lot more aggressive gameplay around her because of just all the CC she provides for her teams in trios. Really sets up for a lot of kills, a lot of plays, and a lot of aggressiveness. Ventus TJ here caught out of position. He's going to fall down really early in this one, as is WX98. Not a good start for these guys. Obviously, we'll have that resurrection, are not completely out of the lobby or anything like that just yet. But this is a team that finished ridiculously low last game. And I don't want to repeat that. This has been one of our more consistent placed teams. If they do want to get a little bit higher in those standings. It's AOW now, again, fighting against XCG, our previous dominating force here on the Holoroth, on this new map. XCG were able to pull out 22 kills with 40 points in total, which is utter madness. And they're off to a beautiful start here as well, bringing down AOW and getting themselves 3 early frags.
Looks like even with the early frags though, still it looks like GBL is going to be able to back out of this, and obviously is going to pick up their teammates here as NAD's Douchey will get eliminated though. Unfortunate coming in. And it looks like Q9, a very slow start to these games though, and not a slow start from YZG and Alliance though, as Lucky will get eliminated sadly though, and it looks like Alliance is fighting it out as best as possible here with this shield though. Ike is going to be able to get hit from the back though. Nice little damage coming in as Mentality does get eliminated. Ike by himself is going to get absolutely juggled as YZG will flush this out and finish them off though, as Alliance is going to be able to rotate this out and get it done. Let's see if they can keep this same momentum coming into it.
Uh-oh. Nad's in a lot of trouble here. He's having to run away and try and survive. This is a team that were able to finish really high last time around in our last map, and already up against it right here. He's actually going to dodge away from the Tumult CC there. That's pretty good for him, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to survive much longer. Q9 completely on the chase right there. That's their 4th elimination. You know, these guys bottom of their standings in trios so far. Great start to this in map number 6 as GBL, again, another team, not quite bottom, only 1 spot away from it though, looking for some pickup kills here onto Q9. Just going to get that reset though with the Wuxian ulti as the transformation comes through. Do not want to get stuck in that one. Speaking again, stuck. The Viper ultimate from WBG is going to be enough to lock down J-Team. Lee is dead. The TP, I believe, coming through there as 17JL now in that third party, looking for the plays. The MVP, the best team we had in the previous map, looking to start off this last game here on a similar high. Good things for these guys. They are looking to really solidify themselves. 5 kills already. A great parry though from AS. That is absolutely nutty. Forces that Yota ultimate from Jing on WBG. Is going to keep going for the chase though. AS may have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. 17J in general may have bitten off more than they can chew. He is going to fall down. That is going to be J-Team coming through on that third party. J-Team versus WBG on the other side right here, however, with GBL, I believe, is tight on their tail. GD, excuse me, not GBL. So much fighting happening so early here. This is what I want to see out of Holoroth. Holoroth has not disappointed so far, and I'm here for it.
Even with everything going on, though, they're still going to be able to rock this out. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum pushing into it. There's still going to be more of it. Meanwhile, Godly is going to be back on that rotation. Going to be able to get that going, though, as JJ and the rest of the team is still going to be able to play this out to the best of their abilities here. Let's see if they can figure this out. And it looks like J-Team is going to be able to find some more people here as DD is going to be able to go through absolutely so much madness as Nexian is going to be able to go through with that massive amount of damage. Let's see if they can get it. They missed the first one, and it looks like Wuxian is going to be able to take them out. Even within this recession, there's still much more as YZG is going to come through out of nowhere here. Let's see if they can figure this out. Let's figure this out here with more and more stuff happening. Love to see it as CXZ comes through with it. Oh, the massive parry coming through, though. Beautiful madness and momentum coming through, though, as CXZ will be able to get the elimination off of WBG's Jing. CXZ going through the feed, playing it off as best as possible. Meanwhile, the Viper ult coming out of nowhere. GD trying to come by and see if maybe they can say what's up. And it looks like Kakaxi is going to be able to miss it as Yao is going to be able to push in, keep that same aggression off of Kakaxi. Kakaxi is trying to dip out, but he's not going to let him get any further, though, as he does end up getting caught from the back of another one. And now it looks like he's going to be able to do it. Kakaxi ends up getting carried and pushed in. As Yao looks like they will be able to claim that elimination, though. Beautiful replay coming in on the feed here as one of the other players is just trying to keep this together. Meanwhile, NAD is trying to push this out, but a Wuxian is going to be able to dip them out yet again as we see another feed coming in from a different place. That's Doshi coming in, trying to see if they can keep their magic going with NAD, trying to do as much as they can here. They've been playing this out for as best as possible here.
Oof, so much fighting happening all across the map here. NAD and MPG going at it while we were watching the other guys just wailing on each other. So much aggression right now. You can see on the right hand side of the screen as well, guys, free codes coming. Make sure you get those Steams open. Get ready to input those codes. If you don't play Naraka and you like the look of this stuff and you want to play for yourself, then easy peasy. Grab yourself a free copy of the game. Or if you've got friends that you want to get involved into the game, don't quite have it yet. Either way, free stuff is free stuff, right? We all love free stuff. Ready to put in that code when it comes up on screen. Keeping our eyes on NAD here, just scooting around the map with those ice skates, just making headway across the terrain, trying to make some things, get it all going. EWG gonna fall down to XCG. NiHQ obviously being one of the players that we really want to keep our eyes on. XCG is a phenomenal team, and they've done so well today, and Nike has been the MVP in both of their wins. Absolutely crazy stuff, and he did bring down Sansi there from EWG. As we swap over now to JJ. These guys able to pick this up pretty uncontested here. Nice and free for these guys. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Very happy about that. As they move on across the map and trying to find some friends. Speaking of friends, I think MBG may have found one in DAY6.
Right, even with that though, we'll be able to patch this, and let's see, Doushi, one of the players that we saw from the feed though, MPG, is just going to be able to push this together though. And as we talked about it, tips from Holoroth, Fiery Cage, interact with it to absorb rage. It can be interacted with multiple players simultaneously, and as an upper limit for a single absorption. Upon being drained, it will enter a CD. So much coming in, and also a nice little bit of some tips coming in. So if people are new to Holoroth, definitely something to take advantage of as well here as a champion. Already within their ulti, walking around trying to see if maybe they can catch something as well here. Let's see if they can figure this out. There's still more as well. That's cool.
Just chilling here as well. AW against ASC. Oh, these are the guys you said, right? You said you want to see ASC kind of finishing high. You had a feeling it might happen. I mean, if that's anything to go by, I'm not quite sure, but I think you may have cursed them, mate. I think they might not be looking too hot in this one.
Oh my goodness, as AOW, as ASE has 0 eliminations, AOW with 2 so far here. It's gonna be interesting to see where the other ones are, though. This is where things get a little bit more hasty. See if we're gonna figure that out, though. It's gonna take more time, though. Let's figure this out towards this, as the Alliance is lucky and the rest of the team, Mentality and Ike. Gonna go through the rotations, gonna head towards the red section. Now we're heading towards the sand in the dirt. As Alliance will be able to rotate this in back towards the snow and the upper mountains, as Ghoul is gonna be able to get the first grab though. The question is, can he get the second? He's gonna be able to maybe throw this down though, but no, it looks like, oh man, Dun Queen is gonna be able to shut that down. Oh, goes for an insane grab. The timing is absolutely impeccable coming in, as Kakaxi will be able to throw this down and gets a massive piece of damage though. Question is he gonna be able to grab it again? It looks like he's gonna be unfortunate, as Dun Queen is gonna decide to back out of there and say, see ya. Not about to get caught in this again, not today. As it looks like Kakaxi will get eliminated, and LWH, Q9 and the rest of the team will pop open that chest.
All good stuff for these guys so far. Q9, who as you can see is still bottom of the standings, really having a good map here on our last game of the day here on Holoriff and the Nbpl. All teams looking to get to the or looking to qualify to get into the bi-weekly finals that will be happening next week. AOW, the team on your screen right here, one of the more inconsistent teams we've had today, but again, still got to keep your eyes peeled. They've had some really good showings. They were the best team in our first game, top 3 last one, looking to finish on a high as well to see if they can bring those standings a little bit more in their favor. And now looking at the best teams that we have here, left hand side of your screen, YZG, XCG, GD, and J team. All of these guys looking to finish strong as well, finishing that top bracket. XCG, we really had our eyes on 8 kills already at the beginning of this game is certainly nothing to sniff at. We'll see if they can duplicate their success from game number 3. It's going to be bloody hard to do. Obviously, 20 kills is absolutely insane. But they're already on a good path with 8, and there's still a lot of players left around. The Ventus here, looking to reverse their fortunes from the previous game, have found out JJ. Maybe looking for this fight here as the rest of Ventus just going to swoop in against Godley. Try and catch him out of position here. He is going to be running into Lixing, into some help, but is it enough? I'm not so sure. Lixing joins the fray. Maybe catches Ventus a little bit by surprise, as Godley is going to pop the stasis. Just charging up that wall strike here. It's going to get it a little bit, but not too much. It's not happening here. It's just not happening. These guys, JJ, just going to want to run away from this one. Ventus really bringing the pain on these guys. Have split JJ up here as well. That's never good when you're in trios. It looks like JJ's going to try and run away, but Godley might be caught out of position here. I think he is separated from the herd. He is going to get picked on here. The whole team of Ventus looking to bring him down, and he is shut down. He's out of it. Pixel with the bell to get the parry off there. JJ now 2 versus 3. I think they came in to try and save their teammate, and it wasn't good. It wasn't happening. He was already dead. Godley was already in the Shadow Realm before they could help him out, and now it's just one by one. Like lemmings, they fall to the slaughter of Ventus, picking up these kills, padding their stats. But look at the third party, YZG. They're in now. They're trying to keep up on the skill total as well and try and pad their stats at kill leaders here. Trying to not only pick up the JJs, but also the Ventus as well. And it looks like it's happening. Pixus and TJ are falling down, and WX98 as well. Soon to follow. He's going to be eliminated. He's going to go down in the circle. He's donezo. YZG. Perfect timing there. Getting themselves so many kills.
So many kills indeed. Even with all of this momentum happening, though, they still was able to pick up those feeds and get those eliminations. They did a fantastic job of it for sure. Even with the timing, though, they're still able to figure this out for the next one, though. Let's see if they're able to do it again. And make sure to check and see that you got those active Steam codes ready. If you have been sitting waiting for the time, here's the time. Make sure to get those codes. And if you already have a code, tell your friends if they want to be able to play the game as well. There's still many different people that still want to play this game as much as possible. So, hey, come through. Use that code. That's what we about to do, ladies and gentlemen. It's NAD with WBG. This place is beautiful. I mean, look at this map, man. This map is so vast. It's so huge. There's so much terrain. There's so many areas to be able to maneuver, walk around, and make something happen here. You love to see it.
It is so pretty, honestly. I just love watching this map. Like, just all the different biomes and stuff. It's so nice, and even the weather effects that you can get, like sandstorms and blizzards and things.
Oh yeah,
really does put a twist on the game, which is really cool. Like, I do like it a lot. It is so nice to watch. I do think, you know, when you come from my background of esports, games that have been around for like 12 years, that's what I cast, and then you look at this and it's like, oh my god, the promised land. This is it. It's so pretty. And when you see people's footsteps in the sand dunes and things like that, it just makes you appreciate it a lot. A lot of pretty things happening in Naraka. It really is a sight to behold. As we're looking at WBG looking to write their own beauty story as well. A comeback from 18th spots as they are in now. They started the day very down. Down bad, very down bad. Even lower in the standings. Have managed to claw their way up a little bit, but obviously looking to do a little bit more. This is not enough for them if they do want to qualify. Do need to get that going even more so here in our last map of the day. Do have 6 eliminations, which is very good for them if they're looking to make that happen. Gonna find themselves a GBL and look to even pad their sets a little bit further here. It's GBL versus WBG, just throwing out some ranged weapons, just going for a little bit of poke, a little bit of chip damage, nothing too sexy here. Q9 as well off to the side. Both teams should be potentially aware of that other team being around, and that is the danger.
And
yeah, look at
that.
Having
this
that.
Ghoul almost grabs a Zhao, but it looks like he's only really doing it for protection reasons, though. Meanwhile, GBL is going to be already on this rotating side. I would love to see those movable things end up getting an elimination. That'd be amazing. Question,
yeah.
If they end up killing one of those players, does the world end up getting an elimination?
It's probably like who was involved in the kill, maybe who hit them last. I guess it might be something like that.
Also,
I'm not
tip
sure.
for Mystic Knight, purchase a recover health, armor, or rage for all allies. Once in a while, enemies within a 100-meter radius enters owners will be detected. The Mystic Might lasts 180 seconds, so that Mystic Might can be very powerful. Meanwhile, Jin not in a very powerful position. 9 and the rest of the team is going to absolutely scramble and decimate this one player, not giving him any opportunity though to clutch this up. Not even giving them a time to maybe relax or even think that they have an opportunity, though. They're just going to shut it down.
So tough right here as well. In that picking up that Mystic Might, getting that benefit, getting the bonus. ASC, I have to say, they're out now. They're donezo. team that you wanted to watch coming into this game? I think that's fair. It was a good shout, but as soon as you mentioned it, you did curse them, and so they're donezo. They're already one of the first teams here to go.
You know what? Hey, listen, you cast somebody today, I cast somebody today. At this point, we're even. You know, it's
That's
okay.
fair.
It's even.
We got one each. We got one
each. You know?
Plus, if Moxie was here, we'd have like 6 curses by now. So
oh my goodness. It's unfortunate sometimes.
Yeah, bless her. She does know how to pick them. There's now WBG looking to pad those stats, still on the 6 eliminations. You can see the teams around them, ASC, JJ. Both teams that have been struggling in the standings are eliminated, so definitely opportunities to leapfrog some teams here and finish in the upper half here, which would be very, very good for these guys. Certainly looks to make that happen here. The last map of the day, Q9 as well. Another team on 7 elims, which is really good. Like, they've had a great map, but you have to feel being so down low in those standings, it's just not going to be enough. As XCG Xiaonan is brought down. He was just caught out of position. He was just all by himself, no friends around. No one to help him out. I didn't quite see what's happened to the rest of his squad, but yeah, they're just not even close. They're nowhere near. You can see this is the rest of his squad, as NiHQ is also going to be eliminated. And I might think this could be it for the entirety of their team. I think that is like XCG. Terrible, terrible stuff right here. Having a lot of kills and a great start. There it is. You can see the last remaining member, Yishu and Hen, just hiding in that bush by that tree. Trying not to draw the attention of the other guys on the map, so we can maybe go for some resurrections and breathe some life back into XCG. As you can see, there's only one guy alive. It is that Matari. Does have that stealth, so maybe can make those sneaky revives happen. But until that point, it is going to be him against the world. YZG as well have taken up the first spots here. They are going to be our first place finishers, unless something, of course, can happen with GG, K-Team, or XCG if they get a big finish in this one. But with 13 kills already, you have to feel this is their spot to lose right now. Very bloodthirsty team, always a lot of fun to watch. Speaking of bloodthirst, in AD against GD, it's all kicking off now.
Oh man, look at all the movement coming in from every which direction though. Still so much happening though. They do have to play this smart and be very, very, very careful. Even with all of this momentum happening, though, in all different ways, though. Alliance, Lucky, trying to see if they can keep this alive. Meanwhile, Koku is going to be able to maybe catch it from the feed, though. Sadly, was not able to. See if they can keep that going, though. Oh, man. You love to see it coming into it, though. Oh, man, they're trying to do it so much, though. Oh, massive damage coming in towards LXY. He's gonna have to be very, very careful though, because that could be very, very bad. Oh man, LXY could have got absolutely decimated because I think both of the bows hit.
Yeah, I think it was the ballista hit and like the fire arrows from this bow as well from Mikasa. So much poke there, and they've changed their prey from Q9 to WBG. They don't want anyone surviving this onslaught right now. What a spot to be in as well if you're AOW. Just throwing down the pain from far away with those ranged weapons. Oh, you got to be careful. You're on the ballista though. You're now the one getting the hurts. There's Alliance shooting you from the side. They've even got... I don't believe there's anyone behind them because XCG is just hiding. Just still waiting for his moment to resurrect his friend, or maybe even just try and finish as high as he can if a resurrection is not on the cards. 8 minutes left now in our last game of the day. Normally you see teams just kind of hanging out a little bit here, not doing too much at this point in the game. Throwing out their ranged weapons and trying to do a few things, just get some chip damage, get some poke, wear away at that utility. But last time we were on this map on Horroroth, it all kicked off way earlier than we were expecting. I'm not sure if you'll see a repeat of that, whether that was just a one-off for that game, or whether it is something about this map that just drives these teams insane. The blood just gets boiling and they just go crazy. As AEW now on the ballista area, looking to defend their territory as they are being collapsed on by Alliance. Aki here, a little bit low, got no armor, is in a bit of a pickle, but Q9 have come through here for the third party, and I can see a cheeky little WBG in the distance as well. maybe looking to actually proper dedicate, if not just throwing through those ranged weapons, as Pingtao has got a good grab, but it's not enough, and he's frozen. He's going to get transformed down. He has to run away. He has to reset Q9 as well. Also in the pickle, it is WBG coming through for that third party, coming through for the fight. Alliance now, AOW, Q9, and WBG all fighting in this area. We do have WBG on top of the ballista, able to control the territory for now, and that's really what these teams are fighting over, because that ballista is so much pain at this point in the game. When the circle is this small, you just contribute to any of these fights, just throw out these. Look at this, look at the ballista fire. It's simply not fair, and I think WBG will be very happy if of war there.
Even with everything going on there, there's still so much. Pingtao absolutely getting decimated by cannons and bows of all kinds here. Meanwhile, Kakaxi trying to see if they can dip him out as fast as possible. K trying to stay alive here within this solid corner. GD trying to make something happen here as Cuckoo. AOW with that Terracotta Warrior trying as hard as he can to see if maybe he can get an elimination though. K was dangerously low. AOW by himself. Cuckoo trying to see if maybe they can get some type of eliminations though and damage. They're trying to do as much as possible and with what they can.
How has he not seen these things in here? He's literally on the side of his rock. He's right next to him. Wow.
I don't know either. Meanwhile, with everything else on the rotation side, 17JS. Benshu also as well with that bow and that cannon, trying to see if maybe they can do some connection as well. Looks like Cuckoo nearby, just trying to play to the stage of that bush, knowing that they're solo. They're gonna have to play this as best as possible. They're trying to play this out as best as they can. They've done a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they can keep going. Oh, ends up getting a massive damage. I don't even know on who. I don't even know on who they hit that massive damage for, though. Absolutely insane. This is a very interesting prospect for them and a very interesting situation for them to be in. Jing could have massive damage if they play this well.
It's tough though. You've got a huge target on your back when you're on this ballista. They're getting attacked from the side by Alliance, from in front of them as well. Oh, good bit of poke there onto GD. 17JL as well, looking to run the gauntlet. I don't think WBG will be able to hold this position for much longer, but it obviously is prime real estate with the circle being in the position it is right now. We still have 12 teams alive. So many players here just holding on for dear life at this point in our last game today. XCG, it looks like it's just going to be that one versus the world. We did have a rise on this team, obviously, as the previous winners on this map with that 40 bomb. Or 20 bomb, excuse me, which turns into 40 points. Absolutely domination from them previously. Not going to be happening this time around, but maybe they can still get that high finish. As GD now fighting against WBG. Going to get the Wushuang ulti for the reset, but he still falls down. 13 Shao is done. He's out of here. He's dead. It's just Jing and Spirit Walker alive for these two. But now the ranged weapons, the ranged volleys are coming onto them. It's them who are getting hoisted on their own petard this time around. They got to be careful as this circle is getting smaller and smaller. Gua from Q9 falls down as well. Q9 with 9 kills to their name here. Have had a tough time of things in Season 2 so far in trios, but this game has certainly been a turn for them. But they are now eliminated. They're out of here as YZG and #1 team here in Season 2. The best team we have in trios, looking to put the pain down. Ventus is going to eliminate, that's not a word, but it's close to one. Alliance falling down as YZG take down MPG and waiting.
It's okay though. Sometimes those words end up getting mixed up in different situations, so you're okay. You also had another one earlier today, and you created a whole another word here, so it's all right. Even with everything going on here, WBG still trying to keep this game alive here. Jing with a massive ulti. The timing of this couldn't be even better. Trying to see if maybe they can create some damage though. Ditching it out with each of them. Flamebringer right in front of him was going to be able to go for the back out. Besides, maybe it's not worth it though, as one of them is going to be in the bush. I don't think even Jing was able to actually understand it, as he's going to be able to chill inside of this bush. Tries to play it as best as possible. Meanwhile, Alliance's mentality is right in front too. Gonna be able to play this off as best as possible, though. The feed of it has been doing fantastic, though, when it comes to it. As YZG is gonna be able to find one behind this. Is gonna see if maybe that Flamebringer is gonna get enough range just to be able to get some damage going, though. And it looks like they do, as QGG gets caught up by a massive dagger Soul Jade. Looks like Jing is going to be able to get thrown out from the backside, though. This could be really bad for him. Yes, it does. That WBG does get eliminated.
GD with his legendary armors to boot as well. They're in a good spot to finish really high here as his circle is getting very, very small. There's not a lot of space to play around. Mentality, he's going to fall down, and that is Alliance eliminated. It was just him. No, it isn't. No one. They're all done, though. WBG as well. A member down. Maybe even 2 members down. I can't quite see, but still, they're up against it as well. YZG looking like the dominant factor here. Trying to really just finish as high as they can. Get that first place finish against GD, who otherwise looking very set to finish in number 1. Here's Ventus. Also with a great start here in the final circle. They had a very, very bad game last game. Already turning it around. That's a great grab from Pixel onto Kakaxi, interrupting the Viper ultimate and eliminating Kakaxi. He is down. That was huge right there from Pixel. Absolutely massive. Ventus now the ones in the driving seat. YZG have 19 kills. My goodness, I didn't even notice that. Can they get that 20 bomb?
I called that. I did say that. Didn't I say YZG if they pop off with an insane game? Listen,
You
I might have
did.
cast their curse. I might have cast their curse at least 2 or 3 teams, but you know what? 3 out of 4 ain't bad. 3 out of 4
That's
ain't
fine.
bad. That means one of them ended up being right here, and currently I might be right here as YZG is going to go through with a massive amount of damage, though. Could we see the 20 bomb happen from YZG? If we see a 20 bomb here with massive damage, YZG CXZ is going to go through massive damage with Pixel. Is going to be able to almost shut them out from outside of it, and he doesn't have enough time to pop his Yoda. Oh, yes, he does. Pixel has just enough time, though, and he is able to get it off. Pixel has the opportunity, though, to get for a massive grab. This could be the time that they need it, though. But no, he's stuck on the inside, though, as he's going to try to grab somebody from up top. He's able to grab GD. Question is, can he grab another? There's not many people that's going to be in the surrounding area, though. Pixel's going to be dangerously low, and he does get eliminated as YZG up top. OUG, YZG drops a 20 bomb, ladies and gentlemen, on the final game of Holorock here for Naraka Blade Point Pro League. QGG trying to keep this game alive. Flamebringer on the other side, trying to keep the momentum happening as Ventus TJ trying to hold this off for as long as possible. He's way up in the air. NPG is able to get the elimination off of QGG. Could this be the elimination that he needs? NPG only needs 1, or he actually needs 2 as the Viper comes in at a beautiful time. The question is, yes, it does. YZG clutches up the game and wins it with a 20+ bomb.
Highest in the kills and the last men standing. Now that is a dominant performance here. Both of the Holoroth maps we saw here today, both of those games were one team just taking it all. I'm really curious to see how YZG stacks up against XCG in their total points for that match. That was absolutely ridiculous stuff. And the final circle as well there, really, really well played. A little bit unlucky for Ventus, who was poised to take it all, I would think. That there was a huge wall just in the way of that final circle, and it makes it really hard to play the Monk and Tianhai when you transform into the Titan. Couldn't get the grabs off. You know, he got a really clutch transform at the end there, which was really, really great for him. Unfortunately, just like he couldn't get anyone. Everyone was just hiding on top of the wall or like around the other side. Like it was just impossible. And when your hitbox is that big as well, like it's a lot easier to take tick damage from the circle because it's hard to get out of it. Your butt's too big. It's always poking out into the circle, and you're going to be taking that tick damage. Really, really nice stuff from YZG here. They were first place coming into that game, or they were close to first place coming into that game in the overall scoreboard. With a first place finish of that game, they are 100% locked in as our best team here in Season 2 Trios. They will go into the bi-weekly final as the number 1 seed.
As the number 1 team, YZG definitely looks like this could be the number 1 game for them. This could be the deciding factor on them at least getting into top 3, because I know they were very, very close at that time, though. And obviously, the number 1 team has like at least a little bit under 150 points. So I know they were at like 120 the last time that I remember. So if they keep that going, knowing that they have this 20, we're definitely about to see YZG in top 5. The question is are they in second or are they in first? Because the feed could be pretty close. I'm going to be honest. This could be a very, very close game, especially for YZG being at the very top of the order here.
Yeah, for
we'll
sure.
see what happens, actually. I'm very, very interested.
It is going to be close regardless. And but that was a banging finish right there. Definitely
was a
30
banger.
plus for sure. I mean, I said that last time they got no, I said 20 plus, didn't I? And they got, wait, what did I say? I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, I definitely under-expected what the actual score was in the end. But really, really nice finish from YZG. I've been very impressed with them. They actually were kind of, I don't want to say quiet. The past few maps they done really well. But they were just so consistent throughout the days. Always those teams. Like I noticed it in solos as well. Like, it's just Naraka in a nutshell. Like the first few games, whoever ends up finishing first is often the person like the first like 4 maps or so. Oh my goodness, wait, just hold that point because we got a 41. We got a 41.8.
Oh, that might be number 1.
Yeah.
YZG might be number 1.
I think it's got to be. I think these guys are going to be sitting pretty on that 41.8. Holy moly, that is absurd. We were gushing over XCG with their 40 bomb or 40 points in the previous Holler Off. My goodness, that's it. They've outdone it. Somehow they've outdone it.
I think they did it. I actually think that they have completed it and that it's official. YZG will be your number 1 team currently when it comes to Naraka Blade Point currently. I think they might have did it. This is insane. XCG, though, with second place. Didn't I say XCG was going to have another pop-off game? 10 eliminations. Obviously, they didn't have it to where it's insane. Very much understandable, okay? We get it. But hey, listen. Still, 19 points, XCG. Still very helpful for them regardless, okay? Ventus, 18.5. And 18 coming in from MPG. I know they have to be feeling at least decent knowing that they ended theirs with a good, decent score. You love to see it. Even within this space, though, they're still able to patch it down and put it together.
Yeah, MPG, Q9 as well. 2 teams want to give a shout out to not having the best. I guess WBG as well. They're in 8th place. You know, they struggled a bit today, and coming into today were one of our, around the bottom place of our leaderboards, and they managed to put up a good fight in this last map here. Able to finish in the top 10 with them, so that's good for them. But I don't think it will change too much as far as the standings are concerned. YZG, XCG, and Ventus all should be finishing in the top 10 overall, I would imagine. I'm a little bit curious about how J-Team and EWG will fare after this, because these were 2 teams that were coming into today pretty highly rated, but haven't done a huge amount today. Haven't finished particularly high in any of our games, and have had a bit of a whimper in the results here today.
A whimper in results.
Is it Friday today? It is Friday today. Yeah, it is. Getting all my days mixed up. For you, it's like technically Friday.
Yes, it is.
So it's like kind of like
it
this
is.
For you is like a Thursday evening thing for you, maybe.
It is. Thursday evening going into our Fridays is usually for me like how the settings go for it. But I mean, back into it though with YZG though. The question is who is going to be our MVP at least for our final game, and that's going to be QGG. Not surprised with 12 eliminations, 28,000 plus damage, 15,000 in healing, and almost matching damage with both dual blades and the flame bringer. I mean, this man had it all. He had the detonating rounds, assault, katana sap, poison splash, siphon technique, and a melee resist soul jade. I mean, 6 eliminations, 4 kills before the rebirth, and it's second MVP. 12 eliminations, and that is your MVP for our final game, especially on Holler Off.
Absolutely great stuff there. Almost 30k in damage, one of the higher damage totals that we've seen today. He played really, really well. Absolutely clutch in that final circle too. We're able to secure YZG at first place. When we get to look at the overall standings, like I'm fairly certain YZG will be first, and he's a big reason why. Full credit to these guys. So they've been on it all games today. I think that's honestly, if I'm not mistaken, that is their first like MVP finish, like the team finishing first. I think that's the first time that's happened today. But overall, they've just been so sick. Like they're always finishing top 5, and that's where it comes. Like we say it, man, we're a broken record. It's all about consistency and whatnot. And that's why, you know, you just consistent finishes and then like 1 or 2 pop-off games and you're sorted and you're easily one of the best teams in Naraka in the Nbpl. And it's worked out for YZG as we look forward to getting into the BIWEEKLY finals next week. That is certainly a team to keep your eyes peeled for.
Absolutely, so much going into it. You love it to see it, and I'm very, very excited though. But man, what did you think of these 6 games, Fox?
Oh man, it was beautiful, especially the Holoroth games. The Holoroth games were brilliant. That was so fun to watch, man. That was so crazy, so much aggression. I think in general today's been quite an aggressive game. Day, excuse me. Like we've had a lot of kills, especially like towards the beginning of the game, and just all those frags coming through, people fighting. Like no one's given an inch of space, and I love that. I love it when the teams are playing aggressive and going crazy. And you know, I've been quite impressed with our teams today. I've had a lot of fun watching them. I've been very entertained by them. I hope that that's the same for you. And I just need to thank the players for entertaining us. And we have one of those players on standby now with an interview.
Jaeger, take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to Post-Game Interview. Today we are very glad to invite Xiaohu to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hi 小虎，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 YG 战队的小虎。
好的，再次欢迎你。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 6. And I saw you that after you died, and the Yudu and Viper they cooperate very well and also kill the other opponent, which is also full of 3 people. So I would like to know how they cooperate at that time. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分啊！其实今天在决赛圈的时候还看到你们团队有一个非常好的一个配合啊，因为就是在你死掉之后，其实你们的妖刀姬和宁红叶还是配合的非常好，而且是击杀了对面满编的队伍。想知道一下那波是怎么操作的，可以拿到一个这么好的一个伤害呢？
因为我死得早嘛，然后我负责就是看那个左上角信息，然后跟观察场上嘛，然后我就看到场上没几个人了，就一队满编，我就叫那个钱滚滚去拿喷火筒烤残嘛，烤残就打乱战场嘛，让满编队就是被独狼一个一个收掉了嘛，然后我们就拿大，就最后就吃鸡了，踩了棉花杖。
好的 So actually, because in the final circle, I'm like that a little bit early. So after that, I just collect the information from my screen, and I can see how many people still left, and I can also like focus on there's whose team has only left 1 or 2 person. So after that, I will tell my teammate that use the Flamebringer to just focus on this team who just left only 1 or 2 person. So that's why we can have very excellent performance in the final circle. Okay, so because today's game, we know the weekly final is going to come here, and last double week we also saw that you have the highest score, and but in the weekly final, maybe don't have very good performance. So I would like to know, did your team do some review and summary, and how your expansion for this weekly final? 那因为我们马上也要迎来我们的一个周决了嘛。其实，在上一个双周的时候，你们在常规赛当中也是拿到了第1的积分，来到一个双周决，但是在最后的周决当中，可能没有表现得特别出色。想问一下，之后自己有没有去进行过一些自己的这个总结和归纳，然后看看有什么问题，然后这周准备有什么改变，然后对于即将而来的周决有什么样的期待呢？
我的就是我们上个赛季也坐那个位置，然后我的感觉就是坐那个位置就会有各种的失误，就是什么失误都来了，然后 就是我们能做的就是调整好心态吧，然后少犯点失误，反正就是还是得看运气嘛。那个位置实在是有点就是倒霉。
好的。So actually for us, like in the last season, we also sit in the like same position in the lane game center, and we think if we just sit there and we will do some mistakes, and for this weekly final we are going to like just relax ourselves and make less mistakes in the game. Okay, so also because today the last map we use is the Holoros, and we saw the Firefly cage. So I would like to know if you guys saw the Firefly cage. So which hero you will give to the first? Give them the rage. 那我们今天其实在这把比赛也看到了我们那个萤火虫龙嘛，然后想问一下，其实看到它之后呢，你像你们这样的阵容啊，你们会先给哪些英雄去吃这个怒气值呢？
我们最后一把玩的是那个妖刀、霓虹叶跟无尘嘛，然后我们先吃萤火虫的顺序就是优先给霓虹叶，然后再给无尘，然后再给妖刀姬。
好的。So actually, because our hero combo, which is the Yudu and Viper and Wu-Chen, so our order will be first is the Viper, and then we'll give the Wu-Chen, and the last one will give the Yudu. OK, 好的，谢谢小虎接受我们今天的采访 ，and we will give the picture back to the caster.
Oh, you're muted, Dabby, mate. Can't hear you.
Oh, we've seen so much happen so far with these games. And obviously with that interview, by the way, shout out to Jaeger. Absolutely giving us fantastic interviews for all of our players. Been doing such a good job here. But let's look at the final standings, though. Obviously, AOW, obviously not as high as I expected them to be, but they're no longer the very last team.
Yeah, they did their best. They did their best to bring it up this one, but honestly, it was just a bit of a mountain to climb, wasn't it? But respect to them and WBG, man. Look at them in 20th and 17th with starting the day on 20 points each. Like it's pretty bad. It was not good, but they were able to bring a little bit something here into the last day for these guys, and a lot of respect. Honestly, 60 points is certainly very, very respectable as a team. You can see no one else on this list right here has got 60 points in any of their games. Certainly better than the pedigree that they were keeping, but unfortunately just wasn't there for them in the other games. As now we can take a look at the other set, the middle of the pack here in those standings. I was very curious about EWG. They were a team that was quite highly rated for us coming into today. Kind of fell flat a little bit, honestly. J-Team as well, not having good games today. Does hurt them a little bit, but since they had such good first games, it's all good, especially for J-Team still finishing in that 10th place. And how crazy is that, Bowder, by the way? 106 points into 22? What?
Oh yeah, so I think they ended up having one of the most explosive games in one of our days that we were like when we were casting. So Bowda actually had a #1 pop-off game so far, and they absolutely decimated all of the teams like with pretty much ease. And their consistency was absolutely phenomenal in day one. Obviously, they really struggled in day two, which was really, really surprising. And it was one of those things that kind of really just was super unexpected, because we really thought they were going to just absolutely pop off again. And sadly, they just didn't pop off at all. Like even in certain situations, you kind of think like, oh yeah, like, you know, even if they struggle a little bit, they're still going to get like some stuff done. But like, man, it's just the fact that they just was not able to get that real pop-off game the way they wanted to is absolutely insane. But I'd be surprised. We just talked about it earlier. YZG, #1 of the leaderboard here at a 174.6. I mean, YZG's just making it happen here, and so far they did a fantastic job of it. You love to see it come in. Also, with everything going on here, even with the amount of stuff that's been going on here, they made it look really, really good, and also just uberly impressive. I am impressed with YZG and their performance today. They kept that average score up as possible and consistently bringing it for every single game, making it a 101. Making it our third most, following XCG with 104.3, putting them in 5th place originally. They were down at least in probably 10th, 11th, 12th. They were close to the bottom half, and now look at them, top five from XCG. Got to give it up to them. Also, got to give it up to GD here, still keeping their game well. Also, same with Ventus and MPG, but clearly XCG just had different plans.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Like XCG absolutely popping off today. YZG as well. Both these guys. It's all about they had consistent performances, +1 pop-off game. Beautiful stuff. Like, it's ridiculous amount of points though that YZG were able to get. Like, that's actually insane. Like 170 points when the person in second place had like 140 something. It's like the difference between first and second was like the same as the difference between second and like 15th or something. Ridiculous just how dominant these guys were. We're going to take a look at the groups here for trios. So you can see YZG on the right hand side of your screen. By far our best performing team here in trios. Anything standing out for you here, Dabby, in any of these groups?
We're definitely going to be seeing GBL try to see if maybe they can make some magic happen, at least something. OUG is coming back, and they definitely want to try to take that top spot again. Obviously now getting it taken from our top leader as of now, and obviously we got Wolves, we've got Fun Plus Phoenix coming back. We've got GG as well. There's a lot of these teams here that really have another opportunity here to do this, as we're looking at tomorrow's schedule for the bi-weekly finals for our solos. Same time as always. That is going to be it for us today. We've seen 6 massive games pop off here, but obviously I think the two people we really need to pay attention to for at least today is YZG taking over the top spot with a 174. And then obviously XCG getting a back-to-back dub.
Yeah.
In games 3 and 4. We were able to see them get back-to-back dubs in 2 separate maps. Absolutely dominating, and that is impressive within itself.
Very impressive, honestly. For me, obviously they finished the day as the highest scoring team with 104 points. I believe that is the highest scoring single point performance out of any of the teams that we've seen here in season 2 so far in the trios. We do have those bi-weekly finals coming up very shortly. It's going to be really exciting to see if these teams can keep it up, because that's the best of the best, and that's what it's all about as well. That's where the prize money comes in. So teams definitely have a lot to play for. And it's really all on the line. Like it's great us hyping the guys up for now with how things have started, but it's really how you finish in those bi-weekly finals as to where it means the most.
Even with that amount of momentum though, I think if I had to look at everything else that happened today, I still have to give it up. I still got to give it up to XCG, man. XCG with that back-to-back, especially. I think the reason why I have to give it up to them is the fact that they did it on 2 different maps. They went from one map, went to Morris, got that done, went to the new map, was able to clutch that up and completed it. As we said before, we're going back to our map again, but the solos are going to be very, very similar. We got 2 games on our same map, Morris Isle, then we go to Holleroth in game 3, repeat that same process for 4 and 5, and then we end it again in Holleroth in game 6. So make sure to tune in tomorrow. It's going to be another fantastic day worth of finals, especially for our bi-weeklies. The solos is where things get really tight and really lit, and I'm very, very excited to see how those games end. I love solos. I want to be able to cast more of the solos. I've been getting caught with casting a lot of the trio games, and as much as I love the trios, I love the solos. I think the solos really bring more of a personal feel, especially with these 1v1s, and I've casted some of the most insane clutches so far in terms of 1v1s. I mean, I've seen literally a 1 HP clutch where literally all it takes is one cling, one defensive clang. Not like where you get hit. It takes one defense, and you know how it takes a little bit of your health, just that, and you end up losing. But he didn't even take that, and he just kept giving it to him over and over and over again until he ended up winning with 1 HP in a dream. We've seen it many times before, but I am so excited to see more solos. I want to see more solos.
You don't have to wait long. You don't have to wait long. It's tomorrow, man. Tomorrow's the bi-weekly finals. Same time, same place, of course. And yeah, as we mentioned before, this is where it really matters. Prize money's on the lines, best of the best, and it's really exciting stuff. I did the bi-weeklies whenever it was the solos last time round.
Mhm.
It was so exciting just to see how these players perform, and in the solos as well. It's a completely different beast to the trios.
And that's what I like about it, though. I like that it's a different beast.
Yeah.
I like that, you know, it's all a solo thing, right? So it's also the energy that a lot of these solos really put out too, right? And I think we see more variety of some of the players too. Like we see more Valdas, which I honestly really do love Valda, and I really want to see more play of her in pro scene. And usually you see a lot of that in solos, and obviously it forces a lot of the players to come out and decide, hey, we can't use the same ones all the time, so they have to branch out to other teams, otherwise they're going to get points deducted. So it's one of those things where it's like, hey, these are very, very important, and people need to focus and pay attention to that. And I love that. I love that.
Yeah, for sure. It's certainly entertaining. It's good. Yeah, seeing the different champions, different meta and stuff. It's a lot of fun to watch solos for sure.
Absolutely. As well, me and Fox are going to sign off here. To everybody at home that's been watching and showing support for Naraka, thank you guys for not only playing the game, but watching the Pro League. To everybody in chat that has continuously been showing love, thank you guys for being here. And to everybody, we'll see you guys tomorrow. More solos, the bi-weekly finals. See you next time.
我没事。